everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Building Insect Kingdom. Chapter 119 to 145. The leaf mobilizes 2088 words at the exact same time, inside the Hidden Leaf Village. The formal funeral services for the Hyuga clan had concluded 3 days prior, yet the interior of their ancestral compound remained entirely draped in white cloth. The mourning altars had been dismantled, but the crushing weight of grief refused to dissipate. Hyuga Hayashi stood quietly inside the private study his father had used throughout his life, his eyes locked onto the expansive lineage scroll hanging against the wall. From the chaotic dawn of the Warring States period down to the present day, the Hyuga clan had never once lost a sitting clan head during an active deployment. This marked their absolute first historic failure. A sharp knock rattled the wooden frame, and Hyuga Hizashi pushed the door open, his features coated in deep physical exhaustion. "Brother, the elders are still locked in fierce arguments. The factions within the main house are demanding severe, systemic retribution against the Uchiha. They firmly believe that because clan head Fugaku abandoned his position to retreat, our father was left to." "Enough," Hayashi cut him off instantly. Fugaku brought back 2 surviving clansmen, while carrying life-threatening injuries himself. If his sole intention had been flight, he would have had zero reason to manifest the Susanoo. Hizashi lapsed into a brief silence before asking quietly, "Then what exactly is the truth behind the disaster?" "I don't know." Hayashi turned around, his gaze shifting out the window toward the village streets. Fugaku's official briefing to the Hokage has been classified under absolute lock and key. But one detail remains indisputable: the grass village commands a hidden layer of power we have yet to uncover. The Seven Tails, the flying dragonfly users, and that military advisor named Shiraki, I highly suspect all of those variables are merely surface-level distractions. Hizashi, effective today, increased the training parameters for the branch house by a factor of 2. No, make it 3 times the baseline. Because the era has fundamentally shifted, Hayashi continued, his voice dropping into a low, gravelly register. The Hokage has formally promised our lineage a permanent seat on the Council of Elders, but that is nothing more than a political handout meant to placate us. If the Hyuga genuinely wish to plant our feet firmly in the shifting sands of this village, we must project undeniable raw strength. What we lost on the battlefield, we will reclaim through blood on the battlefield. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly as he puffed on his pipe, the dense wreaths of rising smoke casting his weathered features into deep, shifting shadows. 3 separate intelligence dossiers lay spread across the polished surface of his desk. The first was a detailed field report from the Umbu, tracking the ongoing civilian migration patterns within the land of grass. The second was an analytical breakdown from Root, evaluating the true geopolitical ties binding the land of Waterfall to the land of grass. And the third was the transcribed, verbatim testimony delivered by Uchiha Fugaku. The Seven Tails functioning under total, systematic domestication, a dragonfly clan suspected to be an ancient summoning lineage, and the true identity of military advisor Shiraki remains entirely unverified. He murmured the variables aloud, his gaze shifting across the desk to lock onto Kohara Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. "What are your immediate assessments regarding these developments?" Hamura adjusted his glasses with a sharp flick of his finger. "Regardless of the hidden truths governing this tactical failure, the Hidden Leaf must execute a devastating counteroffensive. The death of the Hyuga clan head, coupled with the annihilation of nearly 1,000 shinobi if we fail to deliver a crushing, immediate response, the surrounding hidden villages will collectively conclude that Konoha has grown fundamentally hollow. But how exactly do we structure the deployment?" Kohara countered, her brow furrowing tightly. "The grass village commands the Seven Tails alongside an operational airborne division. If we launch a brute force assault against their fortified center, our casualties will inevitably dwarf the losses from the first wave. Then we simply shift the trajectory of our blade." Hiruzen exhaled a slow, dense stream of gray smoke. "We strike the land of Waterfall." The 2 counselors froze instantly, utterly failing to comprehend the sudden shift in logic. For a brief second, they wondered if Danzo had somehow managed to covertly possess the Hokage's mind. The only reason the land of grass possess the audacity to challenge our authority is that they are being systematically anchored by the land of waterfall from the rear. Their civilian logistics, their medical provisions, their active shinobi deployments, the foundational source of every single one of those assets flows directly out of Takigakure. Hiruzen stood up, stepping across the room, until he stood directly before the grand tactical map of the continent. If we deploy our main vanguard to launch an immediate, overwhelming assault against the land of waterfall, the grass shinobi will be forced to abandon their fortifications to reinforce their home territory. The moment the Seven Tails is dragged away from its home turf, their absolute defensive advantage evaporates. But the land of waterfall is officially recognized as a neutral nation. Hamura hesitated, his voice trailing off. They were neutral. The baseline warmth in Hiruzen's features vanished in an instant, replaced by the icy, razor-sharp focus that had once defined the professor during the height of his prime. However, from the exact moment they chose to weaponize their military assets within the sovereign territory of the land of grass, their neutral status was effectively forfeited. I will personally secure an audience with the Fire Daimyo to formalize a sovereign decree for the systematic subjugation of the land of waterfall. In truth, his motivations ran significantly deeper. During their previous deployment, that exact faction had systematically wiped out Konoha's specialized tracking units, ultimately resulting in the death of Hitaki Tsukumo, a blatant, unprovoked provocation against the village. If the sudden upheaval within the land of grass hadn't derailed their strategic focus, the debt would have been settled long ago. Now, having analyzed 2 consecutive tactical failures, Hiruzen had pierced through the veil. There was undeniably a singular, calculating intelligence weaving these disparate conflicts together. Even if his deduction proved incorrect, severing the enemy's logistics remained an absolute military necessity. By plunging the land of waterfall into a state of total, desperate self-preservation, they would easily isolate and systematically butcher the remaining grass forces trapped in the buffer zones. He refused to believe that if forced to fight a desperate war across 2 separate fronts, a single-tailed beast would somehow possess the capacity to divide itself. Furthermore, distribute targeted intelligence briefs to Kumogakure and Iwagakure immediately. Inform them that a minor hidden village has successfully unlocked the secret to absolute, unconditional domestication of a tailed beast. This is a systemic threat to the balance of power. The hidden leaf will not carry the burden of this concern alone. Along the jagged borders of the land of rain, the downpour remained entirely unrelenting. Shursui walked with measured, steady steps down the deeply rutted, muddy mountain path, his form entirely enveloped beneath a heavy, waterproof cloak. The moment he crossed the international boundary into the land of rain, the natural light vanished, not because dusk had fallen, but because the perpetual layer of storm clouds hanging over the province was simply too dense to allow a single ray of sunlight to pierce through. The various settlements scattered along his route were in a state of total structural ruin. The civilian dwellings consisted of nothing more than crude, rotting shacks put together from scrap wood, while the surrounding agricultural fields sat entirely submerged beneath stagnant, acidic pools. The standing crops were sparse, withered, and distinctly yellowed. The occasional civilians he spotted through the sheets of gray rain were universally emancipated, their features gaunt and their eyes completely hollow. This was the absolute reality of the land of rain under the supreme governance of Hanzo of the Salamander, a minor nation permanently trapped and suffocated within the narrow cracks separating 3 great military superpowers. Out of the dense curtain of rain ahead, 3 shinobi materialized across the path. They wore specialized gas masks over their faces and uniform gray flak jackets, the definitive marking of Amigakure. Identify your affiliation and state your objective. Shursui reached up, pulling his waterproof hood back to reveal his face alongside the standard Grass Village forehead protector tied around his brow. Grass Village Military Advisor, Shiraki. I request a formal audience with Supreme Leader Hanzo. The 3 Amigakure ninjas exchanged a swift, calculating look. The vanguard shinobi stared intently at Shursui's features for several seconds before speaking, his tone carrying a sudden edge. Are you the individual who orchestrated the total defeat of the Hidden Leaf Force? Shursui offered a soft, diplomatic smile. It was merely a stroke of calculated luck. Calculated luck doesn't result in the death of Hyuga Tennin, the AIM ninja countered, shifting his stance to the side as he extended an arm in an official gesture of invitation. Follow us. Our leader is already anticipating your arrival. The hidden village of Amigekure was constructed directly against the face of a massive, towering mountain peak. The architectural layout consisted of metallic skyscrapers and reinforced structures stacked precariously atop one another along the sheer rock walls, culminating in a massive, industrialized steel tower at the absolute summit, the personal residence of Hanzo. Shui was guided directly into the expansive grand hall located at the absolute apex of the steel structure. The chamber featured 0 traditional windows, relying entirely on a massive overhead skylight that filtered down a dim, muted glow. The thunderous, rhythmic drumming of the perpetual downpours echoed down from above, filling the room with a continuous acoustic hum. Right in the center of the vast hall, a solitary figure sat quietly atop a carved stone throne, Hanzo of the Salamander. He wore his signature respirator mask across his face, with his legendary, oversized Kozurigama sickle strapped firmly across his back. Even while maintaining a perfectly stationary posture, the baseline pressure radiating from his physical presence was exceptionally heavy and suffocating. The military advisor of the grass village, Hanzo's voice boomed through the filtration chambers of his mask, sounding distinctly muffled yet carrying an underlying resonance. Your reputation preceded you across my borders. Commanding a mere force of 500 to shatter 1,000-man vanguard of the Hidden Leaf, an exceptional victory. There is truly nothing worth boasting about regarding the clash, Lord Hanzo. It was merely a strategic deployment of external variables. If we hadn't commanded the absolute tactical support of Takigakure's Seven Tails, our forces would have been systematically crushed. Weaponizing external variables is itself a definitive metric of raw capability. Hanzo stood up, his massive frame closing the distance until he stood directly in front of Shui. Therefore, tell me, what exactly have you traveled to the land of rain to extract from my hand? Shui raised his chin, his gaze locked directly onto Hanzo's eyes through the glass of his visor. A long-term partnership. A partnership concerning what? Population, territory, and a shared future, Shui replied, his cadence perfectly level. The land of rain endures perpetual downpours, your local soil is highly acidic, and your domestic agricultural yield is utterly incapable of sustaining your populace. The land of grass currently possesses vast expanses of pristine, abandoned arable land. I possess the absolute executive authority to officially cede our southern river valleys entirely to the sovereign control of the land of rain. Hanzo's eyes narrowed instantly, a sharp glint flickering behind his visor. And your baseline terms for such a concession? The systematic relocation of the land of rain's displaced refugees, alongside a total, unbreakable military alliance between our villages, requiring you, the demigod of the shinobi world, to deploy your absolute raw strength alongside us. Shui continued, his voice clear. Those individuals who have lost their ancestral homes across your provinces and possess 0 means of survival, route them directly into the land of grass, and my administration will ensure they are fully housed and sustained. Their children will be integrated into our joint academy system, transforming them into a fresh generation of shinobi. A heavy, absolute silence settled across the grand hall for several long seconds. Then, abruptly, Hanzo let out a deep, resonant laugh. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 120. Negotiations with the half. 2068 words even filtered through the heavy respirator mask. Shui could easily detect the sharp thread of irony woven into the warlord's voice. Hanzo of the Salamander countered coldly, we possess our own elite talents. Why exactly should we not cultivate them within our own infrastructure? You expect me to entrust them to the likes of you. I am naturally not referring to those rare individuals born with exceptional talent, Shui replied, shaking his head calmly. Reaching into his standard tactical pouch, he extracted a prepackaged vial of specialized nutrient solution he had prepared beforehand. Lord Hanzo, even civilians with entirely mediocre physical baselines can be systematically molded into operational shinobi. The only reason they fail is that they have never been provided the correct methodology. As universal medical principles dictate, chakra is generated by merging spiritual energy with raw physical cellular energy. Since their innate talent is insufficient, we can simply rely on external chemical agents to compensate for the deficit. If a person's natural spiritual vessel is structurally small, we can accelerate their cellular division to forcibly expand their baseline capacity. This was the absolute first time Hanzo had ever encountered such a radical military philosophy. He froze in place for a brief moment, processing the concepts. External chemical supplementation, accelerated cellular division. This sounded dangerously close to highly classified medical engineering. Shui pressed the advantage. There is zero reason to waste time worrying about potential long-term biological consequences. Look at the numb, hollow expressions of the civilians lining your streets, or the starved children who cannot even secure a single proper meal. Even if you choose to deny them the path of strength, how much longer can they realistically survive in this environment? But if you send them directly to the front lines, even if they function merely as disposable vanguard fodder, they will at least command a fraction of raw power. They will possess a genuine fighting chance to seize a future for themselves. Dignity, peace, and the basic right to survive. Every single one of these variables must be actively wrestled out of the world through raw force. I am entirely certain that as the absolute sovereign of a nation, you comprehend this reality better than anyone else, Mr. I cannot deny that your rhetoric has touched upon a definitive truth, Hanzo conceded, nodding slowly as he sank back down into his carved stone throne. However, this alone is insufficient to secure my signature. I am not one of those short-sighted fools who understand nothing but basic ninjutsu while remaining entirely blind to macropolitics. You should comprehend exactly what a population represents to the baseline survival of a state. I do, Shui agreed, nodding levelly. A citizenry is the most valuable resource a nation can possess. But Chief Hanzo, the resource you are currently lacking isn't raw numbers, it is clean, viable land capable of keeping those numbers alive. He took a decisive step forward. The environmental decay gripping the land of rain has already deteriorated to a threshold where even common rats struggle to scratch out a living. The perpetual chaos has shattered ancestral homes, scattered your workforce into wandering refugees, and the acute shortage of food has left the average civilian entirely drained of manual labor capacity. To borrow a phrase coined by a certain individual, right now, this entire nation is weeping. If you allow this trajectory to continue, your internal infrastructure will collapse entirely from within long before an external superpower ever deploys an invasion vanguard across your borders. You grasp this reality better than anyone. Even after signing formal peace treaties with the great nations, the Land of Rain has endured 27 distinct starvation riots across the provinces within the last 3 months alone. You managed to suppress them through military force, but the foundational rot remains entirely unaddressed. Hearing those precise domestic figures, Hanzo's gaze turned instantly icy, though he could not deny the stark reality of the data. Your intelligence network has mapped my domestic affairs exceptionally well. Because if I intend to secure a genuine partnership, I must thoroughly comprehend the exact crisis gripping my counterpart. Shui pulled a detailed, hand-drawn tactical map from the folds of his cloak, unrolling it smoothly across the stone floor between them. The southern river valleys of the Land of Grass. Its total arable surface area is equivalent to 30% of the Land of Rain's existing agricultural territory. The region features abundant water sources and highly fertile soil. The moment your administration takes absolute custody of this sector, your domestic food crisis will be instantly mitigated by half. Hanzo locked his eyes onto the parchment layout, maintaining a heavy, calculating silence for a long time before he finally spoke. The Hidden Leaf will never sit idly by and watch the Land of Waterfall expand its geopolitical footprint. Your little tactical trick of redirecting the fires of war toward the east may have possessed utility during the opening phases of the conflict, but no one operating at this level is an idiot. If I can pierce through your narrative, the great nations will inevitably deduce the truth as well. Sooner or later, your true coordinates will be exposed to the light. Hearing the deduction, Shui executed a perfectly fabricated look of surprise, smoothly adopting the persona of a man whose ultimate bluff had been cleanly dismantled. Ah, remarkable to think you would see right through the veil so effortlessly. In that case, allow me to introduce myself properly once more. My name is Takigawa Shu, and I serve as the supreme military advisor to the Land of Waterfall. Heh, it makes zero difference. At this stage of the game, do the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Grass even function as two separate sovereign entities? Hanzo countered plainly, waving his hand dismissively. It is irrelevant. I harbor zero personal concern regarding your true identity or your choice of aliases. My sole requirement is for you to display absolute sincerity and lay every single variable bare on the table. I despise navigating twisted political labyrinths. Shui smiled warmly. Very well. Since we are shedding all pretenses, let us conduct this negotiation with absolute transparency. Our administration has indeed traveled across your borders with total sincerity. The Land of Rain has spent its entire history struggling to survive within the narrow cracks separating three massive superpowers. You understand better than anyone that if you choose to fight in total isolation, your territory will eventually be annexed and digested by a great nation. But what happens if the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfall, and the Land of Rain forge an ironclad triangular coalition? The Land of Grass will provide strategic buffer depth alongside the raw military deterrence of the Seven Tails. The Land of Waterfall will anchor the collective economy and provide a standardized shinobi training infrastructure, while the Land of Rain will provide a massive baseline population alongside the absolute psychological weight of your title as a demigod. Moving forward, if any of the three great nations resolve to launch an offensive against any single member of our alliance, they will be forced to calculate the immediate, devastating counter-response of the remaining two. Hanzo turned his torso slightly, his eyes tracing the paths of the perpetual rain slicing down through the open skylight, the water droplets shattering into tiny, glittering patterns against the stone by his feet. He spoke, his voice dropping into a historical register. There was a time when I placed my absolute faith in international cooperation. During the Second Shinobi World War, I aligned my forces with the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand to break the vanguard of the Hidden Stone. But what exactly transpired the moment the dust settled on those battlefields? Konoha walked away with the absolute lion's share of political capital, Suna secured massive financial reparations, and what exactly did the Land of Rain extract from the treaties? Nothing but a mountain of fresh corpses and smoking civilian ruins. Which is precisely why during this campaign, we refused to wait for the conclusion of a war before distributing the spoils. Shui countered instantly, his voice ringing with absolute clarity. We will permanently anchor and codify the dividends right now. The international boundary separating the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain will be permanently redrawn along the borders of the southern river valleys. The migration protocols will be signed in black ink on official parchment effective today, and the joint shinobi exchange programs will initiate operations by early next year. Hanzo leveled a piercing look at him. And what baseline variable allows you to guarantee that these treaties will not be met with immediate betrayal the moment the wind shifts? The simple fact that every single one of us requires the others to remain breathing. Shui continued, his tone hardening. Chief Hanzo, you comprehend the shifting currents of the continent far better than I do. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War is no longer a distant possibility, it is rapidly closing in on us. The Hidden Sand is aggressively stockpiling puppet divisions, the Hidden Stone is intensively drilling specialized demolition units, and the Cloud Rakeage spends every waking hour engineering advanced weapon platforms. The superficial peace they are currently maintaining is merely a temporary window to consolidate their internal resources and nurse their strength. The moment their military buildup reaches its absolute saturation point, their domestic economies will no longer possess the capacity to sustain such bloated ninja populations. That exact ceiling will mark the violent dawn of the global war. When that global conflagration erupts, the minor nations must either huddle together into an ironclad front to preserve their warmth, or be systematically ground down into a blood-soaked battlefield. The Land of Rain has already functioned as a carcass for a great war once before. Do you genuinely desire to watch your country serve that exact same purpose a second time? Therefore, our absolute best strategic path is to seize the narrative ourselves to deliberately trigger localized conflicts, and maintain an aggressive, proactive offensive. If we attempt to compete with the great nations in a war of economic heritage, we will be ground to dust. Consequently, we must employ a strategy of sustaining our military through active conquest, deploying every shred of our collective leverage to keep their main divisions permanently pinned down. Meanwhile, the sovereign territory of the Land of Waterfall will serve as our secure development cradle. Only when the Land of Waterfall grows undeniably powerful will our coalition possess a permanent, unbreakable shield. The rhythmic pattering of the rain filled the ensuing silence as Hanzo remained completely motionless for a prolonged period. Ultimately, he walked back to his stone throne and sat down, slowly reaching up to unlatch his respirator mask, revealing a weathered, heavily lined, yet unyielding countenance. "You intend to burn two separate pieces to preserve a third," Hanzo murmured, a cold grin touching his features. "You want to weaponize the lifelines of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass as fuel to bloat and strengthen your own Land of Waterfall. A truly magnificent calculation, and you articulate it with such absolute, shameless confidence." As the words left his lips, Shui could clearly register a sudden, volatile spike in the physical pressure radiating from the warlord, an aura that suggested Hanzo was prepared to strike at any microsecond. Shui immediately raised his hands in a calm, non-threatening gesture, a soft laugh escaping him. "It is not my Land of Waterfall, Lord Hanzo. It is our Land of Waterfall." The suffocating pressure radiating from Hanzo's frame receded as quickly as it had manifested. "I require the physical custody of the territory first. The formal administrative transfer of the southern river valleys must be executed entirely within the next 10 days. Shui nodded smoothly. "Consider it done. The existing structures, residential districts, and municipal facilities within those sectors are completely intact. I will dispatch an engineering team to formally map out the revised border parameters immediately. Your vanguard divisions can move in to assume total administrative control of the cities whenever you deem fit. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 121. Go ahead and fight to the death. I'm leaving 1866 words. You could say that aside from food and basic living supplies, your people can essentially move right in with nothing but their bags, Shui noted calmly. As for the civilians near the cities who haven't fled yet, consider them a gift to the Land of Rain. When it comes to relocating populations, our side actually has a decent amount of experience. Does your lordship require our assistance with the logistics? Hanzo countered sharply, no need. I understand the mechanics of population transfer well enough. We won't drain our regions of healthy young labor, nor will we exclusively relocate the elderly, weak, women, and children. Excellent then. Congratulations to both of us on securing this alliance. Shui extended his hand, preparing to seal the pact with a standard handshake. Without a single syllable of warning, the short sword in Hanzo's hand flashed through the air, driving straight toward Shui's chest. Just as the razor-sharp edge was about to pierce his flak jacket, a powerful localized gale erupted from Shui's mouth, throwing off Hanzo's kinetic momentum for a fraction of a second. In that mere blink of an eye, Shui executed a series of rapid backflips, cleanly opening up a distance of over a dozen meters between them. Hanzo, launching a sneak attack mid-negotiation isn't a particularly admirable habit, Shui said, his voice entirely devoid of anger. He knew exactly what the warlord was doing. This was merely a lethal probe. Hanzo locked his piercing gaze onto him, suddenly demanding, I truly wish to know who exactly you are. Shui offered a mild smile. The military advisor of the Hidden Grass, as well as the strategist for the Land of Waterfall. Hanzo shook his head slowly. I am deeply familiar with both of those nations. Neither possesses a figure with your specific macro-geopolitical vision, or raw audacity. Furthermore, a common, desk-bound military strategist does not command your level of physical reflexes. Through that brief kinetic exchange, Hanzo had verified a crucial variable. If they were to engage in a pure contest of taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, he considered himself an absolute master, yet he hadn't gained even a shred of an advantage over this youth. As for tracking poison, Hanzo could already register a subtle, localized discomfort spreading through his body. It was evident that his counterpart was also an exceptional practitioner of toxic warfare. It was fair to say that if they had crossed paths in a different timeline, perhaps a decade earlier, they might have broken bread as kindred spirits, engaging in deep, late-night philosophical discussions. But in this current landscape, they could only maintain a volatile equilibrium, not entirely enemies, yet nowhere near true allies. I am merely an individual who wishes to see fewer innocent people perish in entirely meaningless geopolitical conflicts, Shui said softly. A weak individual from a small nation who refuses to be oppressed without pushing back. A man who values absolute tranquility and seeks nothing more than a peaceful, comfortable life. Hanzo did not believe a single syllable of the declaration. The warlord suddenly shifted his posture. In light of your blatant deception regarding your identity, I have altered my terms. I demand an expanded share of supreme command. Chief Hanzo, the continent addresses you as a demigod because you are fundamentally invincible on a battlefield, Shui countered levelly. But what happens the moment the smoke clears from those battlefields? The citizens of the Land of Rain continue to starve. I simply wish to test an alternative trajectory, one that relies on structural construction rather than endless slaughter. I have zero interest in listening to your moral philosophies. Either trade blows with me right here, or yield absolute strategic authority. Surveying the structural tension threatening to splinter the room, Shui let out a slow, deliberate sigh. Very well. I yield to your terms. The moment the global campaign initiates, you shall be designated the supreme commander of the allied Tri-Nation Vanguard. You will possess the absolute authority to mobilize and deploy all operational shinobi forces across the coalition. And what of your own operational deployment? I will not participate in active combat operations, Shui replied, shaking his head. Certain structural variables required absolute clarity from the absolute outset. Attempting to deceive a man like Hanzo early on would only trigger catastrophic internal friction down the line. As I have stated previously, I function strictly as a military advisor. Hanzo lapsed into heavy silence once more, digesting the response. He felt a profound sense of administrative waste. His counterpart clearly commanded immense physical prowess, yet the youth chose to restrict his talents to deep-tier political manipulation and backroom plotting. In Hanzo's eyes, operating this way was a tragic waste of raw martial talent. Ultimately, it was irrelevant. The current parameters of the treaty were highly advantageous to his immediate domestic goals, and the structural authority he coveted had been cleanly secured. He pulled his heavy respirator mask back over his features and stood up. 10 days. In exactly 10 days, I will personally lead a main division to assume custody of the southern river valleys. Concurrently, the initial wave of civilian refugees will begin their migration sequence under my personal armed escort. A pleasure doing business with you. Shui executed a polite, structured bow, turning on his heel to exit the Great Hall. The moment he stepped clear of the concrete tower, the heavy downpour was still slicing through the air. He pulled his dark cloak hood low over his face, and melted into the curtain of rain. High above, standing directly beneath the open skylight of the top tier, Hanzo watched his retreating figure gradually dissolve into the gray mist. Military advisor Shui. I don't believe for a single second that your sole motivation is simple survival or defensive resistance. In truth, from the moment Shui had arrived to lay out the parameters of the coalition, Hanzo's long-dormant ambition had been violently reignited. The absolute weight of his past historical defeats had crushed his spirit for years, leaving him cynical, stagnant, and broken down. Before laying eyes on this strategist, Hanzo had consistently viewed the land of waterfall and the land of grass as nothing more than doomed small states desperately thrashing in their death throes, much like the land of rain had done during the previous global campaigns. Yet, their counteroffensive had succeeded, and it had been executed with absolute, flawless precision. That reality had sparked a rare glimmer of hope within his chest. Perhaps the minor nations of the continent truly possessed a viable path to resist the tyranny of the great shinobi nations. Now that he had secured the mantle of supreme commander of the Tri-Nation Allied forces, Hanzo felt the legendary aura of the demigod settling back over his shoulders. Standing perfectly erect, his eyes narrowed into cold slits as his hand gripped the hilt of his kozurigama, chain sickle, peering out toward the distant horizon. Gentlemen, I am returning to the board. This time, I will undeniably stand at the exact same elevation as the rest of you. I will lead our new land of rain to secure its rightful seat as a primary player in the global game. Why exactly did he conceptualize it as a new nation? Because in the depths of his mind, Hanzo had already resolved to systematically annex and digest the other two members of the coalition the moment the opportunity presented itself. This was the absolute, unshakable confidence of a top-tier powerhouse. He refused to entertain the possibility of defeat, especially not to a shadowy youth who relied entirely on hidden aliases and refused to face him in an open, direct trial of martial strength. Over the ensuing 10 days, a massive domestic mobilization swept across the territory of the Land of Rain. Hanzo operated with exceptional political intelligence. He did not deploy a clumsy, bureaucratic system of forcibly clearing civilian populations city by city. Instead, his administration disseminated a singular, explosive piece of domestic intelligence. The Land of Grass had formally ceded a massive tract of highly fertile territory, accounting for nearly 1/5 of its total national landmass. The region was entirely devoid of perpetual rain, blessed with abundant natural sunlight, featured fully intact municipal cities, and was currently entirely unpopulated. Furthermore, any citizen who migrated to this frontier to clear the wild land would be granted permanent, unassailable usage rights to that property. Any domestic organization or mercenary faction that assisted the state in garrisoning and securing these urban centers would be formally granted hereditary lordship and aristocratic titles over those sectors. Moving forward, the region would operate as a special administrative zone under the Amigakure crown, and most crucially, it would be entirely exempt from domestic taxation. The moment this decree echoed through the provinces, every underground faction, rogue syndicate, and independent organization within the Land of Rain felt their ambitions violently stir. Why exactly should they continue to butcher one another over the ruined, resource-starved scraps of Amigakure's interior, when they could march across the border to seize highly fertile land and pristine infrastructure? The sheer scale of the ceded territory was more than enough to satisfy the hunger of every faction on the board. Even the hollow, numb expressions of the starving civilian populace began to flicker with a rare, desperate spark of hope. Hanzo had effectively declared war on the global status quo once more, training his blade directly at the core of the 5 great nations. Their ideological pillar had not crumbled, their living deity was still operational. The god of the Land of Rain had returned to lead them. The only catch to the migration initiative was that civilians residing in the core metropolitan zones of Amigakure were strictly barred from registering for the first wave. According to Hanzo's explicit administrative directive, the opportunity must be reserved exclusively for those who literally could not survive another week under the current domestic conditions. When Shui received the intelligence detailing Hanzo's structural maneuvers, he couldn't help but feel a profound appreciation for the warlord's operational intellect. The man had managed to convert acute internal class friction into an aggressive, outward-facing military force. He was weaponizing the independent syndicates to guard the sovereign frontiers while leveraging the desperate, starving segments of his population to break the wild soil and hold the front lines. With a single administrative stroke, Hanzo had neutralized the 2 most volatile domestic threats, destabilizing his regime, instantly stabilizing his domestic security baseline. Furthermore, even if this initial frontier expansion collapsed into a military failure, his core population centers remained entirely insulated, granting him the strategic depth to mount a secondary campaign down the line. However, by the time Hanzo arrived at the borders of the newly acquired territory to oversee the formal transition, Shui was nowhere to be found. He had already cleanly extracted himself from the theater of operations, slipping quietly into the shadows to advance his true agenda elsewhere on the continent. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 122, Private Vault Configurations, Mobilization of the Tri-1306. Words inside the land of grass. Kakuzu counted the gold bars he had received that day, his smile brighter than the sun. Ever since the immigration policy was launched, and the nobles and wealthy merchants of the land of grass moved to the land of waterfall, he had opened entertainment businesses in many parts of the land of waterfall. His goal was simple, to drain their wallets. The only pity was that the land of rain had no wealthy people left. Most of those who could escape had fled to other countries during the previous Great War, and those who couldn't were slaughtered by roving bandits, their entire wealth becoming military supplies. Of course, some small merchants were taken over by the organization, or they were already members of the organization themselves. Overall, the land of rain was poorer than the land of grass, a textbook example of a country that was poor yet militant. Even though they were now cooperating, Kakuzu held a deep disdain for such a country, and for Hanzo of the Salamander. In his eyes, Hanzo was just a junior who only knew how to fight and kill, completely oblivious to the importance of money. In this day and age, strength alone was not enough. To develop, one had to be wealthy. Lord Kakuzu, another wealthy merchant, has entered the underground ecological fortress. This is a big deal. He wants to build an underground palace. Is he rich? He has a net worth of over $1 billion. Build it. Kakuzu waved his hand. Go to the underground palace and take 100 million construction bugs, 2 million light-emitting bugs, and 3,000 fluorescent mushrooms. Oh, and include all the floating bugs and various non-lethal ornamental insects for the ecosystem. Set it all up for him. That's right, entertainment and gambling were only minor projects for them. The real big business was the construction of underground castles. These wealthy merchants and nobles had been terrified by the war. They knew that no matter how far they fled, the war would eventually reach them. But the underground fortress gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Here, they were the masters of an underground palace. Once they hid underground and locked the door, even the laws of the country couldn't touch them. They could even keep slaves and experience what it felt like to be a feudal lord, or even someone above others. Most importantly, it was safe, absolutely safe. Even the most powerful ninja couldn't possibly dig hundreds of meters deep to pull you out of the earth. Furthermore, the environment underground wasn't any worse than on the surface. It could have light and flowers, and in addition, there were all kinds of beautiful flying insects, and they could even raise livestock. It wasn't as if entering the underground meant their land and businesses on the surface were gone. As long as they built a castle underground, the surface land was essentially theirs to keep. It was an exceptionally good deal. Of course, such a business was only whispered about among wealthy nobles, and was not allowed to be leaked. After all, the underground dynasty was a privilege for nobles and big merchants only. If the common people knew about it, it wouldn't be mysterious or prestigious anymore. As the saying goes, the underground palace must not reveal even a corner to commoners. A day later, Kakuzu looked up at the approaching convoy, over 20 carriages, escorted by the joint forces of the Grass and Rain Ninja. Get ready to collect the money. Kakuzu rubbed his hands, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I haven't seen the strategist in a long time. Where did he go, and when will he be back? The strategist sent word yesterday saying he is busy, and won't be back for a while. He has handed command of the 3 armies to Lord Hanzo of the Salamander, finances and logistics to you, Lord Kakuzu, and defense of the land of Waterfall to Lord Naruto. The main battlefield in the land of grass is handed over to Lord Nagishi Kasano. The strategist said, as long as there is no major uncontrollable event, don't look for him. He also said the stage has been built for you, and the rest is for you to handle yourselves. He certainly knows how to find leisure. Kakuzu asked again, any movement from the Leaf side? Reports from Ida Ruji say the Leaf's ninja troops are regrouping. But their target doesn't seem to be the land of grass, it's our land of waterfall. Kakuzu's expression shifted, his good mood was instantly ruined. It seems the Leaf thinks we are an easy target. Notify all the ninjas in the country to enter combat readiness. Also inform Naruto to set up a defensive line on the border of the Land of Fire. Don't let the front line drag into our country, it will hinder our earnings. After the waterfall ninja left, Kakuzu looked at the shining gold bars in his hand, then looked at the gloomy sky in the distance. War money is the easiest to earn, but also the hottest to hold. The carriage team arrived in front of him. The noble lord tremblingly handed over the wealth list. Kakuzu glanced at it and showed a professional smile. 10,000 square meters for 3 floors maximum. If you want more space, I suggest you join forces with other nobles and move into the large underground city. The noble lord asked, how big is that large underground city? Kakuzu smiled. As big as the capital city. If you join, the area can be even larger. After thinking for a long time, the noble lord gritted his teeth. I'll choose to build independently. 10,000 square meters is fine. How fast can it be built? 10 days for 3 floors, but it will just be an empty shell. You'll have to handle the interior decorations yourself. By the way, our Land of Waterfall is developing an underground high-speed rail. Although it hasn't opened yet, we can dig the tunnel in advance. It will be convenient once the subway is finished, and it counts as opening a passage from your palace to the outside world. Do you need it? No need. The noble lord shook his head. Security was what he wanted, the bunker was a private space, and it was best if it remained undisturbed. There were plenty of roads on the surface. While Kakuzu was busy with his money-making plan, Naruto received the news immediately. He set up a defensive line inside the Land of Fire for the first time, staying on guard against their attack. In the Land of Grass, after Aburame Shisui left, Negishi Kusano finally finished his seclusion. He had fully absorbed everything Shisui taught him. His strength grew rapidly. Although he still hadn't awakened the Dark Release, he developed a unique technique based on his body's characteristics. He could absorb other people's 5-element ninjutsu, transfer and return them. He named this secret technique Secret Art, Dojuan Shift. On the Land of Rain side, they quickly integrated nearly 2,000 ninja, and followed Hanzo of the Salamander to the battlefield. Although some of the ninja were wounded or missing limbs, like arms or eyes, their actual combat strength was still comparable to a genin. They became the first line of defense for the three-nation alliance. The second layer consisted of older ninja whose potential had been exhausted, and the final layer was the young ninja, who were being raised and trained in concentrated groups. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 123, First Metamorphosis of the Insect Sage Art, Wine Dragonfly 1789 words. The moment Hanzo of the Salamander discovered that Aburame Shisui had vanished, he traveled alone to the grass village to challenge Negishi Kusanagi, who had just completed his secluded training. Kusanagi, whose strength had jumped significantly to the brink of Kage level, was brimming with absolute confidence. He believed he could match the warlord, or at the very least stall him for a considerable time. Unfortunately, Hanzo was a flawless combatant with 0 weaknesses. After 2 quick clashes revealed that traditional ninjutsu and poison warfare yielded poor results against Kusanagi's modified body, Hanzo instantly adapted his strategy, pivoting entirely to high-tier swordsmanship and taijutsu. Within a matter of minutes, Hanzo battered Kusanagi across the training field. Fortunately, Kusanagi's physique had been heavily modified by the specialized insect broth. Not only was he completely immune to all known toxins, but his biological regenerative properties were exceptionally rapid. Seeing a legendary powerhouse willing to carry the absolute burden of the upcoming war, Kusanagi willingly surrendered all his administrative authority, content to function purely as a high-ranking frontline brawler. He understood his own cognitive limits, he simply lacked a strategic wartime brain. His experience during the previous clash between the two massive armies made it clear that his ultimate utility lay in functioning as a high-tier enforcer. As long as he faced standard, ninjutsu-reliant Kage-level adversaries, he could effectively tie them down even if he couldn't secure a definitive victory. Hanzo wasted zero time in asserting his authority. His first executive directive was to summon Uzumaki Sharingu's mother, Matsuri, intending to forcefully bind the seven tails to his command or extract the exact secret behind taming a tailed beast. However, Matsuri harbored a deep dislike for the warlord, and Chomei felt the same way. Geopolitically speaking, the Seven Tails answered solely to the directives of Aburame Shursui. As for young Matsuri, the beast tolerated her commands at a mere fraction of that baseline. Consequently, a violent internal clash erupted within the sector. Yet, faced with the overwhelming strategic threat of high-altitude bombardment coupled with rapid-fire tailed beast bombs, Hanzo was ultimately forced to abandon his arrogance and respect the entity. If he were deploying against a terrestrial tailed beast, he commanded definitive sealing methodologies to secure a victory. However, Chomei possessed the absolute advantage of flight. Furthermore, Matsuri's Uzumaki self-healing properties had fully awakened, making her entirely immune to Hanzo's signature paralytic toxins. Even so, Hanzo managed to extract significant structural assets from the village. He successfully integrated almost every surviving grass ninja under his direct banner, assuming superficial command of the specialized flying dragonfly units. To restore the airborne division to its optimal 100-man capacity, he personally selected 100 youth candidates possessing exceptional natural wind-style affinities for intensive martial training. His singular goal was to anchor this specialized military asset firmly within his personal grasp as quickly as possible. Furthermore, he restricted their curriculum to a single, hyper-focused path, the specialized human-insect fusion secret technique coupled with advanced wind-style refinement. He went so far as to brainstorm alongside his senior Jonin Corps to systematically modify the execution formulas, aiming to lower the learning curve while mitigating the cellular degradation caused by the biological fusion. He harbored zero interest in cultivating disposable, single-use forces. He required long-term tactical sustainability. He intended to transform this secret technique into a permanent heritage for the new land of Rain, ensuring a continuous, generational output of elite airborne shinobi. While the Tri-Nation Coalition systematically consolidated its military strength and organized its assets to repel the impending Konoha invasion vanguard, Aburame Shursui remained entirely oblivious to their progress. At this exact moment, he had reached the absolute, critical threshold of his biological evolution. The refinement of his single-attribute Dragonfly Sage mode was rapidly drawing to a close. Deep within the subterranean chambers of the second insect hive, Hozuki Castle, strands of highly concentrated natural energy were being systematically siphoned out of the environment by his personal dragonfly summon, AO. The beast processed and filtered the violent energy through its own physical form, merging it smoothly with its internal chakra to generate a highly unique, specialized wind-style sage chakra. This refined matrix was then slowly and continuously channeled directly into the meridians of Aburame Shursui as he sat in deep meditation. This was the exact, highly calculated methodology Shursui had engineered after months of careful study. Following its prolonged period of energy consumption, AO had finally broken through its biological limitations, successfully generating its own localized reservoir of sage chakra. While the volume was modest, utilizing this pre-filtered energy matrix to systematically restructure a human body was mathematically the safest approach under the rules of their fusion technique. Time ticked away second by second. Several days later, Shursui's physical vessel was finally filled to absolute biological capacity by the specialized sage chakra. At that exact coordinate in time, his physical flesh achieved total, definitive evolution. Immediately afterward, a massive surge of ambient wind-style natural energy rushed into the chamber, settling smoothly into his cells and energy pathways with every measured breath he exhaled. Shursui remained seated cross-legged at the absolute center of the breeding matrix, his entire form enveloped within a soft, pale-green luminescent shroud. The moment the final strand of volatile natural energy grew completely docile, merging flawlessly into his pathways and cellular structure, his single-attribute Dragonfly Sage mode reached absolute completion. From this moment onward, his physical form was entirely restructured by the unique wind-style Sage Chakra. He possessed the absolute capacity to naturally sense, process, and integrate the ambient wind energy of the continent without sustaining a single shred of cellular degradation. He snapped his eyes open, a piercing, crystal-clear flash of light rippling across his pupils. His fingers rapidly laced together before his chest, forming an ancient, primitive hand signed the definitive trigger formula for the symbiosis secret technique binding him to the dragonfly anchored against his spine. Sage Art, Wind Dragonfly. A sudden blast of brilliant green light erupted outward, completely swallowing his form. His civilian garments silently dissolved into nothingness, replaced instantly by an ethereal shroud of flowing, pale green sage energy. The surface of this shroud featured intricate, hyperrealistic energy lines tracing the expansive wings of a dragonfly in mid-flight. Four sets of ultra-thin, translucent, gauze-like wings unfurled smoothly from his shoulder blades. With a subtle, high-frequency vibration, they effortlessly lifted his body into a light, weightless hover. Along the outer corners of his eyes and slicing across his brow, elegant, curved, cloud-like markings manifested smoothly. The patterns were subtle and minimalist, lending his features a detached, transcendent quality. When he looked outward, his eyes revealed a complex, compound lens structure consisting of thousands of microscopic facets. Yet, the mutation did not appear grotesque or horrific. Instead, it resembled an intricate, multi-layered iris system that swirled slowly, appearing as though it could effortlessly pull an observer's consciousness into a void. His long, dark green hair drifted upward, swaying gently without the presence of an active breeze. From the upper edges of his temples, two slender, highly flexible antennae extended outward, twitching with rhythmic sensitivity. These specialized structures did not merely allow him to broadcast and receive signals to his insect swarms, they granted him the absolute capacity to map every shred of atmospheric data carried upon the wind-localized barometric shifts, thermal currents, and the distant, rhythmic heartbeats of living entities. Every variable whispered through the air currents was now perfectly audible to his senses. Shui flicked his wings. His form launched across the subterranean vault like a bullet, moving at a velocity so extreme that it left nothing but a fading green afterimage in the air. Deep within the upper sectors of Hozuki Castle, the resident father and son administrators looked up through the grates to witness this terrifying display. Their spirits were thoroughly shattered by the absolute majesty of the sight, and they dropped to their knees in unison, offering their absolute, unconditional submission to his shadow. Shui hovered effortlessly in midair, his transparent wings humming with a soft vibration. Executing a swift sequence of hand signs, he raised his palm, instantly dispelling the dormant toxins and structural seals he had placed within the bodies of the two administrators. He offered them a calm, measured smile. Moving forward, you are granted absolute administrative freedom to travel back and forth across the land of grass battlefields to assist your state's military operations. However, a single sovereign condition must be upheld with absolute precision. Every single corpse produced upon those battlefields must be systematically collected and transported directly back to Hozuki Castle to serve as high-grade biomass for the insect hives. The two men pressed their foreheads flat against the stone floor. We obey your absolute directives, Lord Shui. Shui nodded calmly, pivoting his form to glide back down into the deepest, classified sectors of the subterranean matrix. As he reached the absolute base of the vault, he noted that under the relentless, non-stop consumption of his specialized acid-devouring insects, the legendary six-path artifact the Box of Ultimate Bliss had finally begun to exhibit definitive structural failure. The outer surface of the container was heavily pitted with deep, corrosive fractures. The four massive stone faces carved into its panels were significantly cracked, allowing faint, volatile wisps of dense negative spiritual energy to bleed out into the chamber. Furthermore, a significant contingent of his devouring insects had begun to undergo localized mutations as they digested the material. Shui was entirely certain that within a brief window of time, this ancient relic would be completely processed into the bellies of his swarm. Shui glided down until he hovered directly above the Box of Ultimate Bliss, utilizing his specialized Sage Chakra to systematically carve a complex, permanent summoning formula across the upper lid of the artifact. Indeed, he intended to carry this massive asset directly alongside him, keeping it within his immediate personal orbit at all times. After all, this specific artifact would serve as the absolute foundational bedrock for his next phase of scientific evaluation, the systematic evolution of his spiritual and mental energy baselines. Having finalized his local preparations, he activated his wings and soared clear of the subterranean cavern, launching himself high into the upper atmosphere before charting a direct, uninhibited course toward the far north. Currently, the sovereign territory of the Land of Snow remained the most insulated, peaceful province on the entire continent. He intended to fulfill his prior promise to his inner circle, establishing a permanent, secure homestead amidst the frozen frontier. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 124, Setting Foot in the Extreme North. 1400 words. Amidst the biting cold wind, Abiram Shursway vibrated his 4 pairs of dragonfly wings, hovering above the endless glaciers in the northern border of the Land of Snow. His pale green sage aura flowed with a soft light in the wind and snow. He slightly closed his compound eyes, letting his perception spread in all directions along the air currents. Soon, across the snowy plains and glaciers, he caught the call of his insect swarm. However, compared to the hives in other regions, the aura here was exceptionally weak. Not only was it incomparable to the swarms in the Land of Waterfall, but even the wild insects left to breed in the Land of Grass were far more vibrant than these. Shursway flicked his wings, turning into a streak of green light, and landed a moment later at the entrance of an ice-covered cave. The snow at the entrance showed clear signs of being cleared, and a few massive boulders were piled up as a disguise. He brushed away the snow, stepped into the cave, and found that the interior was deeper than expected, winding downward. The deeper he went, the more the temperature recovered slightly, though it remained piercingly cold. A thin layer of ice covered the stone walls, reflecting a dim light in the darkness. It came from the fluorescent bugs he was familiar with, but their numbers were sparse, and their light was faint. Looking at the situation, these insects were barely adapting to the environment. It wouldn't be long before they all died out. Shursway continued into the depths, arriving at an open cavern at the bottom. He stopped and looked around. This was the so-called insect hive, consisting of only a single, simple layer, a far cry from the 3 or 4 layer structures he had anticipated. However, this was within reason and fully within his range of acceptance. He had even made the worst-case assumption beforehand, that all the insects would freeze to death, and the hive would fail completely. After all, only by considering the worst possibilities can one avoid losing emotional composure when facing true disappointment. Shursway observed carefully. The edges of the hive were reinforced with frozen soil mixed with a certain type of secretion, making the structure crude and rough. Inside the chambers, a sparse population of insects crawled slowly. Most were grayish-white beetles with thick shells and sharp mouthparts, gnawing on the ice walls. These were a variant of the acid-devouring insects that could consume solid ice. They grew slowly, moved sluggishly, and were only half the size of normal acid-devouring insects. In the entire hive, aside from these few hundred ice-eating bugs, there were no traces of other insect types. There were no structural earth-boring bugs to build the nest, no military ration bugs to supply nutrition. It was almost completely empty. Of course, it wasn't entirely barren. As he scanned deeper, he soon discovered another type of soft, squishy insect. They were plump, long, completely covered in fat, and lacked any shell or muscle, looking very much like ice silkworms. Furthermore, he could not sense any chakra connection linking them to himself. Clearly, they were not a species he had cultivated. These insects seemed lazy, but this also proved their intelligence. They would gather the leftover scraps gnawed by the ice-eating bugs to fill their bellies, or even feed directly on the other bugs' waste, entirely bypassing the need to forage for themselves. As the dozens of ice silkworms noticed an intruder, they instantly became alert. Moving their plump bodies, they crawled clumsily toward the deeper recesses. But before they could escape far, Shursway caught them all in one sweep. "You took advantage of my setup, and now you want to run." There's no such free lunch in this world. Since you want to seek refuge with me so badly, I will reluctantly accept you, Shui said with a slight smile. Before the ice silkworms could react, Shui bit his fingertip and carved summoning contracts onto them. From now on, they were summoned beasts with a master. He placed all the ice silkworms into his laboratory storage space to cultivate them slowly later. These insects possessed high intelligence, and were highly likely to refine chakra on their own without external support. Before long, they would evolve from ninja insects into advanced summoned beasts. In addition to this, Shui collected some native insects from the ice plains into his laboratory, gathering local icebug variants on the spot to accelerate their breeding. He understood well that certain resources ultimately couldn't be hoarded forever. Even if he didn't use them now, a massive creature would eventually lock its eyes on them. That big guy had previously claimed with absolute certainty that she had never killed a human, and held zero interest in humanity, unless she was actively provoked. But now, her massive compound eyes were constantly fixed on the battlefield. Anyone who stepped into her territory, or even looked at her too long, was considered a provocation. Right at that moment, a rustling sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the cave. A youth wrapped in thick animal pelts and carrying a bamboo basket stumbled inside. He was about 14 or 15 years old, his cheeks flushed red from the cold. His left eye was wrapped in thick bandages, but his right eye shone with striking brightness. As he ran, he shouted, "Little bugs, I caught 2 snow rabbits today to give you an extra meal. Don't you dare starve to death, you have to hold on until..." His voice cut off abruptly. The youth froze at the entrance, his right eye staring intently at the green figure standing in the center of the hive. The figure had its back turned to him, 4 translucent wings vibrating gently in the dim light, and the soft antennae at its temples swayed slightly. Shui turned around to look at the young ninja. He then deactivated his sage mode, retracting his wings, and letting a single dragonfly shrink down to rest quietly on his shoulder. The bamboo basket in the youth's hand hit the ground with a loud clatter. Now that he could finally see the newcomer's face clearly, his voice trembled. Lord Shui. Shui spoke in a calm tone, "It's me. You must be Hiroshita Nozawa." "Takigakure Chunin Hiroshita Nozawa greets you, Lord Shui." The youth dropped heavily to his knees, his voice shaking with intense emotion. "You finally came. We thought. Stand up and speak." Shui raised his hand, letting a gentle gust of wind lift the youth before asking, "Where are Seishi and Seiji? Why are you the only one left here?" Hiroshita Nozawa stood up, his right eye already completely bloodshot. He took several deep breaths, trying hard to stabilize his emotions before recounting their experiences over the past few months in broken sentences. "We almost exposed ourselves right from the start. The 3 of us disguised ourselves as traveling merchants to enter a border town in the land of snow. But our behavior was stiff, and we knew absolutely nothing about the local customs, which quickly aroused the suspicion of the local guards. When the snow ninja came to inspect us, we tried to use genjutsu to smooth things over, but our nervousness exposed our flaws. The armor worn by the snow ninja is very strange. It can amplify their chakra and resist genjutsu. We couldn't beat them, so we could only run. During our escape, we got lost in a blizzard, developed snow blindness, and almost froze to death in the mountains. In our despair, Seiji suggested using the insect cocoon technique to forcibly breed the parasitic insects inside our bodies just to survive. But the majority of the insects died, only this variant that can eat ice managed to survive. Relying on them, we dug out this cave and hunted ice bugs beneath the snow to fill our bellies, barely managing to get through the coldest period." Nozawa's voice dropped low, a deep sense of shame washing over him, as he felt they had entirely failed to meet Lord Shusui's expectations. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 125, a trio of unorthodox talents. 1672 words. Aburame Shursui did not blame him, but simply watched him quietly. Seeing this, Hiroshita Nozawa quickly composed his emotions and continued speaking. Later, something big happened in the land of snow. The daimyo passed away from illness, leaving behind only his widowed wife and 2 sons. The daimyo's younger brother, who was the former Minister of Military Affairs, Kazuhana Takahumi, led his personal elite squadron of samurai along with a faction of snow ninja. They intended to storm the palace, execute the widowed princess along with his 2 nephews, and seize supreme power. Nozawa paused for a brief moment before continuing. Brother Saishai said this was our definitive opportunity. Because we were foreign ninja to begin with, and we already had a major conflict with the official local ninja forces. Even though our relationship had smoothed over slightly later on, we were still heavily suspected and couldn't integrate into their system. But right at that critical moment, the 3 of us jumped into the fray. We stood firmly by Prince Sosetsu, his mother, and his younger brother, successfully repelling the rebel snow ninja. Master, let me tell you that the battle was the most brutal engagement we have ever experienced in our entire lives. We almost failed several times. At this point, Nozawa suddenly became highly animated, his voice rising as he rattled off the operational details. Shursui did not interrupt his enthusiasm. After all, he had plenty of time on his hands, and listening to a subordinate's report was highly beneficial to tracking the progress of his investment. He unsealed a small folding chair from his storage scroll, set up a stool, and pulled out some food. The young boy opposite him stared in a brief daze. Shursui waved his hand calmly. Keep speaking. In that battle, Brother Seiji utilized our insect swarms to disrupt the enemy's ice style, while Brother Saishai used toxic needles to immobilize several jonin guarding the Regent Takahumi. Though to be perfectly honest, their combat baseline was quite mediocre. They couldn't even match the standard of our Takigakyo Chunin. Their ice style possesses a bit of unique utility, but it relies heavily on the freezing local environment. Haha, I am drifting off track. Next is my part. At that moment, I spearheaded our countercharge. I didn't expect that under the immense pressure of life and death, I would actually manage to manifest my water style with the physical traits of ice style. I completely blocked their primary assault vector, saving the lives of the mother and her 2 sons. The only tragic variable is that Maya was permanently blinded during that exact chaotic exchange. Saying this, he reached up to touch the thick bandage masking his face. Take it off and let me look at it, Shursui suddenly commanded, setting down his food. The boy was startled, but he immediately followed the directive, unfastening the eye patch to reveal the heavily scarred socket beneath. Shursui stepped forward, placing his palm gently against the boy's face to conduct a thorough examination. He noted that the eye had been completely impaled from top to bottom by an ice blade. Fortunately, the shattered vitreous body had been cleared away cleanly and promptly, preventing any localized necrosis from spreading through the surrounding tissue. It is salvageable. The optic nerve has not undergone total necrosis. A bit later, I will perform a minor surgical procedure to transplant a functional new eye for you. In any case, his recent wartime campaigns had netted an exceptional harvest of optical assets. He currently possessed 2 pairs of fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan, 7 pairs of 2-tomo variants, and over a dozen single-tomo variants. However, integrating those Uchiha eyes would inflict far too much spiritual stress on a common youth's body. Geopolitically speaking, Nozawa was far better suited for a Byakugan. Since these collected eyes would eventually lose their vitality if stored in stasis for too long, finding proper human hosts to function as organic cultivation vessels for the pupils was a highly practical choice. Hearing that his vision could genuinely be restored, Nozawa was overcome with intense excitement. Maya can actually recover. Brother Saishai's right arm sustained severe frostbite during the melee, and it remains stiff to this day. Can you heal him as well, Master? And Brother Seiji's leg after that major clash, he walks with a distinct limp. As the words left his lips, a sudden wave of guilt washed over him. He felt he was being entirely too greedy. Securing a chance to regain his own sight, was already an immense act of benevolence from his master, yet he was shamelessly begging for more. He remembered with absolute clarity that this master was by no means a gentle or soft-hearted individual. In a flash, his mind drifted back to the dark images of the central breeding vaults, and the hollowed-out human bodies serving as living nests for the insect swarms. I will arrange the medical interventions. Continue your report, Shursui said, cutting through his spiral of thought. Nozawa snapped back to attention, continuing quickly. But the crucial detail is that we secured a total political victory. Because the three of us held the absolute merit of preserving the royal lineage, we were granted permanent residency within the royal capital. Currently, Brother Saishai, well, he spends a vast amount of time keeping the Dowager Princess company, talking to her, and easing her emotional anxieties. When mentioning the word easing, the boy's cheeks flushed slightly red. It was blatantly obvious that this method of emotional counseling was entirely unorthodox. As for Brother Seiji, he is actively assisting the crown in managing state administration. Although his position remains unofficial on paper, the vast majority of the court officials already treat him as the de facto Minister of Military Affairs. Nozawa finalized his brief, looking at Shursui with absolute caution. Shursui maintained a heavy silence for several seconds before a soft, amused chuckle escaped him. How thoroughly entertaining. When he had initially dispatched these three individuals to operate as a deep-cover spy cell, his baseline expectation was that if they succeeded, it would be a profitable bonus. If they failed, it was entirely inconsequential to his macro strategy. After all, looking at the available ninja rosters in Takigakure, he hadn't discovered anyone naturally suited for espionage. While these three possessed strong combat capabilities, their intelligence-gathering methodologies were completely amateur. True to his expectations, they had indeed completely botched their initial infiltration sequence. Yet, Shursui never anticipated that after driving themselves into an absolute corner, the three fools would actually manage to discover their true calling, utilizing their respective talents to shine brilliantly in their new domains. Not only had they successfully integrated into the land of snow, but they had also cleanly penetrated the absolute highest echelons of the state. One was actively conducting a romance with the most politically powerful dowager princess, while another was functionally controlling the entire military apparatus of the state. One could only conclude that they had done exceptionally well. Shursui then inquired, who is the current ruling daimyo? It is the eldest son of the previous ruler. He just turned 16, and celebrated his official coming-of-age ceremony a few days ago. His name is Kazuhana Sosetsu. He is an exceptionally kind individual, though he commands zero talent for ninjutsu. Instead, he possesses an absolute obsession with mechanical research and technological inventions, spending every waking hour locked away with the state craftsman. Shursui's brow twitched slightly. Kazuhana Sosetsu. He held a vague memory of that specific name. If his recollection of historical data was correct, this man's future daughter would serve as the primary actress in a famous theatrical production down the line. Does he happen to have a younger brother? Yes, his name is Kazuhana Dodo. Nozawa nodded quickly. He is the absolute polar opposition of his older brother. He is a trained shinobi with exceptionally high natural talent. Since his childhood, he has firmly believed that he is the only one worthy to inherit the mantle of daimyo. On the day of Soyuki's official coronation, he didn't even bother to play the part of a loyal brother. He simply threw a massive tantrum and stormed out of the capital. The Dowager Princess has been completely sick with worry lately. Watching her two sons splinter like this breaks her heart. Which is precisely why Brother Saishai has been spending every single day conducting deep heart-to-heart discussions with her. He struggled to articulate the next detail smoothly, clearing his throat. Because they have been communicating on a daily basis, the Dowager Princess's mood has improved dramatically of late. Shursui. Guide me directly to the royal capital. Furthermore, engineer a completely legitimate, ironclad civilian identity for me. I intend to reside within the land of snow for a prolonged period. Understood. Brother Seiji is currently managing the internal domestic files for Daimyo Soyoki. He reviews state documents all day long and controls the administrative stamps. With him handling the paperwork, establishing a flawless identity for you will be exceptionally easy, Master. However, my lord, I received intelligence indicating that the Hidden Leaf is mobilizing a massive vanguard division to launch an offensive against our land of Waterfall. Do you truly not intend to return to the front to oversee the defense? It is precisely because that theater is currently locked in an active campaign that I have traveled to this frontier to secure some structural peace, Shui replied with a mild, detached smile. Rest your mind. There is zero reason to lose sleep over the developments in the east. We will win. Nozawa opened his mouth to press for further details, but looking at his master's absolute composure, he ultimately chose to keep his questions to himself. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Breeding the New Species, Frost Tundra Insects. 1841 words. There is no immediate rush, however. Before we depart, I intend to remain in this sector for a while longer to thoroughly analyze and experiment on these unique insects. Aburam Shui sat back down in his folding chair, quietly finishing his remaining rations, before focusing his absolute attention on analyzing the native variants trapped inside his laboratory petri dish. His primary motivation was highly practical. The localized insect hive in this cave was on the verge of complete biological collapse. If he did not intervene with an immediate structural solution, he would have to waste time rebuilding the entire infrastructure from scratch. Meanwhile, Hiroshita Nozawa had already sprinted out of the cavern, traveling at high speed to meet with his elder brother, Seiji, to engineer an ironclad, legitimate identity for their master. After all, on the surface registry, Nozawa and Seiji operated as brothers, while Saishai, despite being their close relative, managed their documentation as an adoptive father figure to keep the local authorities confused. Following the youth's departure, Shui walked to the edge of the primitive hive, and pressed his palm flat against the frozen bedrock. His specialized sage chakra seeped directly into the ice, allowing his consciousness to map the biological signatures of the tiny beetles slowly gnawing away at the solid frost. This specific mutation is exceptionally intriguing, he murmured to himself. Their innate adaptability to extreme sub-zero temperatures, combined with their capacity to ingest and convert pure ice-style thermal energy. Though their growth cycle is heavily delayed, their foundational vitality is remarkably resilient. He closed his eyes, analyzing the data for a brief moment, and rapidly formulated a comprehensive genetic modification template within his mind. He would transform the environmental baseline of his laboratory space into a zone of pure, absolute ice. Next, he would introduce the frost-resistant native insects to undergo a secondary gene fusion and breeding sequence, accelerating the localized time compression to systematically filter out the variants possessing the highest survival rates. Moving with absolute efficiency, he raised his palm, causing a phantom manifestation of his laboratory petri dish to materialize into solid form before him. The primary containment layer shifted rapidly under a heavy injection of pure energy, condensing into a microscopic, hyperdense crystalline ice environment. Next, he unrolled a sealing scroll, summoning his complete medical laboratory setup directly into the cavern. Though the surrounding environment was crude and primitive, it had zero negative impact on his subjective time manipulation. Several days later, after conducting 27 distinct groups of rigorous genetic trials, 2 specific insect strains successfully met his strict survival parameters. He isolated these exact strains within the core Petri matrix, shifting the localized time dilation into a state of high acceleration. 50 years later in subjective time, the first experimental group suffered absolute biological collapse. 100 years later, the second experimental group completed its primary evolution sequence. Following that milestone, the evolutionary pace decelerated significantly. Shui maintained the acceleration matrix for a total subjective duration of 500 years. Ultimately, an entirely new insect species manifested within the chamber. He designated them the ice beetle, or more commonly, the frost tundra insect representing the absolute evolutionary peak of this specific acid-devouring branch. Their physical bodies were composed almost entirely of raw chakra and unyielding crystalline ice. They sustained their life cycles exclusively by consuming glaciers and absorbing the ambient sub-zero atmospheric energy. Most notably, when acting as a collective swarm, these insects could effortlessly execute specialized techniques capable of inflicting severe frostbite and localized freezing states. Based on his mathematical models, their singular, catastrophic vulnerability was an absolute inability to survive within high-temperature zones. If exposed to warmth, their structural forms would instantly dissolve into a puddle of common water, triggering mass casualties across the swarm. With these specialized insects active on the field, the construction velocity of his subterranean ice palace accelerated exponentially. Within a brief 3-day window, the crude, single-layer subterranean cavern was systematically expanded into a massive 3-tier underground complex. As they bored deeper into the earth, the localized temperature plummeted rapidly, settling between -30 and -40 degrees. However, a baseline temperature of this magnitude was entirely within Shersue's tolerance threshold. He officially released the plump ice silkworms into the lower levels, while concurrently summoning a vast contingent of structural earth-boring bugs to the deepest sector. His fingers flicked through rapid hand signs, commanding the swarm to execute specialized ninjutsu to construct insulated structural stone houses. Within hours, thousands of insects completed their life cycles, their remains condensing with the local earth to form a massive, reinforced stone chamber on the 3rd tier. By integrating a specialized structural insulation layer within the walls and seeding the surface with a unique variant of heat-generating algae and thermal fungi, the ambient temperature inside the stone residence began to climb steadily, reaching a baseline comfortable enough for standard acid-devouring insects to survive. This is an adequate foundation, Shersui noted, surveying the expanded layout before weaving another sequence of hand signs. Summoning technique, box of ultimate bliss. With a massive distortion of space, the legendary artifact that had been securely stationed on Hozuki Island was instantly summoned directly into the deep ice vault, alongside the specialized swarm of mutated insects currently devouring its exterior panels. Sensing the subtle spatial fluctuation of the summoning matrix, the mutated insects paused their feeding cycle for a fraction of a second. Recognizing Shersui as their absolute master, they lazily resumed their consumption of the stone faces. However, due to the abrupt transition into the freezing northern climate, a notable percentage of the swarm suffered immediate mortality before the insulation could fully stabilize. Such operational attrition was mathematically unavoidable. However, once his planned subterranean thermal grid was fully engineered, he would be able to utilize the deep geothermal pathways to create a highly efficient, dual-element ecosystem. The surface layer would remain completely locked in ice, while the deepest tier would be fueled by geothermal heat. This structural juxtaposition would create an exceptionally balanced, highly adaptable central climate zone. Moving forward, he could systematically engineer 3 entirely distinct underground tourist and residential sectors. The tier closest to the surface would function as the Frostfire Royal Palace, the central tier would operate as a standard subterranean city, while the deepest sector would serve as the Crimson Fire Palace. If 0 unexpected geopolitical anomalies disrupted his timeline, he fully intended to establish his permanent primary residence within this frozen frontier, leveraging the highly unique local climate to cultivate 3 distinct, specialized evolutionary branches of his insect army. Most crucially, he required this environmental diversity to systematically perfect his comprehensive imperial insect sage's transformation models. After all, ambient natural energy on the continent was by no means restricted to a single element like wind. A few days later, while conducting an analytical scan deep within the ancient subterranean ice layers, he discovered a microscopic, native parasite that possessed a remarkable biological resistance to absolute 0 temperatures. After studying its behavior under a magnification lens, he carefully harvested a complete egg sac into his palm. I will bring this back to the laboratory vaults for systematic breeding and analysis. This specific mutation commands exceptional biological value. It may provide the missing link to engineer a completely self-sustaining ecological chain within ultra-low temperature environments. 3 days later, within the royal capital of the Land of Snow. This was a massive, heavily fortified stone city engineered directly upon the frozen tundra. The residential structures were built low and thick to resist the severe winds, and the primary thoroughfares were paved with coarse, crushed gravel to prevent slipping. The pedestrian traffic was sparse, the few citizens walking the streets were wrapped in dense, heavy animal pelts, moving with hurried steps. At the main northern gate, a security detachment signaled a heavy transport sled to a complete halt. The vehicle carried 2 individuals, a youth wrapped in a loose gray travel cloak, and a young boy missing his left eye. The boy was, naturally, Hiroshita Nozawa, while the cloaked youth was Aburame Shursui, who had fully stabilized his dragonfly sage transformation. Perhaps due to the prolonged, intensive integration of pure wind-style natural energy within his cells, his hair had permanently shifted from its original dark green hue into a striking, translucent jade-green shade. Under the cold northern sunlight, his hair radiated a brilliant, polished sheen. Furthermore, because his physical vessel had previously been thoroughly refined by the biological essence dills crafted from white zetsa tissue, his complexion was exceptionally pale and porcelain smooth. Paired with his unique jade hair, his presence carried an almost ethereal, elf-like aura. The gate guards caught sight of the incoming vehicle and immediately executed a deep, respectful bow. After all, the one-eyed youth sitting on the sled was known to be a high-ranking figure within the new administration. However, adhering strictly to the mandatory border protocols, the lead guard extended his hand politely. "This gentleman must be the independent traveling merchant introduced by your lordship's office. May I trouble you to provide the official cargo manifesto for our records?" Nozawa's expression darkened instantly, his temper flaring. He was deeply insulted that a common border guard possessed the audacity to delay an asset he was personally escorting into the capital. Shursui gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, checking his movement. "The guard is merely executing his duties in strict accordance with state regulations. Do not create unnecessary difficulties for a man doing his job." Saying this, he offered a mild, polite smile and handed over an official manifest sheet, which neatly itemized a massive consignment of rare medical compounds. The cargo boxes stacked upon the sled were, naturally, entirely authentic. Given that the continent's preeminent traveling merchant titan, Ruji Ida, operated directly under Shursui's executive command, there was zero chance of a supply shortage. These precious medical ingredients were assets Shursui routinely utilized for his advanced insect cultivation and biochemical research, previously preserved in stasis within his high-tier sealing scrolls. He had simply unsealed them temporarily to serve as a legitimate commercial front, establishing his official state identity as an independent traveling merchant. The guard received the parchment, scanning down the itemized lines one by one. The manifest detailed high-tier vitality restoration pills, frost-repelling powders, skin-rejuvenating salves, and premium-graded stag antler ginseng sheets. A wide smile spread across the guard's face, and he bowed deeply, returning the document with absolute reverence. "Where has your lordship traveled from?" Indeed, he addressed Shursui as your lordship, a level of administrative deference never granted to common traveling merchants. "From the land of Waterfall," Shursui replied, his voice calm and melodic. "The fires of war have completely destabilized the eastern provinces, making it impossible to maintain a peaceful business. I have traveled to your borders simply to secure a quiet livelihood. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 127, Smooth Integration into the Land of Snow. 16:01 words. The guard nodded, asked a few more routine questions, and waved them through upon finding no issues. The transport sled drove into the royal capital, pulling up before a quiet, secluded courtyard. This was the residence bestowed upon the 3 spies by the Dowager Princess. It was small, but entirely adequate to block out the wind and snow. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man with an unmovable right arm was cutting firewood. Catching sight of Aburame Shursui, his movements froze. He lowered his axe immediately and bowed deeply. Shursui surveyed his form carefully. Let me look at your arm. It's no trouble, Saishai laughed, rotating his shoulder stiffly. It's just an arm. There are no major battles to fight in this province anyway, so it doesn't affect my daily labor. Shui pulled the man's hand toward himself, rolling up the heavy sleeve. The damage matched his internal analysis. The structural bone matrix was perfectly intact. The immobility was caused purely by deep-tier frostbite tissue damage. He released 2 microscopic insects, which crawled directly into the flesh to absorb all the residual freezing energy trapped within the pathways. Following this, he manifested a precise chakra scalpel, making a swift incision to adjust and repair the damaged tendons. Saishai gritted his teeth against the intense pain, enduring the procedure in silence, until the final corrective slice caused an involuntary groan to escape his lips. Right at that moment, the door to the main house flew open. A lady dressed in elegant, simple garments rushed out into the courtyard upon hearing the noise. Catching sight of Shui conducting the procedure, she assumed he was inflicting harm upon her lover and charged forward. What exactly are you doing to him? Saishai explained quickly, Don't worry, my dear. This gentleman, Shiraki, is performing medical treatment on my old war injury. I can actually feel my fingers moving again. Is that true? That is wonderful news. Please accept my apologies, sir. I completely misunderstood the situation. With the deep tissue damage completely resolved within a few swift strokes, Shui turned his gaze to evaluate the woman. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, possessing gentle features and a refined, aristocratic bearing. Seeing that her partner's arm could move freely once more, her eyes lit up. She stepped forward to embrace him before turning to offer her deep gratitude to Shui. Saishai adjusted smoothly, changing his form of address to match their operational parameters. This is Mr. Shiraki, the individual I have frequently mentioned to you. The woman expressed mild surprise. This is the benefactor you spoke of. Yes, Saishai nodded firmly. Without his intervention, the 3 of us would have perished in the land of waterfall long ago. The Dowager Princess looked at Shui with a much softer expression. Since you are the benefactor of my beloved Saishai, you are an honored guest of the land of snow. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Shui offered a polite, measured bow in return. Your Highness is far too kind. I am merely a simple traveling merchant from the land of waterfall, specializing primarily in the pharmaceutical trade, which is why I command a basic understanding of medical arts. I have traveled to your nation to establish a quiet livelihood and observe the local customs. My primary goal today was simply to negotiate a few commercial transactions with the family. Saying this, he produced a few specialized medicinal samples from his cloak. Oh, I see how it is. However, as a woman, I possess zero understanding of commercial logistics. It is far better for you gentlemen to conduct these structural business discussions among yourselves. Sensing the absolute deference her partner displayed toward this newcomer, the Dowager Princess discerned that Shui was by no means an ordinary merchant. She was highly intelligent and turned to depart the courtyard. Right then, Shui spoke up, on the contrary, Your Highness. These specific medical compounds are tailored precisely for your own personal use. Shui extracted a small glass vial from his sleeve. This is a frost-repelling ointment formulated by my own hand. Applying a small amount to the joints guarantees 12 hours of absolute insulation against sub-zero atmospheric penetration. If Your Highness does not object, you are welcome to test its utility. The Dowager Princess received the vial and unsealed the stopper, a wave of dense, soothing warmth instantly radiating outward. A flash of genuine astonishment crossed her features, and she handed the item to her personal maidservant. Deliver this immediately to the palace physicians for a technical analysis, and summon the boy over here. The boy she referenced was the ruling daimyo. Even though she held supreme maternal influence, she preferred to keep herself insulated from direct state commerce. The maidservant executed her orders and quickly departed the courtyard. Shui, entirely unconcerned by the screening process, followed the group into the warm residence to drink hot tea and converse. Half an hour later, the maidservant returned alongside an elderly man with silver hair and a long white beard, the chief physician of the royal palace. The Land of Snow was a small, sparsely populated territory, making trained medical professionals an exceptionally rare resource. As for specialized medical ninja, such elite talents simply did not exist in a backwater province of this scale. The old man burst through the door, demanding anxiously, "Your Highness, who exactly engineered this frost-repelling ointment? I have practiced medicine for 40 years, yet I have never witnessed a pharmaceutical formula of such absolute refinement." "It was brought by this traveling merchant," the Dowager Princess noted calmly. "If its utility is genuinely beneficial to our state infrastructure, we shall acquire a permanent supply." Right at that moment, Kazahana Sosetsu stepped into the chamber. The young youth had just turned 16, possessing a tall, straight posture and handsome features, a complete contrast to the heavy, obese figure he would develop decades later. The moment he entered, he spoke directly to Shui. "You possess exceptional talent, sir. Would you be willing to remain within our royal palace, assuming an official position as a grand physician?" Shui had anticipated an opening of this nature, though the offer materialized far more abruptly than expected. He wondered briefly if the young daimyo intended to skip any background screening or technical evaluation. Ultimately, it was irrelevant. His core objective was simply to establish a secure residency within this capital. How the other party rationalized the decision, or whether they suspected his hidden background, did not matter in the slightest. He rose from his seat, bowing politely. "I am highly honored by the favor of the daimyo. I accept the position with gratitude." Over the ensuing weeks, Shui established his living quarters and workshop within the palace medical pavilion, an infrastructure he personally coordinated and expanded. The medical compounds he introduced yielded spectacular results. The frost-repelling ointment performed flawlessly. Once applied to the skin, even the most severe sub-zero winds failed to penetrate the bones. The vitality restoration pills became an absolute obsession among the aging aristocratic class, given that their physical rejuvenation properties were instantaneous and highly effective. Furthermore, there was his skin rejuvenating salve. After using it for a mere 3 days, the Dowager Princess's complexion grew noticeably smoother and more vibrant. Consequently, every noblewoman within the capital rushed to secure a supply, driving up demand exponentially. Within a short frame of time, this mysterious pharmaceutical master from the land of Waterfall transformed into the most sought-after figure within the royal capital. During this period, Shui finally met with Seiji, who had been buried under a mountain of administrative labor. This youth commanded the absolute highest developmental potential among the 3 spies. Unfortunately, due to the forced cultivation of the insects within his body during their escape through the blizzard, the swarms had fully integrated into his system, causing his physical build to grow noticeably stocky. "Master," Seiji said, rising immediately from his desk the moment Shui entered the office. "The daimyo accepted my credentials with exceptional speed," Shui noted calmly. "Did you exert your political influence behind the scenes to smooth the process?" "I did very little," Seiji replied honestly. "Master, Kazahana Sosetsu is an exceptionally intelligent individual. If he weren't, it would be mathematically impossible for him to become one of the few scientists on the continent to master both theoretical and practical mechanical engineering at the age of 16. In my evaluation, he has already noted the absolute level of deference the 3 of us display toward you. There is a high probability he has deduced that your background is extraordinary." Saying this, he let out a brief smile. "The 3 of us already represent the absolute ceiling of military power within this state. In the shinobi world, strength dictates absolute respect. Therefore, now that you have arrived in person, there is genuinely zero structural need to hide your true identity. It is merely a matter of operational habit," Shui replied mildly. "I possess a strong dislike for being the center of public scrutiny. I traveled to this frontier simply to escape the geopolitical chaos and focus on my research." After all, having just ignited a massive continental campaign, he required a period of absolute mental relaxation. As for his disguise, he hadn't put much effort into maintaining it anyway. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 128. The Rebellious Youth, Kazahana Dodo. 1724 words. Forget it. If he noticed, then he noticed. I do not mean to blame you. Aburame Shursui understood that no matter how intelligent the people of the Land of Snow were, it was impossible for them to deduce his true identity. In all probability, they simply guessed he was a powerful figure they could not afford to offend, nothing more. Furthermore, he had already made his stance clear through his actions. He hadn't traveled here to conquer their territory. If that were his objective, stepping forward to suppress them directly would be far faster than any other method. Extend your leg. Let me look at it. Master, Seiji was deeply moved. Shursui replied flatly, I have simply never examined an active case of severe deep tissue frostbite on a lower limb. Treating you today is merely a matter of collecting medical data. In reality, as his operational experience with human anatomical research grew more refined over the years, his medical ninjutsu proficiency continued to climb steadily, even if he didn't possess an innate genius for the field. He lifted Seiji's leg and scanned it briefly, first releasing 2 frost tundra insects to systematically absorb the residual freezing energy from the tissue. Following that, he activated his chakra scalpel. With a few swift, precise incisions, the leg was completely repaired. This time, he bypassed the use of the mystical hand technique, opting instead to wrap the limb in standard surgical gauze to let it mend naturally. After all, Seiji's cellular division count had already been heavily accelerated during his past training. It was far better to preserve his remaining biological lifespan. 3 days later, Hiroshita Nozawa successfully underwent surgery to receive the eye he had been dreaming of. It was a pure white eyeball. Once activated, it granted him the absolute capacity to see through structural obstacles within a 3-kilometer radius. Upon verifying that he had successfully integrated a genuine Byakugan, the boy was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stayed awake the entire night. Over the ensuing days, Shursui established a comfortable routine within the royal palace, dedicating his daylight hours to pharmaceutical refinement and his evenings to cultivating his insect swarms. During this period, Shursui purposefully dropped subtle fragments of advanced technological and ecological concepts during casual interactions. However, even these incomplete sentences of high-tier data were enough to leave the young daimyo, Kazahana Sosetsu, scratching his head in absolute fascination. Ultimately, the young ruler failed to resist the intellectual temptation, choosing to willingly share the most classified technological projects of the Land of Snow. These blueprints encompassed chakra armor research, chakra weapon engineering, and the state's central geothermal heat generator system. Daimyo Kazahana Sosetsu's ultimate ambition was to engineer a massive geothermal generator capable of transforming the freezing, snow-locked landscape of the Land of Snow into a domain of permanent spring. He desired to permanently liberate his civilian populace from the absolute misery of sub-zero winter. As for the specialized armor concepts, Sosetsu had drafted early theoretical layouts, but the project had largely been adopted as a personal obsession by his younger brother. The two brothers had developed a deep ideological rift following the recent coronation ceremony, and currently refused to speak to one another. However, their conflict had not yet deteriorated to the point of physical violence. They were essentially brooding in their respective quarters, ignoring one another. Through his observations over these weeks, Shursui discerned that the younger brother, Kazahana Dodo, had not yet transformed into a paranoid, black-hearted antagonist. At this stage in his life, he was simply a cynical, angry youth who held a completely different worldview regarding how the world operated, remaining entirely illiterate in matters of human relationships and court politics. He firmly believed that he was superior to his older brother in every practical category. He was a trained shinobi who could manifest ninjutsu, yet he had been denied the throne. Furthermore, while they possessed advanced technological designs, his brother refused to prioritize their military application. The chakra armor was a revolutionary piece of ninja equipment, decades ahead of the standard technology found across the continent. Dodo was entirely confident that once the armor project reached absolute completion, the collective combat baseline of the Snow Ninja would skyrocket. At that point, their state would no longer tolerate external bullying or remain locked within this barren, frozen wasteland. They could march south to conquer a fertile territory capable of supporting their populace. This was the core ideological division between the two brothers. One desired to modify the ancestral homeland they currently occupied, while the other desired to launch an outward campaign of expansion. To put it simply, one belonged to the conservative faction, while the other spearheaded the expansionist faction. However, the socio-political philosophies of both youths remained entirely immature, and their execution methodologies were crude. Within the courtyard of the northern flowing snow pavilion, a youth was violently battering a heavy wooden training dummy. He channeled every ounce of his physical strength into his strikes, using the impact to vent his internal frustrations. This individual was Kazuhana Dodo. He had not yet grown into a hardened villain, and his features still carried a sharp, youthful energy. Shursui walked into the courtyard, silently evaluating his movements. By his absolute standards of martial execution, Dodo's form was entirely flawed in 9 out of 10 categories. Yet, the surrounding retainer ninjas seemed completely blind to these defects, standing in a circle to applaud and praise his performance. Excellent strikes, young master. Young master, you are destined to become an elite enforcer of our nation. If you ask me, the Dowager Princess simply lacked political vision. Anyone can see that you are the man best suited to function as our daimyo. True to form, before a prominent figure turns down a dark path, his immediate orbit is invariably populated by sycophants who whisper corrupting words into his ears. Shursui shook his head slightly, evaluating that allowing this dynamic to continue would yield highly negative results for the future stability of the land of snow. Consequently, he resolved to execute a minor intervention. He manifested a low-level genjutsu aura, causing the retainers loitering around the youth to suddenly remember that they had urgent domestic matters to attend to, prompting them to vacate the courtyard in short order. Once the crowd had departed, Shursui stepped forward, his voice calm. Do you genuinely believe that the moment your chakra armor is engineered, your forces can effortlessly slaughter veteran shinobi and establish absolute dominance over a territory? Dodo snapped his head up to glare at him, his expression carrying a sharp, isolated arrogance. Why shouldn't I believe it? Our land of snow commands a unique geographical advantage with our ice style. Combined with the chakra armor to exponentially amplify our chakra output, we will be unstoppable. Shursui countered mildly, that conclusion is born purely from your absolute lack of experience regarding true powerhouses. You should already be aware that a massive war is currently raging across the primary continent to your south. What of it? We have zero intention of challenging the great nations immediately, but among the minor states, our military infrastructure will unquestionably reign supreme. One had to admit that youth was invariably defined by absolute self-confidence, holding an ambition as high as the heavens. Shursui chose not to waste breath debating the point. Instead, he simply executed a lightning-fast front kick, sending Dodo flying across the dirt. Dodo was completely stunned. He never anticipated that a simple traveling pharmaceutical merchant would command such extreme taijutsu proficiency, let alone launch an unprovoked assault. However, owing to his royal lineage, his basic physical conditioning was remarkably resilient. He regained his composure instantly, scrambling up from the ground as he drew a kunai from his hip pouch, aiming directly for Shursui's vital points as he lunged forward. At such close quarters, the merchant hadn't even adopted a defensive stance. Victory was assured. A wave of internal triumph washed over the boy, believing his adversary had grown entirely too careless. Yet, Shursui simply kept both hands locked casually behind his back. Utilizing nothing but his legs while holding back 70% of his physical output, he effortlessly delivered another precise kick that launched the boy across the courtyard a second time. Do you still evaluate yourself as a top-tier combatant? You can manifest a few basic ninjutsu formulas, and you automatically assume your talent is unparalleled. This level of execution doesn't even match the baseline I commanded at 6 years old. His face heavily bruised and swollen, Dodo dragged himself up from the dirt once more, his voice slurred as he spat. Who exactly are you? My name is entirely inconsequential. I simply know that if I choose to deploy my full strength, there isn't a single soul within your borders capable of checking my movement. Therefore, consider my presence a peaceful integration into your state. Are you planning to usurp my nation? No, I have traveled here to preserve your nation. Because both your ideological philosophy and your brother's strategic models are completely immature. You possess exceptional local advantages and a massive surplus of capital, yet you remain entirely illiterate in how to leverage them. Tell me, do you still intend to launch a resistance against me? I don't believe you. Dodo snarled, rising to his feet as his fingers began weaving hand signs. However, his execution velocity was painfully sluggish. Shui watched the sequence calmly, taking measured, casual steps forward. Just as Dodo's fingers reached the final coordination sign of the formula, Shui flicked his form through a body flicker, appearing instantly within his guard to deliver a final, decisive kick that sent him tumbling across the stones. Dodo stared up in absolute bewilderment, his mind failing to process how his ninjutsu activation could be interrupted so effortlessly. You see, this is the most fundamental lesson of combat, Shui noted, looking down at him. When you weave hand signs against an adversary, you should at least have the tactical sense to hide your hands from my line of sight. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 129, Ancient Viruses and the Taming of Two Brothers. 17-18 words, and it is not just that your hand signs are slow. The ninjutsu of the Land of Snow requires entirely too many signs. If you truly possess talent, have you never thought about simplifying the execution formulas? You need to strengthen your taijutsu. The people of the Land of Snow naturally possess cold-resistant physiques, thick fat layers, and sturdy skeletal frames, making them exceptionally well-suited for taijutsu. You have the conditions and the aptitude, yet you remain entirely illiterate in how to leverage them. Your nation lacks too much foundational heritage. The only reason you survive is that this place is locked in ice and snow, so no major powers bother to come here. If this were a fertile land with hidden treasures, you probably wouldn't even be able to defeat the ninja of Hoshigakure from the Land of Bears. What is Hoshigakure? Kazuhana Dodo asked, a look of complete bewilderment on his face. Shui informed him calmly, it is an organization of about 1 to 200 ninja located deep within a toxic, cliff-locked valley. Their lifespans are naturally short due to their training methods. However, they possess a specialized secret inheritance called the Mysterious Peacock Method, which is exceptionally versatile, offering offensive, defensive, and flight capabilities, along with sensory utility when necessary. Dodo was completely broken by these words. It was no longer just Shui's bottomless, terrifying physical strength that overwhelmed him, but the man's vast, unfathomable reservoir of knowledge. Sensing that this was a definitive opportunity, an absolute chance to surpass his older brother, he suddenly dropped heavily to his knees and slammed his forehead against the frozen ground. Shiraki, please accept me. Please take me as your disciple and teach me how to grow strong. Shui hadn't anticipated that the younger brother of the daimyo, an elite noble by birth, would cast aside his pride so easily. However, he did not rush to agree. Instead, he casually tossed a manual detailing advanced physical conditioning and taijutsu forms toward the Boye guide he had systematically synthesized through his years of anatomical research. Train hard. When your execution baseline reaches a passing grade, perhaps I will consider taking you as a formal disciple. Shui had zero interest in acting as a traditional master, but it was necessary to give the youth a definitive goal to strive toward. Furthermore, training a local enforcer was a highly practical choice. At the very least, it would save him from having to intervene personally in every future dispute. Following this exchange, Shui returned to the main sectors of the royal palace. At that moment, the young daimyo, Kazuhana Sosetsu, was actively engaged in an intense technical discussion alongside several state researchers, huddling over blueprints for a massive steam engine. Catching sight of Shirsui's entry, Sosetsu ran over with absolute enthusiasm. "You've arrived, sir. Quick, come look at our latest mechanical blueprints, and offer us your technical critique." Indeed, a few days prior, Shirsui had shared a modest fraction of his personal scientific and ecological data. Sosetsu had been completely astonished by the concepts, nearly attempting to officially appoint him as the state's chief scientific academician. Shirsui had politely declined the superficial title, waving his hand as he maintained his persona as a simple pharmaceutical traveling merchant who merely held a conceptual grasp of mechanical logistics, lacking deep-tier expertise after all. His primary academic disciplines were biology and biochemistry, not mechanical engineering. Even so, the fragments of structural data he provided were more than enough for their needs. Thanks to his direct technical hints, the development of the state's central thermal generator had accelerated by several decades, advancing it into a functional semi-finished prototype that would soon be operational. Shirsui walked a slow circle around the prototype apparatus, evaluating its construction before offering a calm summary. "The research and engineering are excellent. However, the device is completely useless, and it will likely inflict catastrophic harm upon your environment." Sosetsu failed to comprehend the critique, asking anxiously, "Why?" "As long as the generator systematically siphons geothermal heat to melt the surrounding glaciers, won't our entire nation permanently transform into a domain of spring flowers? Do you genuinely believe that would be a beneficial outcome?" Shirsui shook his head with a mild smile, explaining the environmental variables to him. "Once the glaciers of the extreme north dissolve, it will trigger an immediate rise in global sea levels. The initial shifts will be subtle, but after decades or centuries, every low-lying coastal territory on the continent will face catastrophic flooding. Furthermore, do you assume the glaciers contain nothing but common ice? Locked beneath those deep frost layers are ancient viruses that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. The prehistoric organisms of that era may have commanded the natural biological immunity to resist those pathogens. However, after hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary divergence, the species occupying the continent today are entirely different. They possess zero biological resistance against those ancient entities. The moment those dormant viruses revive and spread across the atmosphere, the consequences will be absolutely unmitigable, triggering a continental plague of unprecedented proportions." As Shirsui delivered this technical breakdown, he couldn't help but internally criticize the logic of whoever had initially conceptualized such a device, as the premise completely violated basic geographical, historical, and biological principles. Even if the human populace of the shinobi world possessed unique constitutional traits, there were countless common civilians who could not refine chakra and suffered from chronic physical weakness and malnutrition. How could individuals with such heavily depleted physical vessels hope to survive exposure to an ancient prehistoric pathogen? To verify his scientific hypothesis, Shirsui escorted Sosetsu directly to the Frost Tundra Cave network. Following his arrival, the underground facility had been systematically expanded from its original single-layer layout down to a massive 10-tier subterranean complex. Upon reaching the 10th tier, the soil vanished entirely, replaced by absolute, ancient glacial ice. Shirsui set up a high-powered magnification microscope, directing the young daimyo to study a biological sample extracted directly from the deep ice strata. Under sub-zero conditions, the microscopic entities remained completely static. However, the moment a localized thermal current thawed the sample, the organisms immediately initiated rapid cellular division and aggressive replication. Sosetsu peered down through the lens, watching the rapid, swarming multiplication of the pathogens. His scalp went entirely numb, and his physical form involuntarily recoiled several steps in sheer horror. The moment the glaciers dissolve, these entities will be completely unleashed upon the atmosphere. It will not occur immediately across a short window, but over a prolonged duration. It is an absolute mathematical certainty, Shirsui stated flatly. My lifelong ambition, my entire field of research. Has it all been a catastrophic error? Not entirely. You can simply harvest the deep geothermal energy to function as a contained power source rather than radiating the heat outward into the atmosphere. For example, utilizing it to drive a subterranean electrical grid would be an exceptional use of the resource. This was the first time Shui seriously considered integrating the geothermal grid directly into his own subterranean palace complex, as it would effectively minimize his operational reliance on fluorescent bugs for illumination. Furthermore, command of a centralized geothermal system meant access to hot water and electrical utilities, providing a pristine, highly efficient source of clean energy that even the current land of Waterfall lacked. At this point, Sosetsu's expression grew entirely serious. Dropping his previous enthusiastic, naive demeanor, he looked directly at Shui and questioned his identity. Who exactly are you? Why do you command such an array of bizarre, advanced knowledge? And why do you possess such terrifying physical power? Shui offered another mild, relaxed smile. I am merely an independent traveling merchant who happens to admire the local scenery, traveling through your borders to take a quiet rest. I simply observed that your administration is entirely illiterate in how to efficiently govern a state. I occasionally grow annoyed watching the inefficiency, so I step forward to offer a few directives and assist you in managing the domain. Sosetsu fell into a heavy silence for several long moments before presenting the exact same question his younger brother had asked. You have traveled here to systematically annex our nation, haven't you? Since you insist on framing the situation in that manner, then let us consider it an annexation, Shui replied casually. After all, the collective combat baseline of this country was remarkably weak. It wasn't even worth deploying direct military force to subjugate them. By the arrival of the following morning, the structural hierarchy of the palace had undergone a silent, absolute transformation. The daimyo remained the sovereign head of state on paper, yet a remarkable shift had occurred. The long-standing ideological rift between the two royal brothers had completely vanished, and they were working together in absolute harmony. Concurrently, a dozen vocal cord officials who were notorious for whispering corrupting advice happened to experience tragic accidents on their journey home. Their footsteps slipped on the frozen thoroughfares, causing them to strike their heads violently against the hard, frozen earth, resulting in immediate fatalities. That exact same afternoon, the daimyo of the Land of Snow officially ratified a comprehensive state reform directive. The initial phase focused on conducting a precise national census, coupled with a total reconstruction of their urban layout. He intended to engineer a single, heavily fortified capital metropolis, systematically migrating the entire rural populace of the state into the central royal city. Given that the Land of Snow was defined by a vast, sparsely populated tundra, the entire national population combined amounted to a modest 120,000 citizens, a volume that a single, properly engineered fortress city could easily accommodate. As for how this mass unification would impact agricultural production and food security, Daimyo Kazuhana Sosetsu issued a public proclamation to the court, declaring that a premier merchant titan had stepped forward to provide an ironclad, permanent logistics guarantee for their food supplies, permanently eliminating the structural need for the citizenry to live scattered across the freezing wilderness. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 130, Industrial Architecture and Battlefield Horizons. 1641. Words. A few days after the daimyo of the Land of Snow released the official proclamation, hundreds of snow ninja scattered across a radius of several miles on the frozen plains. Some wove hand signs to execute ice-style ninjutsu, freezing and flattening the rugged tundra, while others swung iron pickaxes and shovels to clear loose gravel and ice blocks from the terrain. Further in the distance, a transport convoy composed of Land of Snow civilians utilized sleds and draft beasts to haul massive stone blocks down from the neighboring mountain ranges. Move faster. Before sunset, the entire Eastern Foundation grid must be completely leveled. Deploy 20 more workers to the west. The frost layer there is entirely too thick. Use fire style, or channel hot steam if your movements are stiff. Also, monitor your core body temperature. Anyone who sustains an injury must report directly to the medical stations immediately. Do not try to endure it. Seiji, whose lower limb injury had not yet fully mended, stood upon a temporarily erected observation platform, shouting directives through a megaphone. Although he was physically compromised, it did not impede his exceptional organizational talent. Under his systematic coordination, the mixed labor force of shinobi and civilian workers advanced the construction of the city in a highly disciplined, orderly fashion. Kazuhana Sosetsu, wrapped in a thick white fur cloak, stood beside him. Looking out over the vast tract of land spanning a 10-kilometer radius that was rapidly being cleared, a look of profound excitement flashed in his eyes. Adhering to our current operational velocity, the primary external walls of the new metropolis will achieve structural completion within 3 months. He turned his head to address Aburame Shursui, who stood beside him under his civilian guise. Shiraki, I have officially finalized the engineering blueprints for the centralized heating infrastructure you conceptualized. By utilizing specialized geothermal conduits, we can uniformly distribute thermal currents to every residential sector. Combined with double-layered insulated walls, even during the peak of our sub-zero winters, the internal temperature of the city will be securely maintained above freezing. Shursui nodded calmly, though his gaze remained fixed on the distant snow ninja laboring over the massive stone blocks. The velocity of execution is still entirely too slow. If his specialized structural earth-boring bugs could survive the natural elements of this frontier, the construction timeline of a city would be calculated in days rather than months. Unfortunately, while those specific insects could comfortably engineer modest greenhouses, applying them to a massive metropolis of this scale would result in hundreds of billions of casualties across the swarms without even successfully leveling the foundation. Consequently, Shursui had no choice but to delegate the physical construction to the daimyo of the Land of Snow, allowing the ruler to leverage his own administrative style. In truth, he had conducted genetic hybridization experiments prior to this deployment, but they had all resulted in operational failure. The new evolutionary strains he engineered by crossing frost tundra insects with structural earth-boring bugs produced building blocks composed entirely of hyperdense ice rather than durable stone. The moisture content within those blocks was far too high. The moment they encountered any localized warmth, the material would instantly dissolve, making them entirely unviable for permanent architecture. He had briefly considered constructing traditional ice domes, but evaluating the future demographics of the Land of Snow, the population would eventually include scientific minds and technicians gathered from all corners of the continent. These individuals would relocate alongside their entire families, and their baseline civilian constitutions would never survive a permanent sub-zero climate. Beside him, Sosetsu continued to study the blueprints, falling into deep thought. Adhering to your structural layout, the capacity of these ring-shaped residential complexes can easily accommodate nearly 200,000 citizens. What is the operational purpose of the surplus space for 80,000 residents? Do not overthink the current margins. A fundamental transformation of the living environment naturally accelerates demographic growth. Let the current populace occupy the spaces for now. Once your central geothermal generator reaches absolute completion, we will initiate the construction of the subterranean drainage network. Shursui paused briefly before continuing, however, building the physical infrastructure is merely the initial step. The true challenge materializes after the new capital achieves structural completion. How exactly do you intend to govern and sustain 120,000 citizens? Food logistics, water security, medical networks, educational structures, civil defense, every single sector requires capable administrators, institutional frameworks, and a vast accumulation of time. The excitement faded slightly from Sosetsu's features, replaced by a thoroughly serious demeanor. Rest your mind regarding those variables, sir. I have already systematically prepared for those contingencies. There is zero need for concern. I have already commanded a complete overhaul of our administrative hierarchy, establishing for primary state departments, civil affairs, finance, engineering, and education. Seiji is concurrently assisting me in training our initial vanguard of grassroots civil servants. The moment the new capital is finalized, every single institutional policy can be implemented immediately. Ensure the integration of a formal ninja academy as well, Shursui supplemented quietly. He intended to elaborate further on the macro strategy, but evaluating that it was entirely too early to implement those high-tier concepts, he chose to hold his tongue, leaving those determinations for a future date. That being said, despite his youth, Kazahana Sosetsu operated as an exceptionally competent and capable daimyo. He managed state logistics with such innate efficiency that Shursui could comfortably function as a detached supervisor, spending his hours deep within his subterranean vaults conducting advanced entomological research. While the foundational engineering of the Land of Snow progressed with burning intensity, the core theater of the primary continent was locked in an exceptionally brutal campaign. Early in the year 38 of the Konoha calendar, the northern border of the Land of Fire, a vanguard division of the Hidden Leaf's infiltration forces was currently deployed across the frontier. Nara Shirkato stood upon a high ridge, his brow heavily furrowed as he stared out toward the boundary stone marking the border of the Land of Waterfall, which was dimly visible in the distance. "Are you still burdened by anxiety?" the voice of Yamanaka Kawasumi echoed from behind him. "Something feels fundamentally wrong," Shirkato replied, extending a finger toward the terrain ahead. "The environment is entirely too quiet. The forces of the Land of Waterfall are explicitly aware of our vanguard's advance, yet they have executed 0 defensive deployments. This is completely unnatural. Perhaps their military numbers are depleted, forcing them to collapse their parameters and turtle inside their fortifications," an Akimichi clan member noted. The large shinobi carried a massive weapon slung across his back, though his mouth moved continuously as he consumed snacks. "You are likely overthinking the tactical variables, Shirkato. Our mobilization vanguard commands 2,000 shinobi, reinforced by 50 elite tactical squads drawn directly from our 3 clans." Shirkato shook his head firmly. Hanzo of the Salamander systematically annexed the Hidden Grass Village, and intelligence indicates he has trained a highly specialized vanguard unit. According to our primary data, they can comfortably field at least 1,000 shinobi. Though our movement velocity is exceptional, you must not forget that their forces command aerial mobility. We must maintain absolute caution. Then what do you propose? "I suspect a structural ambush is waiting for us," Shirkato murmured after a long moment of calculation. "Command the main vanguard to decelerate our advance, and instruct the scout squads to push their reconnaissance parameters another 20 miles forward." The operational directive was immediately channeled down the line. The 2,000-man division slowed its pace, advancing through the frontier with absolute caution. Shortly thereafter, the reconnaissance detachments composed of Hyuga branch members and Aburame clan scouts returned to the command post. They shook their heads uniformly, reporting 0 indicators of an enemy ambush along the advance vector. In their evaluation, the head of the Nara clan was simply being overly cautious. Was it truly that simple? Shirkato stroked his beard, a persistent instinct whispering that a critical anomaly was being overlooked. Yet, despite commanding an exceptionally high intelligence quotient, he failed to deduce exactly where the tactical calculation was flawed. "We cannot afford to delay our advance any longer," Shirkato, Kawasumi pressed seriously. "In this campaign, speed is our absolute strategic advantage. I fear that if we stall our momentum, unexpected variables will manifest on the field, potentially allowing Hanzo of the Salamander to deploy direct reinforcements to this sector." The Akimichi shinobi added between bites, "Don't we have an allied division keeping him pinned down in that theater anyway?" Kawasumi countered immediately, "I would rather place my absolute faith in the efficacy of our own clan ninjutsu than trust the operational promises of Danzo Shimura." Indeed, the commander dispatched to the Land of Grass to check the movements of Hanzo of the Salamander was none other than Danzo Shimura. Because his division operated purely as a diversionary containment force, he commanded a modest force of 1,000 shinobi. Furthermore, compared to their previous disastrous engagement, his forces had adapted intelligently, completely equipping every vanguard soldier with the latest iteration of industrial gas mask specifically engineered to neutralize the Salamander's toxic miasma. Danzo had initially attempted to pressure Tsunade into synthesizing a comprehensive antidote against the Salamander's poison before their deployment. However, Tsunade had flatly informed the command staff that the toxin was by no means a static chemical formula. Hanzo routinely modified the biological diet of his personal summon, refining a highly complex, variable compound that shifted dynamically with each passing season. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon. com/Kazama 677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 131. The Inoshika 1706 words. The 3 elite commanders fell silent, but for the sake of the mission, they ultimately chose to press forward. At that exact same moment along the border of the land of waterfall, Naruto stood upon a low-lying ridge. Positioned directly behind him was an 800-man combined division, composed of hidden waterfall shinobi and professional swordsmen. A regiment of 300 waterfall ninja, uniformly clad in deep green tactical flak jackets, stood formed into precise battle squares. Holding kunai, shuriken, and highly refined military crossbows, they kept their eyes locked on the road ahead, waiting like hunters tracking their prey. Concurrently, 500 swordsmen stood dressed in matching gray combat uniforms underneath warring states' samurai armor. Long katanas hung from their hips, military repeating crossbows or heavy longbows were slung across their backs, and dozens of operators pushed crude, heavy iron cannons forward, their dark muzzles trained squarely on the path ahead. Further in the distance, Minamichi led the 107 members, fanning out into a massive defensive crescent. A few kilometers directly in front of their positions, a dark, dense mass of hidden Leaf shinobi was advancing. As for why the Leaf's premier scouting detachments had failed to detect this massive force prior to the deployment, the credit belonged entirely to the camouflage bugs provided by Aburame Shursui. This specific variant was arguably one of the most unremarkable insects within Shursui's repository. It commanded 0 offensive capabilities and 0 defensive utility. Its singular biological purpose was absolute physical camouflage. The insects could adhere tightly to a human body, systematically masking the host's chakra signature, vital presence, and body heat, while dynamically shifting their color patterns to blend the soldier completely into the surrounding terrain. Their singular operational limitation was that they required absolute stillness. The slightest movement would instantly compromise the disguise. Consequently, the hidden soldiers had remained locked in position for several days without moving an inch. Had they not been enhanced human shinobi, their bodies would have collapsed under the strain long ago. These unique organisms had initially been engineered utilizing the tissue harvested from those first 2 white Zetsu specimens, and the advanced camouflage surveillance bugs used later across the provinces were simply specialized submutations of this exact strain. The vanguard has entered our zone. Prepare to engage. Naruto kept his eyes fixed on the approaching column. The moment the main body of the Leaf Division crossed into their kill zone, they launched a simultaneous strike. In an instant, an array of elemental ninjutsu and physical projectiles tore through the sky, with the localized destruction from the crude cannons reinforced by exploding tags yielding spectacular results. A sequence of massive detonations ripped through the terrain. The leading edge of the Leaf's marching column was violently torn apart, sending dozens of vanguard shinobi flying through the air as hundreds more were caught in the immediate shockwaves. Following the initial blast, countless figures materialized along the parallel ridges, not ninja, but heavily armored samurai wielding highly unusual weapon tubes. They leveled the short barrels and pulled their triggers, launching a rapid volley of screaming fireballs that rained precisely into the center of the Leaf's formations. These crude, locally manufactured firearms lacked impressive range, but they more than compensated for it with sheer volume. Fire style, fireball technique, a Leaf shinobi shouted in terror, before noting a critical anomaly. The individual destructive yield of those incoming fireballs was vastly inferior to genuine fire-style ninjutsu, yet they were fired with incredible velocity and in overwhelming numbers. It's artillery fire. Naruto Kato realized instantly, his voice slicing through the chaos. Disperse. Do not bunch up. Before his orders could be executed, the secondary salvo tore through the air, accompanied by a dense hail of heavy crossbow bolts. Screams of agony echoed across the field as casualties mounted. Inoshikacho formed the vanguard array, the large Akimichi shinobi roared. His physical frame expanded exponentially as he swung a massive broad blade to create a protective barrier at the front of the line. Naruto Kato and Yamanaka Kawasumi closed in rapidly, the 3 commanders standing back-to-back as their specialized shadow possession and mind transfer formulas were primed for execution. Yet, the enemy refused to grant them a tactical window. A dark silhouette plummeted down from the sky, landing heavily on the stones directly in front of the three leaders. The newcomer was wrapped in a loose black cloak, 8 reddish-yellow tendrils extending from his back. Through the advanced application of earth spear hardening, these tendrils had been transformed into hyperdense, lethal lances. This was the earth grudge fear, yet it was entirely distinct from the black thread matrix utilized by Kakuzu. Naoto of the Hidden Waterfall, he stated flatly. I have long respected the reputation of the Inoshikacho trio. Today, I have traveled here to personally evaluate your prowess. Shikato's mind reeled. He had never anticipated an ambush could be engineered at such close quarters, let alone that their elite scouting units would fail to detect it. What manner of camouflage could possibly achieve this level of absolute concealment? His intellect worked at high velocity, and he immediately attempted to implement a diplomatic stalling tactic to de-escalate the immediate clash. Shinobi of the Waterfall. Our Vanguard Division has traveled here purely to investigate the strategic implications of your recent alliance with the Rain and Grass provinces. Lord Hokage has issued an explicit decree. Should your village choose to dissolve the pact and withdraw from the three-nation coalition, the Hidden Leaf will permanently guarantee the sovereignty and security of the land of Waterfall. Why choose to align your destiny with rebel nations and march toward absolute destruction? Yet, Naoto possessed zero desire to grant him a platform for rhetoric. Save your breath. Naoto raised his hand, and the hardened tendrils forming his lances elongated exponentially, transforming into an endless swarm of piercing arrows that erupted forward. The Akimichi commander swung his massive blade to intercept the strike. As the hardened tendrils collided with the giant weapon, a sharp, metallic screech rang across the courtyard. The large shinobi felt a wave of internal shock. The absolute hardness of those threads far exceeded his technical expectations. Multi-size technique, colossal arm. The Akimichi's left arm ballooned to immense proportions, bringing a massive palm strike crashing down toward Naoto. The resulting shockwave shattered the surrounding earth, yet Naoto's form flickered seamlessly, vanishing from the point of impact. Earth-style, headhunter technique. The ground beneath the Akimichi's boots caved in without warning, and a cluster of pale tendrils erupted from the broken soil, wrapping securely around his ankle to drag him down into the earth. His tactical instincts were remarkably sharp. He slammed his opposite foot violently into the bedrock, utilizing his partial multi-size technique to shatter the surrounding ground and propel his entire body up into the air. Yet, the exact moment he took flight, Naoto materialized directly behind him. Water-style, water-severing wave. A hyperpressurized stream of water erupted from Naoto's mouth, sweeping through the air like a razor-sharp blade. The large Akimichi shinobi twisted his torso desperately to minimize the damage, but the pressurized stream sliced cleanly across his left arm. Blood sprayed across the stones as the arm, even under the dense muscle matrix of the multi-size technique, was effortlessly severed. A single exchange of blows was all it took for one of their primary combatants to lose an arm. Yamanaka Kawasumi moved instantly, unleashing his mind transfer technique, as a spike of raw spiritual energy shot straight toward Naoto. However, the exact instant his consciousness breached Naoto's mental defenses, he collided with a genuinely terrifying presence. On the surface, the man's spiritual landscape appeared entirely calm and orderly, yet the moment that outer facade was breached, the core of his consciousness revealed a domain of absolute, feral madness. It was an environment saturated with chaotic bloodlust, slaughter, and an accumulation of dark, negative emotional energy that felt entirely inhuman. Kawasumi's mental energy plunged directly into this psychological abyss, causing him to let out a horrific scream, as his consciousness was violently repelled. Blood erupted from Kawasumi's eyes, nose, and mouth. Fortunately, due to his distance from the immediate melee, his clan members managed to quickly drag his limp form to the rear. However, his spiritual energy had sustained severe trauma, rendering him entirely incapable of executing ninjutsu for the foreseeable future. What manner of monster are you? Shirkato demanded, horror bleeding into his voice. Naoto's expression remained entirely frozen. I am no monster. I am the shield that preserves the land of Waterfall. Any invader who seeks to violate our sovereign soil will have to march over my corpse. Shukato was thoroughly shaken. He had estimated that the combined coordination of their trio would allow them to match this adversary, yet he never anticipated that the baseline disparity in power would be this vast. Even as he spoke, he channeled every ounce of his remaining focus into his shadow possession technique, his shadow stretching across the ground at extreme speed to bind with Naoto's silhouette. Naoto glanced down at the shifting dark lines, his expression remaining completely unbothered. He made zero effort to evade the vector, instead taking a deliberate step forward. Shadow possession successful. A flash of relief washed over Shukato, but his expression instantly morphed into absolute terror. He had successfully anchored Naoto's physical form, yet the sheer physical strength and raw chakra mass his adversary commanded were so overwhelming that Naoto was actually pulling the shadow along with him, advancing toward him step by step. How is this mathematically possible? Your shadow possession is undeniably precise, Naoto noted calmly, continuing his steady advance toward the commander. Unfortunately, my total chakra volume exceeds yours by dozens of times, and its density is several times greater. My master once noted that when confronted by absolute volume and superior quality, any technique unless it operates on the fundamental laws of reality is nothing more than a paper tiger. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 132, The Tragic Valor of the Akimichi Clan. 1766 words. With a colossal explosion, Naoto slammed his feet violently into the earth. As the bedrock beneath him shattered into fragments, his body launched forward like a physical cannonball. He leveled a heavy punch, slamming it squarely into Shukato, who was still entirely immobilized by the residual strain of his own shadow technique. The absolute force of the impact tore the Nara commander's vessel apart, sending blood spraying across the stones. The large Akimichi shinobi roared. Forcing his mind past the agonizing torment of his severed left arm, he reached into his tactical pouch, extracted the 3 colored secret pills, and shoved them into his mouth. The moment the chemical compounds dissolved within his system, the Akimichi's physical frame ballooned once more. This was no longer a standard multi-size amplification. It was the absolute liberation of his biological potential, the butterfly mode. Massive wings composed of dense chakra unfurled from his back, transforming his physical form into a formidable half-human, half-butterfly hybrid. His eyes burned crimson, his vital aura instantly skyrocketing by several orders of magnitude. Naoto, prepare to die. He brought a massive fist crashing down, the sheer atmospheric pressure of the strike flattening every tree, stone, and blade of grass within 100-meter radius. Naoto raised his arms to construct a defensive barrier, his white tendrils rapidly weaving together to form a heavy shield, yet the absolute force of the punch smashed the structure into splinters. The residual momentum texturally shifted the terrain, blowing Naoto back dozens of meters as his boots plowed 2 deep trenches through the soil. Intriguing, Naoto noted, wiping a smear of blood from his lips. So this is the premier secret inheritance of the Akimichi clan. Unfortunately, your physical vessel cannot sustain this output for long. His tactical assessment was entirely correct. The Akimichi commander's left arm had already been cleanly severed, and the intense vascular pressure triggered by the secret medicine caused his closed arterial wounds to burst open once more, sending blood pooling rapidly onto the earth. Yet, he refused to retreat a single inch. Instead, he channeled his remaining strength to roar toward the rear lines, break off the engagement. Fall back immediately, we have lost this battle. From the distant ranks, Kawasumi cried out, Fatty. The Akimichi commander cast a final, fleeting glance over his shoulder, offering a grim smile. Get Kawasumi out of here. I will hold the line. Every remaining member of the Akimichi clan, consume the pills immediately and anchor this adversary. The moment the command left his lips, he charged back toward Naoto. In that critical window, the Akimichi clan demonstrated the absolute unity and martial honor that defined the trio. The 30 surviving Akimichi masters on the field swallowed their secret medicines in unison, their chakra wings unfurling as they systematically activated the butterfly mode. This was by no means a counteroffensive. Their singular objective was to delay the waterfall swordsmen, and the uniquely resilient, hyperdense enforcers of the hidden waterfall for as long as biologically possible. The remaining Leaf forces, now numbering fewer than 1,000 shinobi, gathered their heavily wounded casualties, and initiated a rapid retreat toward the Land of Fire borders. They understood with absolute clarity that when confronted by a top-tier powerhouse, superior numbers were entirely irrelevant. Their attacks could not breach the enemy's defensive thresholds, and staying behind meant systematic annihilation. While the Akimichi commander possessed the physical conditioning to endure the massive strain of the technique, the standard clan ninja lacked his baseline durability. Ultimately, it required the collective sacrifice of all 30 butterfly-transformed Akimichi masters to successfully anchor Naruto's movements. However, the artillery squads of the Total Sword Sect, and the dynamic vanguard of the Waterfall Swordsmen maintained a relentless pursuit. Minamichi spearheaded the vanguard, his movement velocity exceptionally high. Following his previous life-and-death encounters, the execution of his blade style had grown noticeably sharper. At this stage in his development, his singular limitation was his inability to seamlessly synthesize his complete swordsmanship repository with his internal spiritual intent. Once that spiritual evolution achieved completion, his mental energy would undergo a total transformation, lifting his chakra density and quality to a completely different tier. Moving past that milestone, he would simply need to acquire a few utility ninjutsu formulas to patch his auxiliary tactical blind spots, allowing him to comfortably contest the true powerhouses of the shinobi world. Unfortunately, he had to chart this path entirely on his own. Although Shisui possessed an array of external biological enhancements, none were compatible with the purity of his blade style, meaning the swordsman faced a long, arduous process of refinement. He might achieve an instantaneous epiphany, grasping the absolute intent of the blade to advance his position, or he might remain permanently locked behind this threshold for the rest of his life, unable to cross the boundary. Shinobi of the Leaf, does your grand heritage amount to nothing more than running away? Right then, a colossal silhouette plummeted directly out of the sky, cutting off the vanguard's line of retreat. The newcomer was an elderly man. Though he had not yet reached his 50th year, his hair was already heavily streaked with silver. He was a direct disciple of the second Hokage, and the preeminent powerhouse of the previous Inoshikacho generation Akimichi Torafu. Following the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, his physical vessel had sustained irreversible structural damage, prompting him to retire from active duty to preserve his remaining years. However, his longtime comrade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was currently attempting to establish a formalized elder council. Hiruzen had personally approached him, offering a definitive seat on the council to the Akimichi clan as a strategic incentive. In practical terms, this was an official leadership position granted to the three clans as a unified political bloc. He had initially possessed zero intention of participating in this frontier campaign. Yet, because he had watched those three children grow from infancy, he had quietly trailed behind the marching column, intending to offer emergency intervention should a catastrophic variable manifest on the field. The immediate reality proved his calculation entirely correct. When exactly did the Land of Waterfall produce a swordsman of your caliber? Torafu noted that his presence was exceptionally stable. With a single, casual sweep of his palm, the resulting air pressure sent dozens of pursuing ninja and swordsmen tumbling backward through the dirt. The remaining pursuit squads attempted to press forward, but Minamichi extended his hand to check their movement. Gripping his blade with both hands, his eyes remained locked on the elderly commander as he barked, "Fall back." A powerhouse of this caliber is not an adversary you can hope to contest. You possess a commendable degree of martial courage, Torafu evaluated calmly. However, the weight of your blade is still far too light to sever my life force. Akimichi style, butterfly liberation. Astonishingly, without relying on the chemical catalysts of the three-colored secret pills, this veteran predecessor who was 2 years senior to Hiruzen Sarutobi activated the butterfly mode through sheer internal chakra control. His massive, bulky frame began to rapidly compress, his originally stocky build transforming into a lean, exceptionally dense muscular matrix. Within a brief sequence of breaths, the elderly man shifted from a heavy, portly figure into a highly coordinated, combat-ready enforcer. Combined with the massive chakra wings extending from his back, the visual presence of this 50-year-old veteran was by no means inferior to any combatant on the field. "I have not deployed my full strength in over a decade," Torafu stated, his voice echoing across the frontier. "Today, I shall expend my remaining reserves to evaluate the prowess of you younger generations, ensuring you understand that the Hidden Leaf still commands individuals capable of holding the line." Butterfly mode, colossal strength punch. Torafu's physical form vaulted forward with velocity that mimicked instantaneous teleportation, unleashing a direct, brutal punch aimed squarely at Minamichi's face. Minamichi had no choice but to bring his blade up horizontally to intercept the trajectory. Yet, the moment the fist collided with the steel, a violent resonance vibrated through the weapon, nearly shattering the blade completely. Following the initial clash, the veteran's striking velocity reached extreme parameters, filling the air with an endless web of residual afterimages. Minamichi forced his numb hands to desperately maintain a defensive perimeter, his boots constantly sliding backward across the dirt under the sheer weight of the momentum. Within a brief window, the skin across his palm split apart, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, a heavy strike broke through his guard, slamming squarely into his sternum, and launching him dozens of paces backward, his boots plowing a long furrow into the earth. He spat a dense mouthful of blood, using his single blade to prop up his trembling body. The structural reality was grim. His sternum had been shattered by the impact, resulting in a severe fracture matrix. Multiple bone fragments had penetrated deep into his lung tissue, and he was currently maintaining his consciousness through sheer willpower. Even so, he could feel his internal understanding shifting. He was on the absolute precipice of fully mastering the core essence of his blade style. If he were simply granted a modest window of time, if he could just endure this pressure for a fraction longer. His vision began to blur into absolute darkness, his mind forcing his eyelids to remain open through sheer determination. Right then, a calm voice echoed from the surrounding fog. "You are an exceptional youth, but your journey concludes here." Following the words, a violent gust of wind heralded an incoming fist. "Is this the definitive conclusion of my path? Is my journey destined to terminate upon this frontier?" Minamichi's eyes closed completely, a wave of profound internal frustration washing over his consciousness. He was explicitly aware that he stood an inch away from breaching the absolute ceiling of his swordsmanship. He refused to accept this outcome. Unfortunately, he was not the protagonist of this world. His mastery of the blade had consistently progressed through steady, methodical labor, and his physical strength followed the exact same structured baseline. He had never experienced an instantaneous, miraculous awakening in his life. He had commanded no such anomalies in his past training, and he commanded none now on the absolute brink of death. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 133, Minamichi, the unvictorious god of war. 1542 words. However, just as he believed his life was reaching its final breath, a pair of short scythes suddenly flashed before his eyes, blocking the oncoming fist. The individual who intervened possessed slightly less raw physical power than Torafu, yet his technical precision was flawless. He successfully deflected the lethal trajectory, while simultaneously executing a double kick that sent Akimichi Torafu reeling back. "Young man, your blade is exceptional, but your fundamentals are still far too weak." Minamichi forced his blurred eyes open, catching sight of a towering, muscular figure standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, his face concealed beneath a specialized breathing mask. The supreme military commander of their alliance, Hanzo of the Salamander, had arrived on the field. "Still alive?" Minamichi muttered before completely losing consciousness. True to form, in this absolute clash of blades, he had been defeated yet again. He could still vividly recall the last individual who had bested him with a single, absolute stroke, a shinobi named Tsukumo Hitaki. He passed out. Still, surviving such horrific internal trauma is nothing short of a miracle, Hanzo remarked over his shoulder, instantly dismissing the unconscious swordsman to focus entirely on the primary adversary before him. Akimichi Torafu. I never anticipated that an old fossil like you would still command this level of military power. I am merely carving out a path of survival for the younger generations, Torafu noted, a sense of quiet relief washing over him as he watched the distant, retreating figures of the Leaf Shinobi. However, catching sight of the 30 Akimichi masters being systematically cut down one by one, a profound wave of sorrow gripped his heart. We are the shinobi of the leaf, bound by an unyielding conviction. Where the tree leaves dance, divine fire shall burn ever brighter. Torafu's gaze hardened with absolute resolve. Having completely cast aside all thoughts of survival, he channeled his remaining vitality to launch a ferocious, rapid offensive. He was explicitly burning every ounce of his flesh and chakra not to secure a victory, but to release his final, absolute brilliance at the twilight of his life. Come then. The two powerhouses clashed once more. In this final exchange, Hanzo bypassed the deployment of ninjutsu and toxic miasmas, relying purely on his specialized bladesmanship and taijutsu to accord the veteran the ultimate respect a seasoned shinobi deserved. Half a minute later, Torafu's physical reserves completely failed him, and his head was cleanly severed by a swift stroke of Hanzo's scythe. Hanzo turned smoothly, sliding his weapon back into its sheath. Torafu's muscular frame remained standing tall upon the bedrock, refusing to collapse until a violent gust of wind finally swept across the frontier, toppling the vessel onto the earth. In his final moments, his thoughts likely drifted toward his old comrade, Hiruzen. I have burned myself down to the absolute ash. I did everything within my power. Our Akimichi clan has unquestionably secured its seat on the council, hasn't it? Furthermore, Danzo Shimura remains as completely unreliable as ever, failing to contain his targets, allowing them to breach the perimeter. Concurrently, across the opposite flank of the melee, Naruto systematically executed the last remaining Akimichi masters. With the conclusion of the engagement, a heavy silence settled over the frontier. Both factions had sustained definitive casualties. More than 1,000 corpses lay scattered across a radius of several miles, some completely vaporized by artillery, others charred black by fire, multiple soldiers decapitated, pierced by countless kunai, or severed cleanly at the waist. Severed limbs and broken steel littered the entire terrain. The ninja and swordsmen of the hidden waterfall immediately initiated field triage for their wounded, while systematically executing any surviving leaf shinobi who attempted to play dead. They gathered the enemy casualties, sealing the remains into storage scrolls. In all probability, the deep vaults of the insect nest would function as their ultimate resting place. Right then, Kakuzu emerged from the foliage alongside his detachment, arriving noticeably late to the scene. Glancing down at the unconscious Minamichi, he let out a dry laugh. What exactly happened to him this time? Hanzo glanced down at the wounded swordsman, noting flatly, his sternum was entirely shattered by a direct punch. He is on the absolute brink of death, and our forward division lacks a dedicated medical specialist. What a coincidence. While I do not operate as a traditional medical ninja, my independent research into human anatomy is remarkably thorough. Furthermore, I am intimately familiar with the structural parameters of his vessel. Leave him to me. Kakuzu retrieved Minamichi's fallen blade, using the steel to slice open his thoracic cavity. Utilizing his specialized black threads, he systematically bound the fractured bone fragments and repaired the punctured lung tissue. Once the internal infrastructure was secured, he stitched the chest closed, pried open the swordsman's jaws to pour a vial of dense nutrient fluid down his throat, and administered a direct injection of a potent stimulant. By tomorrow afternoon, he will be up and running around as usual. Moving past the swordsman, he walked over to the corpse of Akimichi Torafu. He intended to harvest the veteran's heart, yet the moment he extracted the organ, he shook his head in profound disappointment. What a waste! A shinobi of this caliber, yet his heart tissue is entirely burned out from the technique. It is completely useless for my purposes. In truth, Torafu did not naturally command the baseline attributes of an elite Kage-level powerhouse. Due to his lingering historical injuries, his standard output usually hovered around the parameters of a common jonin. It was a remarkable feat that, upon the precipice of death, he had managed to hold the line independently, checking the movements of 3 separate waterfall powerhouses simultaneously. You should have arrived on the field much earlier. Why did you hold back your division? Naruto questioned as he stepped forward. Kakuzu countered smoothly, do not talk nonsense. When your main bodies initially collided, my detachment was still several miles away. Though his words were calm, he casually tossed 2 pale, white corpses onto the dirt. A moment ago, these exact entities attempted to establish contact with me, demanding a detailed breakdown of the tactical parameters and specific outcomes of this engagement. I evaluated that their mental faculties were severely compromised, so I neutralized them on the spot. It was only after checking their anatomy that I noted they completely lacked internal organs. These must be the white Zetsu specimens the master specified, Naruto noted, studying the pale organisms. Master previously stated that once we undergo systematic refinement via the body tempering pills, these creatures instinctively perceive our presence as part of their own collective. Hanzo looked at the 2 pale figures, his brow furrowing in genuine confusion for the first time. White Zetsu. The shinobi world actually contains organisms of this nature. Naturally. The continent is vast, and bizarre anomalies manifest across every province, Kakuzu laughed, casually sealing the 2 specimens back into his storage space. After all, these were high-value materials. The moment Aburame Shursui returned to the base, these assets could be processed into specialized medicinal compounds, further accelerating the biological refinement of his own vessel. Once his transformation had achieved completion, the 5 distinct hearts integrated into his torso could perceive the unique spiritual impressions within them with absolute clarity. Meanwhile, along the escape vector of the retreating leaf forces, Yamanaka Kawasumi slowly regained consciousness. Surveying the battered, broken remnants of his division, his voice trembled as he questioned, "What is our current status?" "Commander, our offensive has collapsed into absolute failure. The Akimichi detachment has been entirely wiped out on the field. Out of the 3 clan leaders who spearheaded this vanguard, you are the singular survivor. Sir, what are our immediate directives?" Hearing the grim report, a mouthful of blood erupted from Kawasumi's lips. Before slipping back into unconsciousness, he managed a final, strained command, "Return to the leaf." That exact same evening, the intelligence detailing the total defeat of the Inoshikacho vanguard reached the Hidden Leaf headquarters. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared down at the document confirming the death of his old comrade, a deep bitterness washing over his features. "Torifu. I never anticipated that your journey would conclude upon that frontier." Yudatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, seated on either side of the desk, remained completely silent, refusing to offer any words of comfort. Everyone within the upper hierarchy understood the exact variables that had triggered Torifu's demise. Given his compromised physical vessel, he commanded the capacity to deploy his full strength exactly once before collapse. He had chosen to march to his death purely because of the leverage surrounding that single seat on the proposed Elder Council. In their evaluation, the men leading their village had grown entirely unrecognizable. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they, too, were dispatched to die upon some distant battlefield. Hiruzen, recall the remaining forces immediately. Any vanguard division dispatched by the Leaf must be anchored by a top-tier powerhouse. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 134. Anoki seizes the strategic axis. 1777 words. Meanwhile, upon receiving intelligence that the Hidden Leaf's forces had once again returned in absolute defeat, Anoki nearly leaped into the air with pure joy. An opportunity. This was a rare, defining opportunity. At present, the premier powerhouses of the continent were entirely tied down within the land of Waterfall, yet Danzo Shimura inexplicably chose to maintain a passive, watchful stance. If the Hidden Stone deployed their forces at this exact moment, leveraging a passage through the frontier to strike the Land of Fire, they could comfortably annex a massive portion of the land of grass's territory even if they failed to secure substantial gains from the leaf itself. Anoki walked a slow circle with his hands tucked behind his back, his sharp intellect calculating the variables until he concluded that this was an absolute win-win scenario. If they could utilize this movement as a springboard to launch a direct invasion into the Land of Fire, the outcome would be even more exceptional, especially since the Hidden Leaf's military infrastructure had currently been depleted to its absolute limits. He was entirely confident that the moment he initiated a strategic deployment, that reckless brute, the Third Raikage, would immediately follow suit to join the fray. As for the remaining Land of Wind and Land of Water, one had completely locked its borders from the world, nearly driving its own infrastructure into a state of crippled isolation. The other commanded a total active shinobi roster that failed to even breach 5,000, with a baseline count of top-tier powerhouses that couldn't hope to match the three-nation coalition. They had thoroughly disgraced the reputation of the 5 great nations. Given their pathetic operational baselines, those 2 states should consider themselves exceptionally blessed if external powers simply chose not to invade them. Mobilize. We must deploy our vanguard immediately. Anoki's command structure executed the directive with extreme velocity. After all, long before the initial outbreak of hostilities, their main army had already achieved total readiness. They were waiting for his definitive signal. His eldest son, Kitsuchi, spearheaded this campaign. Although the 19-year-old had operated as a formal jonin for 3 consecutive years, he had yet to achieve any remarkable military breakthroughs. To ascend as the 4th Tsuchikage, his current physical strength, operational achievements, and performance indicators across all sectors remained entirely insufficient. Anoki had admittedly indulged a modest degree of personal bias by appointing him to lead this vanguard division. In truth, the underlying reality was simply that the Hidden Stone village suffered from a severe lack of elite leadership talent, excluding their 2 Jinchuriki, of course. A Jinchuriki could never be permitted to function as a village kage. With the directive finalized, Kitsuchi led a massive division of 2,000 stone ninja, marching across the barren plains in a formidable column. Positioned near the center of the marching formation, a 15-year-old youth kept casting curious glances at the surrounding terrain. The boy was named Han, having only recently been engineered into the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, leaving him entirely illiterate regarding the brutal realities of open warfare. Anoki had assigned him to this deployment for 2 specific reasons. First, to accumulate actual field experience, and second, to systematically evaluate a Jinchuriki's combat efficacy under real battlefield conditions. As for Rashi, that stubborn old man routinely refused to obey official directives, insisting on remaining isolated within the village boundaries. Naturally, Han maintained his own internal philosophy regarding the deployment. Following his transformation into a Jinchuriki, every single one of his childhood companions had isolated themselves from him. Yet, by his logic, shouldn't the civilian populace be praising him as a national hero? In this campaign, he intended to utilize the battlefield to definitively prove his heroic worth. His ideology was remarkably simple. He merely desired the populace of the Hidden Stone to accept his presence. Han scratched his head, turning toward the commander. Uncle Kitsuchi, why is the land of grass completely deserted? Where exactly is the enemy hiding? Kitsuchi cast a sharp glare over his shoulder. I am exactly 4 years older than you. You are explicitly forbidden from addressing me as uncle. Han muttered under his breath in a low whisper, but your features look entirely ancient. Kitsuchi chose to ignore the comment. In reality, Han commanded a massive, imposing physical stature that looked nothing like a standard youth, meaning his own visual baseline wasn't much better. The 2 individuals continued to exchange mutual looks of annoyance. Suddenly, a tiny silhouette materialized along the path directly ahead of their column. It was a young girl who appeared to be roughly 7 or 8 years of age, dressed in exceptionally simple garments. She stood squarely in the center of the thoroughfare, silently watching their approach. Staring at her vibrant red hair, her identity was unmistakably Sharingu Uzumaki. Kitsuchi raised his hand, commanding the entire column to halt its advance. That isn't a grass ninja squad, it's a little girl. Han blinked in absolute confusion, scratching his head as he questioned, don't tell me our primary adversary is just her. Kitsuchi's brow furrowed heavily. Operating as an elite stone jonin, his sensory attributes were highly refined, yet he failed to detect a single anomalous trait from the young girl. As for her total chakra mass, the physical distance separating the two parties spanned roughly 700 to 800 meters, a parameter that exceeded the tracking limits of their division's standard sensory ninja. He refrained from issuing an immediate battle alert, yet he maintained absolute caution. Ninja of the Grass Province ahead, he projected his voice loudly across the plain. Our division has traveled here purely to secure transit negotiations, intending to launch a unified strike against the Land of Fire. Vacate the thoroughfare immediately, or instruct your primary authority to step forward and speak with us. Shiringu offered zero verbal response. Instead, she slowly and methodically began to coordinate her fingers into hand signs. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Her lips moved silently as she recalled the formulas, executing each individual coordination with textbook precision. Han watched the sequence with absolute bewilderment. What exactly is her objective? Hand signs. Can a technique even reach our perimeter from that distance? The space separating them was indeed vast. Spanning at least 700 to 800 meters, even a standard kunai throw would stall out completely. What manner of ninjutsu could possibly command a structural area of effect across that distance? Yet, Kitsuchi's expression morphed instantly as he recognized the specific coordination formula, the summoning technique. An anomaly. Intercept her immediately. Before the command could be executed by the forward squads, Shiringu finalized her final sign. Biting her fingertip to draw blood, she slammed both palms violently onto the earth. Summoning technique, Seven Tails. A colossal cloud of white smoke erupted into the sky, revealing a massive entity before the stunned division. The Seven Tails, Chomei. Command of 6 armored wings and a single, dominant tail, its entire physical form radiating a pale, greenish hue. Shiringu vaulted smoothly onto the creature's back, and with a violent sweep of its wings, Chomei launched itself straight up into the high atmosphere. Catastrophe. It's a tailed beast. Kitsuchi realized the sheer scale of the threat, roaring at the top of his lungs, disperse. Break formations and disperse immediately. But their reaction velocity failed to match the reality. Shiringu patted the massive armored head of the Seven Tails, her hands trembling slightly as she commanded, Chomei, deploy a tailed beast bomb against those targets below. The Seven Tails replied instantly, understood. Within a brief sequence of breaths, a dense, purple-black sphere of hypercompressed chakra rapidly materialized before its jaws. Han stared up at the expanding sphere of absolute energy, his mental faculties grinding to a complete halt. What kind of power is that? The tailed beast bomb plummeted out of the sky, its point of impact locking precisely onto the center of the stone's marching column. Earth-style, sandwich technique. Kitsuchi and several elite jonin channeled every ounce of their remaining chakra to execute their highest-tier Earth-style defenses. Massive, thick slabs of solid bedrock erupted from the terrain, attempting to absorb the kinetic shockwave of the detonation. However, the destructive yield of a tailed beast bomb far exceeded their structural calculations. The defensive walls shattered layer by layer like common glass, and the resulting shockwave swept across the plain, vaporizing countless ninja within the immediate blast radius. As the dense columns of smoke and debris finally dispersed, the original division of 2,000 shinobi had been decimated, leaving fewer than 1,000 soldiers standing. A massive crater spanning several hundred meters in diameter scarred the center of the valley, with severed limbs and shattered armor littered across the plain. Kitsuchi dragged his battered frame out from a pile of loose stone, his face caked in ash and a trickle of blood seeping from his lip. He lifted his gaze toward the sky. The Seven Tails was carving a slow circle directly overhead, with the tiny silhouette of the young girl securely anchored upon its back. At that exact moment, a secondary tailed beast bomb began to condense before its jaws. Fall back immediately. Moving past his administrative duties, he spun around and initiated a rapid retreat, completely abandoning any attempt to reform the line. Across the shattered field, the majority of the surviving stone ninja focused entirely on scattering in all directions to minimize their chances of being targeted. Only Han remained standing, frozen on the stones, his pupils contracting violently as he surveyed the absolute carnage surrounding him. All of this destruction was inflicted by a single enemy. He murmured under his breath, and the dormant chakra of the five tails within his vessel began to surge past his conscious control. Maintain your focus. Kitsuchi screamed from a distance. But his intervention arrived entirely too late. Lacking any prior exposure to the absolute psychological trauma of a frontline meat grinder, the youth's mental stability fractured instantly. Han's eyes morphed into feral, reptilian slits as a crimson shroud of boiling chakra erupted across his skin. One tail, two tails. 5 distinct tails erupted from his spine. The 5 tails, Kokuo complete Jinchuriki transformation. The colossal form of the transformed Jinchuriki unleashed a deafening shriek toward the sky, his entire vessel wrapped in a boiling matrix of dense chakra, as he bellowed at the entity hovering above. 7 tails. Are you deliberately provoking my authority? The story is already written. Waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 135, A Brief Disruption Against Inoki. 1755 words. However, the 7 tails simply gave its wings a gentle sweep, rising even higher into the sky far beyond the reach of the 5 tails' attacks. Unable to fly, the 5 tails could do nothing but unleash impotent roars and angry bellows from the ground below. The heavy roars essentially translated to, "Get down here if you have the guts." Standing upon Komiai's back, Shiringu Uzumaki looked down at the furious behemoth, and noted in a small voice, 7 tails, it seems exceptionally angry. The 7 tails spoke in the human tongue. He only recently became a Jinchuriki, and cannot control his emotions. Shall we engage? Shiringu hesitated briefly. Although she had undergone intense physical training, she had never truly killed anyone before. She hadn't even dared to look down at the horrific aftermath of that initial tailed beast bomb. Let's fight, she muttered, biting her lip. Master said that if enemies invade our territory, we must strike them down. The 7 tails offered no further words. It nosedived sharply, only pulling back up into the sky the exact moment the adversary leaped up to claw at it. Sensing the deliberate provocation, the 5 tails began to condense a tailed beast bomb within its jaws. But before it could unleash the sphere, the 7 tails interrupted the process midway with a precisely aimed, miniature-tailed beast bomb. The resulting detonation exploded right inside the creature's mouth, nearly shattering its jaw. Ha ha ha, how remarkably foolish. You cannot even control the baseline proportions of a tailed beast bomb. Kokuo, it appears you have made zero progress over all these years. Chomei, who exactly gave you the courage to speak to me that way? Kokuo roared in fury. Planting its forelimbs firmly into the earth, the massive horn atop its head lunged straight up toward the heavens. Just as the horn was on the precipice of skewering its target, the 7 tails twisted its form midair, using its massive tail to brutally swat the beast down into the dirt. The colossal entity slammed heavily onto the plains, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Concurrently, a secondary tailed beast bomb condensed before the 7 tails' jaws, aimed squarely at the terrain below. I am finished playing around. I shall grant you your freedom. I will see you again following your resurrection 3 years from now. You bastard. The 5 tails opened its jaws wide, unleashing its own tailed beast bomb to intercept the trajectory. The 2 hypercompressed spheres collided midair, erupting with a deafening resonance. Watching an absolute clash of this magnitude from a distance, the scattered ninja could do nothing but stare in frozen shock. Immediately following the shockwave, the 5 tails vaulted upward once more, and the 2-tailed beasts locked into a brutal melee across the barren plains. While the 5 tails commanded immense raw physical power, its lack of flight forced it to rely entirely on leaping and roaring from the ground, repeatedly throwing itself toward the airborne 7 tails. The 7 tails leveraged its absolute aerial advantage seamlessly, dodging every single lunging trajectory while systematically retaliating with precise tailed beast bombs, claws, and fangs. The engagement persisted for half an hour until the Five Tails' chakra reserves began to sharply decline. After all, Han had only recently been engineered into a Jinchuriki, making it impossible for his mind to sustain complete tailed beast for an extended duration. With a final tailed beast bomb slamming directly into its torso, the Five Tails was blasted off its feet, its body caked in severe wounds. Finally reaching its absolute limit, the crimson shroud dissolved into thin air, revealing Han's unconscious form lying upon the stones. The Seven Tails descended slowly toward the ground. Standing a short distance away, Karen looked down at the unconscious youth, and acting entirely on instinct, extended her arms. Adamantine attacking chains. Golden chakra chains erupted from her back, stretching across the dirt to bind Han's physical frame. She vividly recalled her master noting that securing an enemy village's Jinchuriki would count as an exceptional military achievement. However, the exact instant the chains made contact with Han's uniform, the ground caved inward as a massive earth wall erupted from the bedrock, shielding the boy from view. Earth style, sandwich technique. Kitsuchi arrived on the scene alongside a dedicated sealing squad, desperately snatching Han back into their parameters. Watching their retreating figures as they initiated a rapid withdrawal, Sharingas's brow furrowed, torn on whether she should pursue the targets. Shall we give chase? They are attempting to escape. Let's pursue them. The moment the words left her lips, just as she was about to command the Seven Tails to resume the offensive, her mind's eye of the Kagura suddenly picked up an intense wave of incoming crisis. A short distance away, an exceptionally massive chakra signature was closing in on their coordinates at extreme velocity. The Seven Tails simultaneously swept its wings back, executing an instantaneous retreat as it barked a sharp warning, danger. Right then, a silhouette zipped through the high atmosphere, its physical frame remarkably small yet radiating an absolute, suffocating pressure. Anoki of the both scales, the third Tsuchikage, had arrived in person. Little girl, you think you can simply slaughter my division and run away? Anoki hovered suspended in midair, bringing his palms together as a blinding, piercing luminescence flared within his hands. Particle style, atomic dismantling technique. A brilliant pillar of light erupted forward, shooting straight toward Sharingu's position. The Seven Tails reacted instantly, spitting out a succession of miniature-tailed beast bombs to anchor the line of sight, while simultaneously initiating a reverse summoning formula. Terrified by the absolute pressure, Sharingu rapidly coordinated her fingers alongside the creature. A fraction of a second later, their silhouettes vanished from the coordinates. In truth, the Seven Tails possessed the combat attributes to contest the Old Mun, but the primary limitation was that Sharingu, sitting upon its back, was still far too fragile to survive the residual shockwaves of a high-tier engagement. The instant they vanished, the secondary pillar of light sliced cleanly through their previous coordinates. The beam swept across the landscape, cleanly shearing off the top of a neighboring hill, leaving a surface as perfectly smooth, as if it had been severed by a razor-sharp blade. Anoki dissolved his particle style, his brow furrowing heavily as he stared at the vacant sky. Since when can a tailed beast execute a reverse summoning formula independently? How utterly bizarre, though they certainly retreated with exceptional velocity. He lowered his physical form, landing squarely beside Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi was currently coordinating the medical teams to stabilize their casualties. Catching sight of the Tsuchikage, he lowered his head in deep shame. Father. Lord Tsuchikage, our vanguard, has sustained catastrophic losses. Our preliminary assessment indicates over 1,200 fatalities, with more than 400 wounded. Anoki fell into a heavy silence for several long moments, before shifting his gaze toward the unconscious youth. What is the status of the Five Tails? The core formula remains intact, though his personal chakra reserves have been entirely depleted. Kitsuchi lowered his head even further. He had never anticipated that a single young girl would successfully halt their entire army's advance. Lord Tsuchikage, our remaining divisions. Withdraw, Anoki cut him off flatly. Return to the village to reformulate our strategy. Kitsuchi blinked in confusion. But the territory of the Land of Grass. Intelligence indicates that Hanzo of the Salamander is already executing a rapid mobilization back toward this sector. We shall record this specific loss for a future date. He then muttered under his breath in an annoyed, continuous whisper, "These ninja of the Hidden Grass Village deserve every bit of destruction they receive. They lack basic diplomatic flexibility. Don't they understand that our division traveled here specifically to assist them in striking down the Land of Fire? Forget it. If they choose not to coordinate, then so be it. Let us return. I shall see exactly how long their infrastructure can endure on its own." Kitsuchi remained silent. In truth, his father's rhetoric prior to the deployment had been entirely different, instructing the vanguard to strike if the opportunity materialized, and should they fail to breach the leaf, to focus on annexing a portion of the frontier land. Ultimately, they had attempted to exploit a chaotic theater, only to find themselves empty-handed on both fronts while losing over 1,000 elite soldiers. Let us move out. We shall maintain a passive stance for the foreseeable future. We will wait for the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Waterfall to deplete their remaining assets before we execute our secondary deployment. The broken remnants of the Stone Army initiated a slow, disciplined retreat, leaving behind a scarred and ruined valley. Deep within the isolated summoning grounds, Shiringu's face was completely pale, her breath catching in her throat for a long duration. "Is this your first time taking human lives?" Chomei questioned softly. Shiringu nodded slowly before shaking her head. "This is the reality of open warfare. If you fail to execute them, they will systematically eliminate you. Did that individual not thoroughly instruct you regarding these principles?" Shiringu took a deep, stabilizing breath, tightening her small fists as she noted, "I have not forgotten. I will continue to refine my capabilities." Meanwhile, in the capital metropolis of the Land of Snow, Aburame Shursui stood upon a high, frozen ridge, staring out toward the endless northern tundra. The specialized insects nesting within his palm had just relayed the latest data from the Continental Theater. Naruto had secured an absolute victory, and Shiringu Uzumaki had independently broken the Stone's vanguard division, executing a seamless retreat under a direct assault from Inoki. So they ultimately chose to mobilize, he murmured softly to himself. He had simply not anticipated that the young girl's development would progress at such an exceptional velocity. It appeared that after her physical vessel had been thoroughly saturated with high-tier nutrients, her three primary bloodline talents had awakened simultaneously. Right then, Kazuhana Sosetsu panted heavily as he scaled the frozen path, his face flushed with pure excitement. "Sir, you are here. The primary geothermal generator has reached absolute structural completion. Please come inspect the device immediately." Shursui turned around, casting a calm glance at the enthusiastic youth before offering a mild nod. "Very well. Let us go inspect your work. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 136, Geothermal Optimization Realized, the Underground Matrix commences. 14:0 For words. Under the guidance of Kazuhana Sosetsu, Aburame Shursui followed him to the capital's underground research center. This was the place where Shursui focused his main research, which, apart from the geothermal transmitter, included the study of chakra armor and the modification of some precise biological experimental instruments. Indeed, Shursui felt that the biological experimental instruments in his hands were far too old, making it impossible to perform many precise experiments. However, though he did not understand machinery, he knew how to make demands, and the scientists of the Land of Snow simply did their best to satisfy them. These instruments gave the scientists quite a headache, growing larger and larger as they were built. The scientists even had to force themselves to learn knowledge in this field, because only by clearly understanding biological principles did they have a chance of applying them. For now, the short-term results looked good, and all the components were brand new. Before long, they arrived at the center of the facility and stood before a massive machine. At the center of the geothermal apparatus was a 2-meter-high energy conduit, inside of which flowed a bright red energy. It works by absorbing the mantle heat flow 150 meters underground, Sosetsu explained excitedly, pointing at the device. It converts that thermal energy into controllable heat radiation and releases it on the surface. He pressed a button, and a faint red glow emerged from the center of the device, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever the glow passed, the rock-hard frozen soil began to soften, and the surface ice and snow melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the damp soil beneath. Shui knelt down and pressed his hand against the ground. His insect swarm perception relayed precise temperature data. With the device as the center, the surface temperature within a 50-meter radius quickly rose from -30 degrees to 5 degrees above zero, and the temperature distribution was perfectly even. Can the range of control be adjusted? Sosetsu pulled up the control panel. The maximum radius is 1 kilometer, and the minimum can be precise down to 10 meters. We also designed an array mode for multiple linked units. If deployed correctly, we can thaw the entire permafrost layer of the capital area. Very good. Shui stood up. Although he considered using this technology to generate electricity in the future, using it to thaw the ground for now was enough to let the construction bugs start working. Once the frozen soil near the foundations thawed, the insect swarm could help them build underground drainage systems, underground pipe networks, and deep foundation structures. From this day on, the speed of city construction in the land of snow would no longer be restricted by the frozen soil. Shui took out a scroll, and had the Kazahana brothers sign their names on it. This was the contract scroll for controlling the construction bugs. These are construction bugs. They can help you compact foundations and build underground drainage systems. I am handing them over to you to use, but it is best not to reveal this to outsiders. Seeing this, the Kazahana brothers were overjoyed. Understood. We can start building the first batch of houses in the new district next spring. Within 3 years, the scale of the capital can expand threefold. The most excited among them was Sosetsu. With these summoning insects around, he would at least possess a degree of self-defense capability. Of course, under normal circumstances, he would not use them for combat, as these things were strictly meant for construction as instructed by the master. You are in full charge of these matters, Shui said, turning toward the entrance of the insect nest. I only have one requirement: all underground engineering must leave interfaces for insect paths. In the future, the insect swarm will be a part of this city. Amidst the wind and snow, Shui's figure vanished into the passage leading underground. With the city construction handled, Shui did not need to worry about it further. He could now return to the insect nest in peace, and prepare to research new insects. This time, he had 3 projects to study. First was the ancient virus obtained from deep underground. He wanted to try integrating chakra into it to develop a virus specifically targeted against chakra and ninja. Second was the gene splicing virus. He had already obtained the genetic material of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Uzumaki clan, so he could attempt simple integration. However, the current success rate of the virus fusion was too low, less than 1%, so the priority was to improve the fusion rate. As for other genes, later on, there would be plenty of opportunities to acquire them in the future. The third and last was about improving his own strength. He wanted to research another type of sage insect here. Indeed, the success of the wind sage insect had given him great inspiration. Perhaps insects were relatively simple creatures. When tiny to the extreme, their way of acquiring energy became quite straightforward. Based on the snowy environment, the easiest to refine would be the ice sage insect, as well as the fire sage insect, based on the subterranean magma layer. Of course, none of these 3 research projects was a simple task. They required a vast amount of time and repeated experiments. But now that he had stepped off the active chessboard, he had plenty of time. A few days later, he joined forces with some available scientists to improve the facilities, and then entered a long period of experimental life. Not long after he chose to enter his research, new changes appeared on the battlefield. First was the third rakeage. Upon learning that the Leaf had suffered consecutive losses in the smaller countries, he immediately began mobilizing a ninja army to march south. Ultimately, he bypassed the Land of Night and the Land of Mountains, stationing 3,000 Cloud Ninja directly on the border of the Land of Fire. When Hiruzen Sarutobi received the news, his brows knit tightly together. He knew the Cloud Village was not playing around this time. If things went wrong, the Leaf might genuinely have a piece of meat carved away by the opponent. Left with no choice, he had to dispatch Uchiha Fugaku once again. There was no alternative. Among the cards he could openly play right now, there was no one else besides the Uchiha. As for his 3 disciples, they were not even worth mentioning. One pretended to be sick, one claimed to be focusing on medical research, and the last one was completely missing, to the point where even letters could no longer reach him. Hiruzen only felt that people's hearts were cold and detached. He had taught them so intentionally back then, yet now his own disciples were distancing themselves from him. With the Uchiha entering the field alongside a branch of the Hyuga clan, this battle was neither difficult nor intense. It finally returned to the normal combat mode of the shinobi world. They traded blows back and forth near the Land of Night for several rounds, and since neither side could defeat the other, they both chose to take a step back and beat the drums of retreat. However, no one expected that their attack on the Land of Fire was merely a distraction. Stealing the Ninetales was their true objective. The Grand Third Raikage actually acted like a thief, leading a team to infiltrate the Leaf Village. They kidnapped Kushina just as she finished school, along with Uchiha Mikoto, who was playing with her. Fortunately, on that very day, the incident was discovered by 5th grader Minato Namikaze. He did not rush forward blindly to stop them, but instead turned back to report to the Hokage. In the end, with Minato's assistance, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi spent 2 days, and 1 night finally intercepting the captors and rescuing the girls. However, no one knew exactly what happened during those 2 days and nights. After Uchiha Mikoto returned, her spirit was completely drained and listless. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 137. The Cloud Sovereign's Village. 1445 words. Time reverted to a few days prior. Following a massive clash with Uchiha Fugaku, the AB combination under the Third Raikage temporarily assumed their father's position to act as the commanders of the main army. The real Raikage, however, had already taken over a dozen Umbu ninja to bypass the main routes, heading straight for the Land of Fire to infiltrate the Leaf Village. His objective, naturally, was to plunder bloodline limits. Whether it was the Byakugan, the Sharingan, or the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he intended to seize whatever he encountered. In any case, the Leaf was currently at its weakest phase. As for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Raikage did not respect him in the slightest. In his evaluation, a man like Hiruzen, who lacked the courage to personally enter the field to avenge his own dead son, was nothing more than an incompetent husband. Still, deploying the necessary misdirection was crucial, since he had traveled here to steal assets rather than launch a direct assault. 2 days later, inside the Leaf Village, the dismissal bell rang, and Kushina walked out of the academy gates laughing and talking while holding hands with Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto counted as one of Kushina's few true friends at school. For some reason, the vast majority of their peers feared Kushina. Even when she beat them into submission, they remained unwilling to become her friends, let alone her followers. Only Mikoto treated her normally, always meeting her with a gentle demeanor. Mikoto occasionally thought that if she were a boy, she would definitely want to marry a girl like Kushina. Mikoto, tomorrow is the weekend, let's go play near the Naka River. I heard the cherry blossoms over there are in full bloom. Mikoto nodded with a smile, smoothing her hair with a quiet and elegant grace. But we should return early. My mother noted that things have been quite unsettled lately. Of course, the primary underlying reason was that her mother had discovered her frequent trips to check on Uchiha Fugaku. Fortunately, since Fugaku had recently departed for the battlefield, her mother had stopped worrying for the moment. Before the words could fully leave her lips, a dark silhouette plummeted out of the sky. Kushina felt her vision go pitch black, instantly losing consciousness. When she finally awoke, her wrists were already bound by specialized chakra chains. She and her best friend had been securely tied up and carried on the backs of several large men who were moving away at high speed. "Who are you people?" Kushina shouted in apparent panic, but in reality, she was deliberately trying to draw attention and transmit a signal. Right then, a gruff voice echoed ahead of her. "Awake already. As expected of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, your structural durability is remarkably high." Kushina lifted her gaze, spotting a burly man with heavily knotted muscles standing before her. It was the third Raikage, A. Although she did not recognize the Raikage personally, she identified the Cloud Ninja insignia on his gear, instantly understanding exactly who possessed the audacity to breach the leaf and kidnap them. "What do you think you're doing?" She feigned terror while secretly attempting to manipulate her internal chakra to create some form of disturbance. Even if that failed, she hoped to at least draw out the Ninetales' energy. "Little girl, you command a loud voice, but your pathetic little tricks cannot hide from my perception." The third Raikage cracked a broad grin and laughed. "You intend to draw upon the Ninetales' power. Do not waste your labor. Although our Cloud Village's sealing techniques cannot match the leaf, our baseline is still the second best under sky. You cannot break free from this formula. Just sit tight and act as our guest." Kushina's face drained of color, and she struggled violently, causing the chains to clatter loudly, yet they remained entirely stationary. At that moment, a lone silhouette bounced back into the perimeter to relay intelligence. He returned completely alone and sustained severe injuries, clearly indicating a failed objective. "Lord Raikage, please forgive my failure. We were detected by the Hyuga clan and failed to secure the asset." "Useless trash, unable to even secure a common child," the third Raikage noted flatly. "Since the situation has shifted, we must move immediately. I estimate your blunder will expose our presence shortly, and their pursuit units will close in soon." The Raikage's brow furrowed. Reaching out, he struck Kushina to knock her unconscious again, slinging her over his shoulder. Beside him, another burly ninja carried Uchiha Mikoto over his shoulder. In truth, she had awakened long ago but continued to feign sleep, utilizing her Sharingan to quietly drop subtle signals onto the blades of grass along the path, hoping someone would discover them. However, her modest cleverness could not hope to bypass the sensory ninja embedded within the Raikage squad. Before long, her subtle movements were detected. "You possess a degree of sharp intelligence for a young girl, but your performance is far too weak before my eyes." The sensory ninja extended a massive hand, gripping Mikoto's slender neck, and applying just enough pressure to force her into unconsciousness. The Raikage looked down at Mikoto and smiled. "This female child belongs to the Uchiha clan, and will reach adulthood before long. Bringing her back to our territory means it won't be long before we can propagate a new bloodline branch, so ensure you do not crush her vessel." The Raikage's detachment pressed forward at an exceptional pace, their movements kicking up dense clouds of dust and lightning discharge. Shortly after their departure from the coordinates, a blonde youth materialized on the vacant path. It was Minato Namikaze, Kushina's classmate. He stared at the vector where his two classmates had been carried off, hesitating briefly. Recalling the dialogue he had just overheard, he knew the Hokage would likely arrive on the scene very soon. Consequently, he quietly trailed them from a safe distance, maintaining a silent pursuit while systematically dropping tracking signals along the route to guide any incoming leaf ninja. "Lord Hokage, you must arrive immediately." Minato followed closely behind the vanguard, his internal tension reaching absolute peak parameters out of fear of detection, yet his courage ultimately overrode his terror. "Kushina, Mikoto, you must stay safe." Back at the administrative headquarters, the Hyuga clan deposited two Cloud Ninja corpses before the Hokage, and only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi realize a catastrophic variable had manifested. On this occasion, he did not even pause to change into his combat armor. He immediately barked commands to gather his personnel, instructing the Umbu, follow me at absolute velocity for a total pursuit. The Umbu pursuit squads rapidly assembled around the Hokage, scouting aggressively along the most probable escape vectors. Before long, Hiruzen discovered the tracking markers left behind by Minato Namikaze. He swept his hand forward, instructing the ninja behind him, pursue along this exact vector. As darkness steadily settled over the landscape, the Raikage and his operatives entered a secluded valley to rest. Right then, he suddenly perceived an atmospheric fluctuation. Wrapping his palm in a dense layer of lightning chakra, he unleashed a direct strike. Minato vanished from the trajectory instantly, utilizing an extreme application of the body flicker technique. A burst of latent potential triggered under absolute duress. However, the movement severely depleted his physical reserves, leaving him panting heavily as sweat poured off his face like rain. You are an intriguing brat. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to our Cloud Village, I shall personally adopt you as my disciple, and invest heavy resources into your development. I am sorry, but as a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, I will never choose to associate with common thieves like you. Ah, what a pity then. Your only option left is to die. Just as the Raikage adjusted his stance to execute the youth, a furious roar echoed from the edge of the valley. Raikage, halt your movement. Hiruzen Sarutobi's silhouette materialized along the ridge line, backed by dozens of elite Umbu operatives. Catching sight of the incoming forces, the third Raikage let out a cold snort. Withdraw. The Cloud Ninja retreated with extreme velocity, vanishing into the landscape alongside Kushina. Hiruzen refused to abandon the hunt, maintaining a relentless pursuit for a full day and night before finally intercepting the captors and rescuing the girls. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 138, Sarutobi enters the fray. The iron cage ignites. 1363 words. No one knew exactly what transpired during the confrontation, only that both sides suffered significant casualties afterward. On the Leaf's side, the third Hokage was wounded, and a substantial number of Umbu ninja had fallen. However, the 2 young girls and the young boy had been successfully rescued. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had finally adhered to the will of fire he himself had trained, preserving the geniuses and safeguarding the next generation. The third Raikage had also sustained minor injuries, and of the Umbu operatives he had brought, only 4 managed to return. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, the AB combination remained in a standoff with Uchiha Fugaku. Upon returning to his camp, the third Raikage did not withdraw. Instead, he advanced steadily, slowly eroding the border of the Land of Fire. Although the Uchiha clan could mount a defense, the prolonged exhaustion of their Sharingan was beginning to take its toll. Fugaku's eyesight was already showing signs of degradation. Clan head, we cannot continue like this, a clansman advised. Our people have sacrificed too much, we are reaching our limit. For the sake of a mere elder seat, the Uchiha clan had sacrificed far too much, so much that his own eyes were beginning to dim. Yet the positions for the Leaf elders remained unresolved. Hiruzen Sarutobi had only spoken empty words. To this day, no concrete action had been taken to establish the Elder Council. What duties would the elders hold? What authority would they possess? Everything remained in a vacuum, save for the hollow promise: I intend to establish an Elder Council. I intend to redistribute authority. At times, he wondered if this was simply a carrot Hiruzen had dangled before them to force their clans to exhaust their resources and fight to the death. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a long moment before finally sighing, "Send a request for reinforcements to the Hokage." When the message reached the Leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer remain seated. Only days prior, he had repelled the third Raikage and rescued the fiancé of the Uchiha clan head, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and a talented disciple. He had not yet finalized his administrative arrangements when the Raikage resumed his fierce offensive. I cannot delay any longer. Glancing at the intelligence report, Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe, tossed the pouch aside, and donned his long-unused combat armor. His gaze burned as he looked toward the horizon. This time, I must enter the field personally to quickly end this pointless conflict. Shinosuke, this is the absolute limit of what your father can achieve for you. He murmured the thought to himself, for this was the first time he had abused his authority for personal reasons, using the strength of the leaf to exact vengeance for his own son. He knew this would cause the leaf to sustain heavy losses, yet he felt no regret, otherwise, he would be unworthy of the title of father. Land of grass, land of rain, Whitewood, Hanzo of the salamander, have you not been forcing this old man to act? Very well, I shall act for you to witness. Before entering the fray, he dispatched messages to his 3 disciples. He did not demand they take the field, he merely clung to a sliver of hope that the bond between master and students still held firm. Yet, he was met with the same disappointment. None of his 3 disciples appeared. Orochimaru, citing injuries from his research project, was unable to utilize his combat prowess. Tsunade was buried in the creation of a medical infrastructure, recently obsessed with writing textbooks and revising ninjutsu. She had even begun to drift toward idealistic fanaticism, preaching that medicine was for saving lives and that one could use medicine to save the world and maintain peace. Entirely immature, completely immature. Most unfortunate was Jiraiya, whose whereabouts remained unknown. The only one who could contact him was likely Orochimaru, but Orochimaru only helped forward his letters, never revealing exactly where Jiraiya was. Once again, Hiruzen doubted himself. Where had he gone wrong? In the end, he had lost the hearts of all 3 disciples. But it mattered not. He was not yet old, he could still fight. The leaf would always be the strongest in the ninja world. His dignity would not tolerate provocation. He had to sever this Gordian knot with a swift blade and shock every powerful enemy. Only then could the leaf recuperate. Thus, he mobilized 300 ninja of the Sarutobi clan, reportedly emptying the entire family treasury. Seeing this, the other clans dared not dawdle. After all, the Hokage had committed his own family's foundation for the sake of the leaf. Ashamed to hold back, they too unveiled their hidden strengths. The Aburame clan dispatched 50 ninja, prepared to deploy their battlefield terror, the poison jar technique. The current head of the Kurama clan also ceased hiding his strength. He was already half mad, and rather than living thus, he preferred to take the battlefield to fight for a seat on the Elder Council for his family. Subsequently, the Inuzuka clan, the Tsukikage clan, and a variety of smaller clans all contributed their hidden forces. Counting the additional civilian ninja, they cobbled together an army of 2,000. On the day of departure, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood upon the high platform, leading the charge as Hokage in full armor for the first time. This time, we shall first seize the 3-nation alliance and then concentrate our efforts on the cloud. Afterward, we shall discuss rewards based on merit. As the 3rd Hokage, I lead by example, I mean what I say. The 6 elder seats will be distributed according to your contributions. It was the same rhetoric, the same promise of 6 elder seats. Yet, the various ninja clans and civilian ninja bought into it, for the establishment of the Elder Council implied entry into the inner circle, promising benefits for their clans and their families. It offered the possibility of better resource cultivation for their descendants, and direct access to the levers of power in the leaf. In an instant, the vast army marched straight toward the border of the land of grass. This expedition was bold and unmasked, for they were led by the strongest Hokage, who would inevitably sweep away all demons and monsters. Why resort to sneaky, underhanded tactics? Within half a day, the news reached the 3-nation alliance. Hanzo of the salamander was not alarmed but delighted, roaring at the sky. They come at the perfect time. I have long wished to cross blades with this strongest Hokage. He rapidly assembled an army of 1,500. Though fewer in number, their morale remained undaunted. These ninja wore high-quality armor, donned masks, and wielded alloy weaponry, including scythes, short swords, kunai, and shuriken. These weapons were all forged from the finest alloys produced by the land of artisans this year. Yet, no one knew that the so-called strongest alloy actually originated from a deep mineral mine beneath a small village in the land of Waterfall. 3 days later, the two armies confronted each other on the open plains of a valley bordering the land of grass. There were no elaborate schemes, no ambushes, soldier against soldier, general against general. In the sky, the hidden waterfalls, aerial ninja, and dragonflies released smoke bombs and explosive tags, disrupting the Leaf's formation. On the ground, the Leaf ninja and the hidden rain ninja engaged in ferocious slaughter, screams and the clashing of blades merged into a chaotic symphony. Not far away, the duel between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hanzo of the Salamander became the true focal point. Shortly after the great battle began, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wielding his adamantine staff, summoned Enma to transform into the adamantine prison, tightly binding Hanzo of the Salamander along with his own summoning creature, the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander felt the looming shadow of catastrophe. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters, 10 reviews, ignite 1 bonus chapter, 100 power stones, summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 139, The Insect Jar Inversion, Total Attrition of the Vanguard. 1396 words sealing scripts were engraved upon the adamantine prison, ensuring that even the use of reverse summoning would fail to provide an escape. 5 Style, Great Elemental Barrage Technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi coordinated his hands in a rapid sequence, unleashing chakra blasts of 5 different natures simultaneously, all directed straight at Hanzo inside the cage. Hanzo of the Salamander swung his blade with precision, shattering the fire release blast with 1 strike, the water release with a second, and the earth release with a third. By the 4th strike, however, his movements began to slow. The reason was simple. His chakra expenditure had become too high, and with his body currently suppressed by the barrier, he could not rely on stimulants for a short-term replenishment. In truth, he had been careless. He never expected the 3rd Hokage to possess the adamantine prison technique, nor did he anticipate the summoning of Enma to be so devastatingly effective. Right then, a silhouette burst into the battlefield. It was Nagishi Kasano. He coordinated his hands in a complex sequence, forcing his secret technique to tether a lightning blast, redirecting its trajectory so that it collided with the final wind release blast. In the explosion, the adamantine prison was shattered, allowing Hanzo to break free. Well done! Hanzo roared with laughter, brandishing his blade to engage once more. Simultaneously, high in the sky, Shiringu Uzumaki arrived on the back of the 7 Tails, having finally returned from the land of waterfall to reach the battlefield. However, because the two forces were entangled in a chaotic melee, the 7 Tails dared not unleash a tailed beast bomb. Such an attack would inevitably inflict as much damage upon their own ranks as the enemy. The ninja of the 3-nation alliance were already few in number and could not afford such attrition. Consequently, she could only provide aerial support, using physical impacts and tail whips to harass Hiruzen Sarutobi. In practice, without the use of tailed beast bombs, the 7 Tails' tactical efficacy was drastically diminished. Its gargantuan frame became a liability. Fearing the collateral damage to their own allies, it could not even exert its full strength. Shiringu herself dared not engage in close-quarters combat, resorting only to occasional applications of the adamantine sealing chains to obstruct enemies or pull teammates out of harm's way. As for Nagishi Kusanagi, his role was limited to defense and the deflection of large-scale ninjutsu. His speed, physique, and raw strength were far inferior to Hanzo's, making him little more than a living punching bag. The fundamental issue remained that he lacked a decisive, high-offense ninjutsu to swing the tide of battle. Thus, the only true primary combatant was Hanzo. Even the venom of his salamander proved ineffective. Tsunade, harboring a flicker of conscience, had synthesized a batch of antidotes before the war erupted and secretly delivered them to her former master. This was precisely why they dared to engage in a head-on, conventional battle. For several dozen minutes, the 3 combatants and 1-tailed beast clashed with Hiruzen Sarutobi, neither side gaining a definitive edge. The scene shifted to a secluded valley. Dozens of ninja wearing black robes and dark goggles were currently moving corpses, meticulously arranging them. A closer inspection would reveal that these materials were sourced locally, victims of the slaughter of grass country civilians. The elderly who refused to flee, and the women who stayed behind to care for them all lay there, transformed into raw materials. Clan head, isn't using such a technique a grave violation of heaven's law? An Aburame ninja asked, unable to bear the sight. The head of the Aburame clan replied, what violation? They are enemies and they deserve death. The leaf is currently in a state of existential crisis. Our clan must perform our duty. And do not forget our goal, the elder seat. The Aburame clan has always drifted on the periphery of the core. This is our golden opportunity to break free from Danzo's influence. Indeed, for every 2 geniuses produced by the Aburame clan, one would inevitably be claimed by Danzo, their fates thereafter shrouded in mystery. To escape this status quo, the Aburame had to render meritorious service, becoming a force so vital that Danzo would not dare to treat them lightly. As they finalized the placement of the Aburame clan's battlefield horror, the poison jar technique, Hiruzen Sarutobi presented a flaw in his defense. He took a solid strike from Hanzo's blade, his abdominal armor cracked, and blood began to flow freely. He displayed a pained expression, feigning defeat, and began to retreat while fending off attacks. The Leaf Ninja, as if receiving a signal, began a collective withdrawal. The hidden rain forces, believing they were on the verge of victory, surged forward in pursuit. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Ha ha ha, Leaf. It is the Leaf we strike down today. Although Hanzo felt that the situation was suspicious, they were currently 3 against 1, and he saw no reason why they would lose. He decided to trust his intuition, and gave the order to pursue. Yet, the moment they entered the narrow, elongated valley, they realized something was wrong. It was far too quiet. The Leaf Ninja who had fled into this area had vanished completely. At that moment, on the slopes flanking the valley, dozens of Aburame ninja in black robes and goggles coordinated their hands in unison. Detonate. Countless corpses hidden beneath the grass erupted. Nanoscale poison insects filled the air. Any ninja invaded by the insects perished instantly, only to become the next source of detonation. The Rain Ninja suffered the most, having never undergone the insect broth strengthening. Their resistance to toxins was virtually zero. The Grass Ninja fared better. Only a few dozen individuals with inferior physiques, or those who had absorbed a lethal dosage, were compromised. Even so, they did not die immediately and continued to resist stubbornly. Witnessing this, Hanzo immediately acted to counter poison with poison, releasing his salamander to suppress the swarming insects, and then shouted a command to retreat. Withdraw. Retreat immediately. Hanzo, Nagishi Kusanagi, and Sharingu fled the scene with the remnants of the Dragonfly users. The original force of 1,500 had been reduced to a mere 600 or 700 in an instant. The Leaf Ninja seized the opening, pursuing aggressively. Kill them. The Three-Nation Alliance has fallen. Led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the ninja of the major clans, fearing that the civilian ninja would steal their glory, rushed forward, killing everyone in their path. On the battlefield, morale is a form of strength. The defeat of the Three-Nation Alliance had driven their spirits to the freezing point. There was no remaining will to resist. Seeing that his forces were about to be overtaken, Sharingu, hovering high above, hardened her heart. She patted the head of the Seven Tails and commanded, "Seven Tails, fire toward our rear. But there are nearly 100 of your own ninja back there." Master once said, "To hesitate at the decisive moment is to invite chaos. If they do not die, even more will perish." Sharingu closed her eyes, feeling her heart ache with a sharp, searing pain. This is war. She finally understood why her master refused to personally preside over the conflict, choosing instead to distance himself. If she had the choice, if she possessed the luxury of standing apart, she would never participate in such destruction. Very well. As you wish. The Seven Tails possessed no such sentimentality. It simply followed the command given. Opening its jaws, it condensed a tailed beast bomb, and unleashed it with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the massive sphere exploded amidst the crowd in the rear. The colossal shockwave filled the air with smoke and debris. This single blast instantly vaporized over 500 Leaf Ninja, while also catching over 100 rain ninja in the blast radius. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also sent flying by the force of the blast and dared not continue the pursuit. Sharinga kept her eyes tightly shut, unable to look, but she knew that if she had not acted, the death toll would have been far greater. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 140, The Cessation of Hostilities, The Eradication of the Grass Nation. 1272 words. The allied ninja forces of the Leaf retreated, but this battle was, without a doubt, a crushing defeat for the Three-Nation Alliance. Afterward, command changed hands, and Danzo Shimura took over the position to continue the standoff. Hiruzen Sarutobi, meanwhile, led a team of elite ninja to the Land of Night battlefield. The third Raikage was far too clever. As soon as he heard Hiruzen was coming, he immediately ordered the retreat, packed his things, and headed home. However, before he left, he completely ransacked the Land of Night. When Hiruzen arrived in the Land of Night, he found nothing but wailing and misery everywhere. The common people were relatively safe, having only been frightened or caught in the crossfire by accident, but the nobles were devastated. Everything was burned, looted, and smashed. Several beautiful women were even abducted by the Cloud Ninja. It was said that the Land of Night was known for its handsome men and beautiful women, and they intended to take them back to improve their own people's genetics. Looking at the devastation, Hiruzen could only let out a sigh. In the end, he merely issued a formal international condemnation of the Cloud Village, with no real follow-up actions. There were no peace treaties or war reparations signed, as the Leaf had been the ones to initiate the war in the first place. Several days later, the war that had embroiled the three major nations and numerous smaller ones officially came to a close. The Leaf had reclaimed its dignity and had no intention of continuing to attack the Three-Nation Alliance, as there was nothing left to gain. Truth be told, the Land of Fire lacked nothing that the Three-Nation Alliance possessed, whether in terms of population or land. What they had been lacking was merely their reputation and their standing. After Danzo took over as commander, he launched a series of unconventional operations at the border. His core strategy was a policy of swapping, using low-potential civilian ninja to wear down the opponent's forces. After this battle, the Three-Nation Alliance's forces were reduced to fewer than 1,000, and every death was a further erosion of their remaining strength. Unexpectedly, a month later, Hanzo of the Salamander officially announced from the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass had been incorporated into their territory. The Land of Grass had disappeared. The original capital of the Land of Rain was to be converted into a transportation hub, while the entire population migrated northward. When the news arrived, the three children training under Jiraiya were left in a daze. This country of tears. Has it really stopped crying? Yahiko murmured. And it wasn't achieved through mutual understanding between people but through battle. Jiraiya looked at Yahiko, who had fallen into confusion, not knowing how to explain it. Truth be told, he did not know that Hanzo would take such a drastic step. Finally, he approached the three children, patted their heads, and explained with a smile, "Do you think the Land of Rain has really escaped its plight?" Actually, it hasn't. They are still in danger because the Leaf's army is still surrounding them, and the Land of Fire will refuse to trade with them. Without the support of the Land of Fire, without our abundant and cheap goods, they will only become weaker and weaker. Remember, war is unreasonable. A short-lived victory will only lead to greater disaster. Conan wanted to ask why the Land of Fire and the Leaf could not try to understand them, stop the blockade, and open up trade so the citizens of the Rain could live good lives. However, she could not bring herself to ask, as she suddenly remembered that her teacher, Jiraiya, came from the Land of Fire and the Leaf Village. Could he really consider things from their perspective? Probably not. Seeing his disciples remain silent, Jiraiya smiled again, putting on his gentle posture, and brought up his usual theory. Remember, mutual understanding between people is the only path to achieving world peace. After saying that, he brought out some of his unique ninjutsu, even the Leaf's precious shadow clone technique. This was the final lesson he could teach them, as Jiraiya was about to leave. After more than 2 years of being together, he had taught them everything he could. The rest would depend on their own insights and growth. He had received a message from his teacher asking him to return to the Leaf. The Hokage had discovered a promising talent and wanted him to come and teach. Jiraiya was curious to see who exactly could be chosen by his teacher to be such a talent. If they truly possessed the qualities of a child of destiny, he intended to take them as a student. And so, Jiraiya began his journey home. The 3 children said goodbye to their teacher with tears in their eyes. "Teacher Jiraiya, goodbye." Conan cried, "Teacher, I will definitely miss you." "Ha ha ha, good. I hope that next time we meet, you will all be grown up, and I will take you all out for a good drink. Nagato, Yahiko, the day you become adults, I will definitely take you to experience what real men do. And Conan, make sure you eat well and grow up to be beautiful, because only then can you marry a good husband in the future." "Teacher, what are you saying?" Conan blushed and turned away, but tears still streamed down her face. They knew that after this parting, they might never see their teacher again. Just as Jiraiya completely vanished into the forest, Yahiko suddenly stood up and said, "Conan, Nagato, I've decided. I'm going to build an organization to carry on the teacher's will. Our organization will be called the Akatsuki of the Dawn." Yahiko looked toward the distance, his eyes radiating a sunny brilliance. "Now, let's leave here together and head north. First, we need to take control of a city, become its masters, and that will be the birthplace of our organization." Conan asked cautiously, "Is this really okay?" Yahiko said firmly, "It must be possible. Lord Hanzo of the Salamander is a man of great strategy. Even our teacher, Jiraiya, praised him. So what he says and what he does cannot be deceptive. The land of rain needs fresh blood, it needs ambitious youths like us." The 3 10-year-old children looked at each other, filled with ideals, and headed north. No one knew that not long after they left, a creature resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. Black Zetsu smiled and said, "Lord Madara, the first step of our plan is complete. No, perhaps I should say, my plan." On the other side, while the news of the war had just arrived, Aburame Shursui was still experimenting. In the test tube in his hand, an ancient virus was slowly waking up. This was something he had evolved using a chakra-rich environment and his own special methods. However, the result was not what he had expected. The virus was indeed as troublesome as chakra, attaching itself to the human body. Its primary effect was to absorb chakra to accelerate viral division. It had no other disease-like effects. It was not even aimed specifically at ninjas, but rather at common people who possessed the genes for chakra. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 141, Experiments Progress. The capital city completed 1346 words. Chakra is formed by the fusion of mental and physical energy. Under normal circumstances, a virus cannot interfere with the mind, but that is precisely what makes this one so terrifying. It does not directly attack the mind, instead, it forces a common person's body into a state of extreme excitement. When the body is in such a high-energy state, the mind follows suit, causing the release of large amounts of mental energy. Under the influence of this specific chakra virus, that released mental energy synthesizes into chakra. At first, it is difficult, it might require several days of agitation, or even persistent insomnia for up to a week. However, once the body begins synthesizing chakra, the virus helps the host continuously extract and refine it, accelerating its generation and reproduction until the host is completely drained and hollowed out. If this virus were truly spread, it would be a massive disaster for ordinary people in the ninja world. Of course, some mid to high-level ninja, or special individuals who already possess significant chakra reserves might be able to sustain the virus. Or those with extremely fine control over chakra and mastery of sealing techniques could compress the virus into a tiny space. Even if they cannot fully resist the invasion, they could handle the trouble indirectly or in a crisis, detonate the virus entirely to save their own lives, though at the cost of some lifespan. But for those with no resistance, once invaded, they would simply be slowly drained of their physical energy, leading to malnutrition and death from exhaustion unless treated by a medical ninja like Tsunade. Otherwise, they might suffer from overexcitation and excessive mental strain, eventually dying from a sudden brain failure caused by a lack of rest. Furthermore, this virus originated beneath the ice, making it extremely cold-resistant. It can survive for 10 minutes in temperatures as high as 50 degrees, and its transmission is incredibly simple. It only needs to be inhaled. Truly an exceptionally terrifying virus, Shui said, removing his gloves. He cleared out everything in the instrument, burned it all with fire, and ensured nothing could leak. He sealed the virus securely in a compartment of a petri dish, until he found a way to control it. He would never let it see the light of day again. The underground palace laboratory was divided into 3 levels, and this one was located on the shallow upper edge. He decided that once completely cleared, it would be abandoned. After Shui left, he had his construction bugs seal the area completely, filling it with mud and sludge, and finally pushing the debris into a nearby volcanic fissure. In another laboratory focused on gene editing and grafting, the original, virus number 1, had undergone a major transformation. Observed under a microscope, it had changed from a long, straight shape into an H shape. Functionally, it was no longer as active as before, its intensity had weakened, but it was much more stable, yielding higher success rates. While previously the fusion process was random and chaotic, now, although the fusion speed had slowed by 100-fold, the success rate had climbed from less than 1% to around 13%. As for successfully synthesizing Otsutsuki genes, that remained a matter of probability. The fusion rate was still too low, and the virus had entered an inert phase after multiple rounds of group testing. Another issue was the insufficient time for accelerating the original energy. Allocating 1,500 years for virus research was already the absolute limit. Although the original energy had been growing through 2 major wars, the Seven Tails would siphon off 2,000 years' worth of energy every time it harvested. In reality, 2,000 years was just one portion, and the Seven Tails only needed 10,000 years of accumulated energy to complete its first metamorphosis, yet it always lied, claiming it needed 20,000. It had already siphoned 5,000 years, but aside from being larger and more solid in form, there had been no essential breakthrough. The research here had reached a bottleneck. It was mainly relying on millions of gene-stacking attempts to obtain the most primitive Otsutsuki genes through sheer probability. In the blink of an eye, 3 more months passed. The year 38 drew to a close, and the ninja world entered the heart of winter. Shui finally stepped away from his second experiment. After tens of thousands of attempts and consuming almost all his materials, he finally fused a few cells containing the chakra of the 3 major ninja clans. Of course, this was still only half of what was needed to match true Otsutsuki cells, but getting the other half would not guarantee a perfect fusion success. He still needed the genes of the final 2 clans, the Kagaya and the Senju, as well as the final experimental host. That host, ideally, should come from one of those 2 clans. Currently, the only usable material from the Senju clan consisted of Tsunade and the remains of the late Nawaki. As for other ordinary Senju clansmen, they had long since scattered among the common population, marrying and having children, diluting their genetic heritage too much. If he wanted to fuse the remaining 3 groups successfully, the probability would be 13% times 13% times 13%. That was the final probability of him successfully reconstructing an Otsutsuki, though. If he were lucky, he might succeed once, or he might never succeed at all. Probability, at times, is the least scientific thing there is, especially when the required values are so large that success becomes a distant hope. Shui looked at the gene-editing virus number 8, shook his head, and decided to seal it for now. Modern scientific instruments were still too scarce, and many pheromones and hormones could not be detected with existing technology, yet these were the key elements to inducing further genetic transformation. Without samples, one could not create them through energy generation alone. Furthermore, if he relied solely on natural transformation in a petri dish under time acceleration, the energy required would be measured in thousands or tens of thousands of years. It wasn't worth the cost to continue research right now. However, the new cells he had synthesized were not useless. If implanted into specific individuals, they could enhance the strength of their bloodline limits, for example, expanding the field of vision for a Byakugan, accelerating the awakening of a Sharingan, or even restoring partial vision to a Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, he planned to give them to Shiringu Uzumaki to enhance the talent of this named disciple and increase her chakra capacity. Just as he was preparing for the next experiment, the new royal capital of the Land of Snow was finally completed. The new city was a perfect circle with a radius of 10 kilometers, covering an area of 31,416 hectares. At the center of the capital was a massive circular castle, structured with 2 levels above ground and 2 levels below. The upper levels served as the castle, while the lower levels were research laboratories. It was equipped with geothermal heaters and a thermal energy generator. The underground drainage system was a complex, sprawling network of pipes entirely excavated by construction bugs. On the surface, the buildings were arranged in accordance with the 8 trigrams pattern. When Shui first saw it, he couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of these scientists. He had only provided a rough blueprint, but they had added so many intricate details to the foundation. On the day the city opened, Kazahana Sosetsu, as the daimyo of the Land of Snow, stood atop the highest palace. Several months prior, the citizens had already been relocated here in batches. At that moment, every family had been allocated a house, yet the massive capital still felt spacious. He proclaimed, "My dear citizens, our lives will only get better in the future. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 142, The Orphan of the Ryuzetsu Clan. 1187 words. Seeing the expressions of those around him, the citizens of the Land of Snow were filled with a vibrant, hopeful glow. Though their clothes were still tattered and their eyes still held a lingering shadow of disbelief and surprise, a sense of happiness began to bloom on every face. It seemed they were marveling at the fact that their country had finally gained a wise and powerful leader. On the high platform, Kazahana Sosetsu continued his speech. I know many of you have never attended school or learned to read. That is why schools will always remain open to you. Everyone must participate in literacy training. At the very least, you should be able to read the names of the shops on the commercial streets, understand the text on the labels of the goods you buy, and know what the precautions in the instruction manuals mean. In addition, I will establish primary schools and ninja academies to screen for a batch of useful talent for our nation. As long as you are within the city, all children of school age can attend for free. Become a ninja. Learn knowledge. Master technology. Were these things they even dared to dream of? Yet, it was happening right before their eyes in this remote, icy corner of the world. Universal literacy was a pipe dream in other countries, yet it was being implemented here. Perhaps that was the advantage of being a small, isolated nation. Aburaim Shui did not participate in these societal changes. He was only concerned with pushing the Land of Snow's technological progress, as many of his experiments were waiting for specific instruments. Kazahana Sosetsu, however, had jumped straight to the core of the issue, realizing that enlightenment was the most efficient way to strengthen the country. Perhaps this daimyo of the Land of Snow will actually accomplish something in the coming years, Shui thought. After the speech ended, Shui took a rare stroll through the streets. The shops were packed tightly together, but a little inquiry revealed that most of them belonged to Ida Ruji. Indeed, his subordinate had already expanded business operations to the Land of Snow. In reality, both sides were his people, but they maintained a collaborative relationship. Even though he had brought them under his wing, he didn't strictly control their freedom or force them to hand over their wealth. After all, everyone was born free, he was merely their lord in name. Sir, would you like to buy something? Inside a shop, a teenager with deep red hair was arranging specialties from the land of grass. Shui found the youth interesting. He picked up one of the grass-woven dolls, examined it, and asked, "Judging by your accent, you are from the land of grass." He wasn't really interested in the trinkets, he was interested in the merchant. In the ninja world, having a rare hair color usually meant the person was not ordinary. Though the boy had no chakra, the dense energy inside his body made Shusui's insects crave a taste. This was an unpolished gem waiting to be mined. The red-haired boy giggled, "Sir has a sharp ear." "You are correct, I was indeed a citizen of the land of grass. But the land of grass no longer exists. Most of our people are now in the land of waterfall, and the land itself was long ago swallowed by the land of rain." Shui felt a bit dazed. He had been so focused on his experiments that he hadn't fully tracked the chaotic changes in the world over the past 6 months. Still, it made sense. Even if Hanzo of the Salamander was a cautious man, he wouldn't abandon a leaderless territory after the war. "Did your ancestors happen to be ninjas?" Shui asked again. The boy replied, "Indeed, but after my parents died, I didn't plan on being a ninja anymore." The boy smiled, but it was a pained, forced expression. He had likely encountered unpleasant experiences in the land of grass. His parents might have been grass ninja, or perhaps the boy himself recognized Shui, and was simply playing dumb, pretending not to know who he was. The boy explained that after his parents died, he received a pension, moved to the land of waterfall with other refugees, showed a knack for business, was scouted by a patron, and was eventually assigned to Shusui's network. After several promotions, he was finally dispatched to the land of snow by Ida Ruji to manage the store. "So you must know who I am," Shui said, putting down the handicraft. The boy sheepishly scratched his head, giggling. "Nothing escapes your notice, sir. I really intended to pretend I didn't know you." He bowed deeply. "Ryuzetsu Ryua, greets Lord Shiraki." Ryuzetsu Ryua. Hearing the name, Shui vaguely remembered a pair of mid-level ninja, a middle-aged couple with average talent, but decent chakra reserves, and a knack for sealing arts. "Sir, I really like my current life. Please don't make me a ninja. I don't have the talent. I tried to refine chakra when I was 6, but it didn't work." Shui did not force him. Everyone has their own path, and not every talented person wants to be a ninja. As Shui walked away, the smile vanished from the boy's face. He looked toward the horizon, his expression filled with longing. In truth, he was lying. He was a ninja who had returned from the dead. Ryuzetsu was his mother's surname, not his father's. His clan had never produced any experts, but they possessed a secret bloodline limit that few knew about, the ability to resurrect the dead. In the Great War years ago, he was among the first children to die on the battlefield. It was his mother who carried his body into the deep mountains and used the dragon life reincarnation technique to bring him back. This bloodline limit required a life for a life. Because his mother's awakening of the technique wasn't perfect, she only brought back a hollow, empty body, his chakra didn't return, and he hadn't been able to refine it since. Regrettably, as a male, he hadn't inherited the clan's ability, as it was a trait passed down only through the female line. He had already died once as a ninja, now, he just wanted to be a small merchant. Just then, a girl from the land of snow with braided hair walked into the shop. Haynes smiled and stepped forward to greet her. "Beautiful miss, what can I get for you?" The girl with the braids pointed at him and asked, "I want to buy you." He was stunned on the spot. Before he could speak, the girl continued, "That man earlier said you have good genes. If I marry you, our children will surely be very promising, right? The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 143. Danzo's new maneuvers. 1211 words. The fires of war across the continent had just died down, and every nation was busy recovering. No one paid any attention to the land of snow, hidden far away in the extreme north, where a quiet but revolutionary transformation was taking place. Taking advantage of the peace, Daimyo Kazuhana Sosetsu took bold steps to implement new policies. He established several foundational literacy colleges and centers for popularizing science. By April of the 39th year, as the spring thaw began, the land of snow officially launched a national literacy campaign. Projections suggested that within 2 years, every citizen in the country would be able to read and write. Following this, Kazuhana Sosetsu did something unheard of. He spread recruitment notices across the world, offering high rewards to entice scientists from every land to come. Empty promises wouldn't keep people, so he had to show something truly impressive. The recently developed geothermal power generator served as the land of snow's first calling card to the world. This move was calculated to attract the world's best minds. For scientists, as long as there are cutting-edge results and unknown frontiers ahead, they will flock to the source. Furthermore, this icy wasteland was never on the radar of most ninja, so they paid no mind to the quiet changes emerging among the common folk. Most of the instruments developed in the land of snow did not involve chakra. The true chakra-based technology, the chakra armor, was kept under strict lock and key, with not a whisper leaking out. However, there were still many technical hurdles, and everyone was still feeling their way forward. Aburame Shursui didn't have deep expertise in this specific area, and couldn't provide much hands-on help, offering only the occasional brainstorming idea to spark their creativity. At the same time, the Snow Ninja Academy officially opened. All children between the ages of 6 and 12 were required to enroll. The academy was divided into 2 tracks, one for those with less talent, which focused on modern academics, and another for those with greater potential, which added a curriculum of ninja arts, including tactics, reconnaissance, basic ninjutsu, and the use of ninja tools. The frozen wasteland was sparsely populated, with only about 120,000 to 130,000 people total. There were roughly 10,000 children of school age. After layers of screening, only about 1% met the minimum threshold to refine chakra and qualify as a ninja. Even with top-tier training, their physical limits meant that most would only ever reach the level of a chunin. Those with slightly better talent might become elite chunin, but reaching the level of a jonin was 1 in 100. At most, a handful might eventually integrate their personal strengths into their jutsu to become special jonin. That year, there were over 240 children under 12 who met the requirements. Perhaps due to the extreme cold, 80 or 90% were water-style chakra users, with a few having earth, lightning, or wind affinities. As for fire-style, it was rare to find even 1 in 200. Still, no one felt discouraged. They believed that as the citizens grew more prosperous, the number of ninja in the land of snow would only increase. In May of the same year, Kazuhana Dodo finally mastered the taijutsu manual Shursui had gifted him after a year of hard work. He came to challenge Shursui again, hoping for recognition and the chance to become his apprentice. He was crushed once more. Shursui suppressed him with just one hand, bluntly telling him that he had merely copied the forms without touching the essence of taijutsu. Kazuhana Dodo didn't give up, he kept coming back. Eventually, Shursui grew so annoyed that he pointed him toward a new path: go teach taijutsu at the Ninja Academy and sharpen those kids instead. When Shursui quoted the principle that teaching is also an opportunity for self-reflection, Kazuhana Dodo finally saw the light. He stopped pestering Shursui and began teaching the children with genuine dedication. With no one left to disturb him, Shursui could finally immerse himself in his experiments. However, he hadn't been peaceful for long before trouble started brewing in the land of fire again. This time, the event angered him enough that he had to stop his work and deal with it personally. In May of the 39th year, after a full year of integration and migration, the land of grass and the land of rain were finally unified. The new citizens of the land of rain were clearing land and farming in the former territory of the land of grass. There was no oppression here, only vast, ownerless land. As long as people were willing to work, they could farm, forage, and live securely. As the land of rain began to shake off poverty, Hanzo of the Salamander grew increasingly cheerful. But where there is joy, there is sorrow. The man feeling the sorrow was Danzo Shimura, who was stationed at the border of the new Land of Rain. The Land of Rain was slowly regaining its vitality, and it wouldn't be long before it achieved food self-sufficiency and a stable economy. Once the people of the Land of Rain were well fed and clothed, healthier, stronger youths would be selected to become ninja. For the Leaf, this was not good. It was akin to raising a future enemy. Danzo sent multiple messages urging Hiruzen to mobilize, claiming it was the perfect time to wipe out the Land of Rain. The response was always, "We will discuss this later." After winning one battle and saving face, Hiruzen had completely stopped his offensive operations. He didn't even mention the illegitimate child with Sarutobi blood who was still out there. Danzo submitted report after report, begging to mobilize and crush them before they could rise again. Moreover, the current Leaf was stronger than ever. Tsunade had built the medical infrastructure, returned with her partner, and was busy establishing the medical corps. Jiraiya had been urgently recalled by Hiruzen, and Orochimaru had just completed secret experiments, returning not only fully healed but significantly stronger. With the major clans revealing their hidden reserves, the Leaf was now a formidable force. A small Land of Rain would have no chance of resistance if it went all out. Yet, Hiruzen remained indecisive, his replies vague. Finally, a letter arrived ordering Danzo to return to the Leaf immediately. "Danzo, return at once. I am ready to fulfill my promise to establish the Elder Council, and we are currently discussing the members." Realizing his power was about to be diluted, Danzo could no longer sit still. He refused to watch his enemies grow stronger while he did nothing. In a moment of cold calculation, a poisonous plan took shape. He decided to strike at the border cities of the Land of Waterfall that were supplying aid to the new Land of Rain. By cutting off the flow of food and supplies, he would effectively choke off the Land of Rain's path to recovery. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite one bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 144, The Scorched. 1469 words. The Land of Rain border, Konoha Garrison Camp. Shimura Danzo sat directly in the primary seat of the command tent, clutching a freshly delivered intelligence report in his hand, his facial expression thoroughly cold and grim. The Land of Rain's grain yield has increased by 30% compared to last month. 2,000 hectares of virgin wasteland have been newly reclaimed, and the number of children possessing shinobi talent has risen by 70% compared to last year. With a sharp smack, the intelligence document was slammed heavily onto the desk by his hand. "Hiruzen, what on earth are you thinking?" He stood up, pacing back and forth inside the command tent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's recall order lay right at the corner of the desk, its ink barely dry, stating that the Elder Council was about to be established and demanding his swift return to discuss matters. When the warfare had been critical in the past, Hiruzen had indeed mentioned the formation of an Elder Council to divide authority among the various great clans, using it as leverage to encourage them to deploy their hidden resources. At that time, Danzo believed it was merely a temporary measure of expediency. He had not expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to actually go through with it. Once the Elder Council was established, the power in his hands would instantly be fragmented. At that point, let alone becoming Hokage, he would not even be able to preserve his current strength. No, he absolutely could not return just like this. At the very least, before returning, he had to do something. "Someone come in." The tent curtain was lifted, and 2 root shinobi stepped inside soundlessly. "Lord Danzo." Danzo sat back into the primary seat, his voice low as he commanded, "Pass down the order, assemble all jonin for an immediate council." A quarter of an hour later, the command tent was fully packed with shinobi. Danzo scanned the room and slowly spoke, "The Land of Rain is recovering. Grain, population, economy. It won't be long before they completely establish a firm foothold. By then, it will be difficult to make a move against them." "Lord Danzo, do you mean?" a jonin asked tentatively. Cut off their supply lines, Danzo said coldly. There are several cities on the border of the land of waterfalls that have been continuously transporting resources to the land of rain. Grain, cloth, medicine, and agricultural tools all pass through there. He stood up and walked to the hanging map, his finger pointing at several towns and cities. Here, and here these 3 border towns are the hubs for resource transit. Burn down the warehouses, destroy the stored grain, and execute anyone who dares to resist. An absolute dead silence fell over the command tent. After a long pause, a Jonin could not help but speak up. Danzo, the inhabitants of those cities are all civilians. There are no shinobi, no armed forces. They are merely selling resources to the land of rain under the status of merchants. Furthermore, Elder Danzo, do you possess an explicit order from the Hokage? Right now, shouldn't we be packing our gear and rushing back? Danzo turned his head, his single eye staring fixedly at that Jonin as he spoke. What of it? He walked toward that shinobi step by step, his voice flat yet causing people's bodies to grow cold. Regardless of whether they are shinobi or not, as long as they aid the land of rain in restoring its vitality and national power, they are our enemies. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. But Konoha has already declared a cessation of hostilities. A cessation of hostilities. Hiruzen declaring a cessation of hostilities does not mean the enemy will truly halt. Do you think Hanzo of the Salamander will be satisfied with merely annexing the land of grass? No, he will desire more. And if we do not strangle his roots now, he will strangle our throats in the future. That shinobi lowered his head and spoke no more, but also indicated he would not participate in this matter. What awaited him, however, was being bound and imprisoned. Seeing that no one else opposed, Danzo began assigning the tasks. Team A is responsible for Leaf-Fall Town on the easternmost flank. Team B, Whitestone City in the center. Team C, Green Ear Town to the west. He added, remember, leave no survivors. Leave nothing that can verify your identity. Remove all forehead protectors and disguise yourselves as rogue shinobi or mountain bandits. If all else fails, drop a few hidden stone forehead protectors. Let the land of waterfalls take their troubles to the hidden stone. The root shinobi filed out in sequence, leaving only a few ordinary Konoha shinobi standing in place, looking at one another, their faces pale. The moment they thought of the consequences faced by the resisting Jonin just now, they had no choice but to brace themselves, compromise their morals, and execute this mission. After the groups departed, a young shinobi summoned his courage to speak. Are we truly targeting civilians? His squad leader sighed. If you have a superior alternative, you may voice it. The young shinobi opened his mouth, but ultimately failed to utter a word. Execute the order. This is all for the future of Konoha, for our descendants. That Jonin brainwashed himself, silently reciting the will of fire in his heart, finally suppressing all emotions to lead his team out. That night, fires erupted simultaneously across the 3 border towns. In Leaf-Fall Town, the flames soared into the sky, illuminating half the night sky. Shrieks, wails, and pleas for mercy merged into a single chaotic din, only to be scattered by the howling wind. Figures clad in black traversed the streets, the blades in their hands dripping blood. They were silent, efficient, and cold-blooded without a shred of hesitation. Don't, my child, I beg of you. A woman cradling an infant knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately. A flash of blade light passed, and both mother and child collapsed simultaneously. Is the warehouse sector finalized? Finalized, all drenched in fire oil, not a single grain of food will remain. Withdraw. In Whitestone City, the resistance was marginally more intense. Because it was a fortified city, it possessed city guards, some swordsmen, and a few elderly Takigakure shinobi stationed there to relay intelligence. However, they were facing elite root shinobi. In a mere moment, corpses lay scattered everywhere, and not even a single piece of intel managed to be transmitted out. Sir, there is still a survivor over here. A root shinobi dragged a half-grown youth over. The youth was covered in blood, one arm twisted at a bizarre angle, yet he clenched his teeth, without uttering a single sound. "Did you interrogate anything out of him?" "He says he is a minor scout dispatched by the land of waterfalls to keep watch. He knows nothing." The leading Jonin swept his gaze over, finally closed his eyes, and brought his blade down. "These are all enemies, all enemies. If he does not die now, those who die in the future will be our descendants, our kin." The youth collapsed, his eyes wide open, dying without closure. Green Ear Town was the smallest, consisting of only a few dozen households, but it stored nearly all the cloth and silk. They were silkworm farmers and weavers, responsible for weaving textiles and clothing for the land of rain. Watching their families grow wealthier by the day, their lives had gradually been improving. How could they have anticipated that on this night, when the shinobi surrounded them from all directions, the absolute majority of the people would have their throats slit while still in their dreams, sparing neither man, woman, old, nor young. Following that, the silkworm rearing houses were set ablaze, and the mulberry trees upon the hills were completely incinerated by a single fire. Only an old man guarding the mountain was jolted awake. He knelt on the ground wailing, even attempting to throw himself forward to extinguish the flames. "This is the livelihood of the entire village, the livelihood of the entire village." A root shinobi walked past his side, executing a casual slash, and the old man collapsed into the flames. By the time Naoto received the intelligence, it was already the following dawn. All three towns had been razed by fire, and the civilians had met with brutal deaths. These were mere civilians, who had not participated in the conflicts of shinobi at all. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Chapter 145, as expected, being sane for too long made everyone forget he is actually a lunatic. 1431 words. He simply had not anticipated that certain individuals could be so repulsive, devoid of any baseline standards, to the point of actually daring to target civilians. Naoto clenched both hands into fists, veins bulging violently. He knew perfectly well who had done it, but he still asked, who did it? No identification was left behind. However, someone witnessed the skills of those individuals. They were absolutely shinobi. Furthermore, hidden stone forehead protectors were discovered at the scene. The hidden stone. Naoto was nearly driven to a cynical laugh by such a simplistic attempt at framing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Following that, he rapidly selected a detachment of shinobi and headed directly for the Konoha camp. How could he have anticipated that upon his arrival there, he would find the camp already deserted? It turned out the Konoha shinobi had already accompanied Danzo, returning together to Konoha village to vie for power and authority. For the first time, Naoto felt the true meaning of rage, yet he was completely powerless. If it were possible, if there were zero complications, he would intensely desire to lead men to charge into Konoha right now and execute a massive slaughter. At worst, they would wage another major war against them, but at present, it was impossible. The elite forces of Konoha had returned, and having just won a victorious campaign, they were arguably at their absolute peak. If a rash attack were launched, it would highly likely trigger a great war once more. The hidden waterfall could not endure such devastation. Naoto stood before the vacant camp in silence for a long duration, merely clenching his fists mutely. Lord Naoto, what should we do? Dispatch personnel to requisition grain from the land of waterfalls. Side requisition, as much as possible. Consolidate the daily survival resources first, prioritizing the supply to the land of rain. But my lord, our reserves. Naoto interrupted him. The land of rain requires it far more than we do, but currently, they cannot acquire it themselves. The land of waterfalls possessed deep resource pools. Although prices would skyrocket over the subsequent months, the citizens of the land of waterfalls could still afford to consume. At worst, they would eat a bit less and purchase a bit less. The land of rain was different. Without this batch of resources, many civilians would have no choice but to wait for death. Endure until this year's autumn. Let us hope the land of rain experiences a harvest year, Naoto muttered internally, lifting his gaze toward the east, his expression complex. Konoha, so this is the so-called tolerance of a great nation. We small nations have truly felt it. That very day, Heiji, the daimyo of the land of waterfalls, issued a public statement of condemnation, his wording fierce, pointing squarely at Konoha's root. However, Danzo's reaction was faster and more shameless than he had anticipated. Shimura Danzo responded publicly, "I evacuated the border several days ago to return to Konoha for counsel. This matter bears no relation to Konoha, and no relation to me. Those atrocities were clearly perpetrated by marauding bandits and rogue shinobi. If the land of waterfalls cannot produce definitive evidence, it is nothing but slander and framing." More venomously, he delivered a supplementary blow: citizens brought up by bandits will eternally remain bandits. Hanzo of the Salamander's annexation of the land of grass makes his ambition transparent. If he dares to swallow the land of grass today, he will dare to swallow the land of waterfalls tomorrow. Rather than clamoring here, the daimyo of the land of waterfalls had better reflect deeply on when the blade of your ally will fall upon your own necks. This maneuver could not be described as anything less than malicious. Although anyone could discern that these words were meant to sow discord, certain statements, once uttered, would always find believers. Particularly those small nation daimyos who already harbored internal doubts regarding the three-nation alliance. They engaged in widespread discussion. There is logic to it. Hanzo of the Salamander did indeed swallow the land of grass. The land of grass was an ally nation, yet it was swallowed just like that. Who will be next? The land of waterfalls is walking so closely with him. They must be careful not to be backbitten one day. Rumors spread everywhere, and public confidence wavered. Hanzo of the Salamander maintained absolute silence from beginning to end. It was not that he was ignorant of the destructive power of these words, but he understood even more clearly that now was not the hour to speak. The land of rain required rest and recuperation. Grain, population, economy, not a single one could withstand another war. He could only swallow this grievance for the time being. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Originally, this matter should have concluded just like this. The three-nation alliance suffered a silent loss. Konoha gained the advantage while maintaining a righteous facade, and Shimura Danzo returned to Konoha to vie for power with absolute satisfaction. Everything appeared to have settled down. That was until a letter was carried to the extreme northern snow country by an inconspicuous minor merchant, and matters began to shift. The land of snow, deep within the subterranean insect hive. Aburaim Shursui was leaning over a microscope, clutching a test tube in his hand. The liquid within the test tube emitted a faint fluorescence. This was his latest cultivated strain, its primary function being to breed a batch of high-protein carnivorous insects. It was something he did during his leisure time, to provide nutritional support for the shinobi children under his command. Interesting. He murmured, the survival rate has scaled to 3%. If I adjust the concentration of chakra further. A slight buzzing of wings sounded behind him. A communication insect landed upon his shoulder, its antennae twitching slightly, transmitting the information directly into his consciousness. Aburaim Shursui's movements froze. He set down the test tube, slowly straightened his frame, and removed his rubber gloves. Good, very good. Would it not have been better to obediently conclude this conflict according to the script I drafted? Why must some individuals execute such disgusting and thankless actions? Since you do not wish to play properly, then I shall play along with you. Flipping the table is an action anyone is capable of. Aburaim Shursui closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them once more, a flash of unprecedented coldness flitted through his compound eyes. Shimura Danzo, he uttered the name, his tone as calm as though he were discussing today's weather. Yet beneath that calm, something was slowly awakening. He turned, looking at the insects currently undergoing cultivation upon the laboratory bench. Ancient viruses, genetic samples, senjutsu research at this moment, none of it remained important. Originally, I intended to remain here quietly for a few years, he soliloquized. It appears someone does not particularly wish for me to have peace. He lifted his hand, and a rustling resonance emanated from the depths of the hive. Countless insects surged from all directions, converging into a black torrent, awaiting his command. I know you have all been starving. Rest assured, I will allow you to feast to satiety immediately. Abiram Shersway placated the insect swarm, gathering them all into his sleeves. With another turn, he had already changed into black attire, his hair instantly shifted to black, and those long-absent dark sunglasses were donned upon his face once more. Several days later, within the capital of the Land of Fire, overnight, the residences of all nobles, merchants, and wealthy households became completely vacant. Regardless of whether it was people or property, they were entirely plundered. It was as if a deity had deployed a supreme supernatural ability, causing them to vanish instantaneously. Furthermore, during that night, not a single soul discovered any abnormal phenomenon. The singular variation was that during that night, many individuals felt they slept deeply and soundly. The daimyo and nobles of the most powerful nation had all vanished, throwing the shinobi world into instantaneous uproar. When the intelligence reached Konoha, only a single line of script remained within the daimyo's estate. It is best not to abandon your baseline, nor to make me abandon mine. The story is already written, waiting to be unleashed. Claim early access on Patreon, patreon.com/Kazama677. You hold the keys to bonus chapters. 10 reviews ignite 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones summon another. Your power determines how fast the tale unfolds. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.